Farragut High School football is on the air. The presenting sponsor, Precision Garage Door Service. The game brought to you by the Mike Dyer Insurance Agency, Fisher Tire, Davis Abbey Carpet, Rick Terry Jewelers, the Blair House, Citizens Bank, Knoxville and Lenore City, Valley Plumbing, LCUB Internet, by Shop Farragut, Miser Wealth Partners, the Shrimp Dock, Grime Insurance Group, and by Hearthside Bank Farragut. And now the voice of the Admirals, Eric Deerhart.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us and welcome to our Farragut Football Friday night, presented by Precision Garage Door Service on West 105 and around the world at WFIV.com as the Admirals open the playoffs on the road, taking on Region 1 champion Dobyns-Bennett for the second year in a row. The Indians won last year's first-round encounter 42-24 in what was the fifth all-time playoff meeting between the programs, DB leading in the postseason matchups 3-2. Tonight's sixth playoff tilt ties the Indians with Ottawa and Maryville as Farragut's most frequent postseason opponent down through the years. Both teams are coming in off big wins. Farragut, requiring a victory at Cleveland to qualify for the playoffs, overcame a slow start to prevail 31-7, while DB went to arch-rival Science Hill last Friday, wrapping up a perfect run through Region 1 by outlasting the Hilltoppers 28-25. So on paper, it looks like a mismatch. 9-1 Dobyns-Bennett and 3-7 Farragut. But once the playoffs commence, the slate is wiped clean. The disappointments of the regular season matter little, and each week becomes a season unto itself. After likely Farragut's most complete performance of 2025 last week, the Admirals are excited for the opportunity to write a new chapter, excited to have that opportunity in one of the Volunteer State's great settings for high school football, DB's J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Coming up later in our Farragut football pregame show, I'll be joined by the head coach of the Admirals, Jeff Courtney. But up next, we'll look back on last year's two meetings between Farragut and Dobyns-Bennett, recap last week's regular season ending victories for both teams, and run down all the other matchups involving East Tennessee teams for this opening round of the 2025 high school football playoffs. It's a Farragut Football Friday night, presented by Precision Garage Door Service on West 105. Our stadium cast for those attending tonight's game on FM 88.9 and worldwide at WFIV.com.
Boys, this is going to be a tough team to beat tonight. We have to stop their running game. You got to block them and stop them. Kind of like my Michelin Cross Climate 2 tires. I can stop in the rain, stop in the heat, stop in all kinds of weather. Just stop by Fisher Tire, and they'll fix you right up with the right tire for your car and budget. Fisher Tire is on Kingston Pike in Bearden, or west near the Pellissippi and north on Broadway. Now get out there and stop them.
Whether you're managing a household or running a business, Citizens Bank has a checking account built for how you bank. Choose from personal and business options with digital tools like mobile deposit, bill pay, and merchant services. Plus, support from a local team in Knoxville and Lenore City that understands your goals. Learn more at citizensbank24.com. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to the Farragut Football Pregame Show on West 105, our stadium cast here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium in Kingsport on FM 88.9 and, of course, around the world at WFIV.com as the Admirals open the playoffs at Dobyns-Bennett, a familiar matchup over the years and a repeat from last season, though Farragut hoping for a different outcome. These programs, you might recall, actually played twice last year, the season opener and the first-round playoff encounter. Kicking off 2024, Dobyns-Bennett capitalized on a short field on its first two possessions, jumping out to a 14-0 lead. Farragut had tied the game by halftime on a pair of Corbin Hobson to Robbie Jacobs touchdown passes. A pair of Ryan McHugh third-quarter field goals put Farragut up 20-14, but Dobyns-Bennett rallied in the fourth with an 80-yard touchdown drive and another short touchdown possession, which came on the heels of Farragut failing to pick up a fourth down, a 12-yard scoring run by senior quarterback Austin Sykes proving decisive as the Indians prevailed at home 27-20. Farragut's cause greatly hampered by its -2 turnover margin. Then, 11 weeks later, the team squared off again with the Region 1 champion Indians hosting the 4th-seeded Admirals. Farragut led 10-7 at the half on a 71-yard touchdown toss from Corbin Hobson to Robbie Jacobs and a 33-yard field goal by Ryan McHugh. But DB dominated the third quarter with 3 touchdowns, while the Admirals managed only a single first down. Farragut battled to the end, but ultimately fell 42-24. So this year, it's another 4-versus-1 matchup as the Tribe again went undefeated through Region 1, finishing off its 9-1 regular season with a 28-25 victory last Friday at arch-rival Science Hill. The Indians were impressive at the outset with a 12-play, 60-yard opening drive culminating in a 9-yard touchdown pass from Levi Chappell to Zayden Hayes. Science Hill would tie the game on the first play of the second quarter, a 96-yard drive topped off by a 67-yard touchdown pass from Lane Clement to tight end Tyler Holder. On defense, Holder then picked off Chappell, but Science Hill failed to capitalize. A high snap on 4th down, giving the ball back to DB at its 19. Emmett Starnes' 2-yard touchdown run polished off an 81-yard drive, which put the Indians back in front 14-7. To begin the second half, the Hilltoppers struck with a 39-yard touchdown pass on the post from Clement to Branson Newberry. DB's Jackson Sensabaugh, however, blocked the PAT, preserving the Tribe's lead for the time being at 14-13. Later in the third quarter, a 15-yard scoring run by Nalik Anderson put the Toppers up for the first time, 19-14. The Tribe countered with a 58-yard drive, scoring on the first play of the fourth quarter on an inside reverse to Xavier Goodwin, covering 16 yards. Dobyns-Bennett back in front, 20-19. A 4th down gamble by Science Hill near midfield failed to pay off, and the Indians then marched 52 yards, extending their advantage to 28-19 on a 2-yard touchdown run by junior quarterback Levi Chappell and his successful keeper on the subsequent 2-point conversion. Science Hill responded with a 74-yard drive and 8-yard touchdown run by Anderson, but the extra point was missed, resulting in a 28-25 lead for Dobyns-Bennett. A mishandled snap on 4th down by the Indians' Wildcat quarterback, Emmett Starnes, gave the ball back to the Hilltoppers at their 30, but Science Hill's late effort to tie or win the game was snuffed out by linebacker Noah Rain's interception. As it turned out, with results elsewhere, Dobyns-Bennett would have been the number 1 seed regardless of the outcome, but the 28-25 victory over their rivals, always prized for bragging rights, gave the region title exclusively to the Tribe. Farragut, meanwhile, wrapped up its regular season last Thursday, needing a road win over Cleveland to secure Region 2's 4th and final playoff spot. It was an inauspicious start for the Admirals, who fumbled the ball away on their first 2 possessions. Fortunately, the combination of Farragut's defense and Cleveland's penalties prevented the Blue Raiders from taking advantage. Cleveland did, though, break on top late in the first quarter on a 12-yard touchdown run by quarterback Kason McGowan. Farragut answered with an 80-yard drive capped by Charlie Noble's 5-yard touchdown run. Admiral sophomore cornerback Anderson Glover then snared his second interception of the season, setting up an 89-yard scoring drive, topped off with a 4th down, 1-yard keeper by Corbin Hobson, Farragut carrying a 14-7 lead into the halftime break. The Admirals had a strong start to the third quarter, forcing a 3-and-out by the Blue Raiders and capitalizing on favorable field position, capping a 48-yard drive with a 20-yard touchdown connection between Hobson and Max Garfield. Harrison Smith then blocked a Cleveland punt, leading to a 23-yard field goal by Ryan McHugh, which extended Farragut's lead to 24-7. Early in the fourth quarter, the Admirals would put up the final points of the night on Logan Wright's 3-yard touchdown run as Farragut got the win it had to have, 31-7, the Admirals' 3-3 region mark, translating to their 19th trip to the playoffs in the last 22 years. In last week's other games involving Region 2 teams, Maryville claimed the region title with a 34-0 shutout of Oak Ridge. The Wildcats, suffering their first loss of the season, are the region runners-up. Bradley Central, the 3 seed, improved to 4-2 in the region and 7-3 overall with its 44-6 victory over winless Bearden. And outside the region, Hardin Valley concluded its season with a road win at Ottawa, 42-7. Turning to this week's first-round playoff contests across East Tennessee, beginning with Class 6A. In addition to our matchup with fourth-seeded Farragut traveling to Region 1 champion Dobyns-Bennett, it will be Maryville welcoming Region 1's fourth seed Westridge. Jefferson County, as Region 1's 2 seed, hosts Bradley Central, while the 3 seed out of Region 1, Science Hill, won at Oak Ridge last night, 35-31. Looking at Class 1A's first-round matchups, Hampton hosts Rockwood, Sale Creek entertains Robertson Innovation, South Pittsburgh welcomes Red Boiling Springs, Oliver Springs makes the trip to North Green, and Midway plays host to Cosby. Last night, Coalfield rolled Cloudland 51-6, Whitwell lost at Joe Burns 13-7, and Copper Basin fell at Clay County 40-6. In Class 2A, Tellico Plains visits Happy Valley, Bledsoe County entertains Smith County, Eagleton Academy welcomes Cumberland Gap, Polk County travels to South Green, Oneida entertains West Green, while last night Grundy County won at Cannon County 38-28, Marion County handled Jackson County 49-13, and York Institute lost at Gordonsville 35-7. In Class 3A, last night, Sequatchie County blasted Brainerd 41-7, and Chattanooga Central forfeited to Giles County. Tonight, Gatlinburg-Pittman hosts Kingston, Chattanooga Prep welcomes Forest, Johnson County makes the trip to Meigs County, Tyner welcomes Watertown, Sweetwater is at Unicoi County, and Pigeon Forge travels to McMinn Central. Moving to Class 4A, last night, White County defeated Hickson 20-14, Stone Memorial knocked off Loudon 44-21, and Upperman cruised by Signal Mountain 50-6. Tonight, Greenville plays host to Carter, Volunteer visits Anderson County, Red Bank entertains Macon County, Gibbs makes the trip to Elizabethton, and Alcoa hosts Cherokee. Last night in Class 5A, Walker Valley defeated Tullahoma 27-20. McMinn County lost at Lincoln County 34-13. Ray County was bounced by Lawrence County 38-20. And in a defense optional matchup, East Hamilton fell at Columbia 70-42. Tonight, West is at Sevier County, Powell plays host to Morristown West, Halls makes the trip to Tennessee High, and Central hosts David Crockett. Finally, in Division II, last night, Christian Academy won at Goodpasture 42-35, while Notre Dame got rolled at Battleground Academy 56-7. Tonight, Concord Christian is at Jackson Christian, Lakeway Christian travels to Franklin Road Academy, Silverdale entertains Evangelical Christian, Boyd Buchanan welcomes John Paul II, Grace Christian hosts St. George's, Catholic is at Christian Brothers, and McCauley entertains Father Ryan. Always an exciting time of the year as everyone starts over with a clean slate and every game is do or die. Here in Kingsport, it's the fourth-seeded 3-7 Farragut Admirals looking to spring the upset on the 9-1 Indians of Dobyns-Bennett. Just ahead, we'll get a look at tonight's anticipated starters for both teams when the Farragut football pregame show continues on West 105, our stadium cast here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium on FM 88.9 and around the world at WFIV.com.
This is Derek Miser with Miser Wealth Partners. Are you still funding your 401k today? If so, you need to consider this. With our federal debt soaring past $35 trillion and the interest rate related to that debt now representing 1/6 of our federal budget, your retirement savings might not be as secure as you think. Don't leave your future to chance. Discover a wiser, tax-free alternative today. Isn't it time you experience the Miser difference? Call Miser Wealth Partners today at 865-281-1616.
LCUB Fiber Internet is the ultimate neighborhood connection. Thousands of LCUB Electric customers already enjoy our lightning-fast, symmetrical gig-speed fiber internet with unlimited data, lag-free streaming and gaming, and enough bandwidth for all your family's devices. Starting at just $69.99 a month, Wi-Fi equipment included. Enjoy fixed pricing, free installation, no contracts, and local customer service. Check availability at lcub.com and get connected now.
Welcome back into our Farragut football pregame show from J. Fred Johnson Stadium in Kingsport, where the Admirals and Dobyns-Bennett Indians set to do battle in a first-round playoff matchup for the second year in a row. It was Dobyns-Bennett winning last year 42-24 after also defeating the Admirals here in Kingsport for the season opener 27-20. And so Farragut looking for its first win in the series since 2023 when Farragut won at home 24-17. That was the late touchdown pass to Landis Davila in the season opener as the Admirals escaped with the win that night. But Farragut has never won up here in Kingsport, so trying to make some history tonight and move on to the second round where Blackman awaits. Blackman, one of the 6A teams that went ahead and played last night. A lot of those games in Middle Tennessee were played last night, and they defeated Gallatin. I believe it was 24-9, the Blaze with the win. Their only loss this year is to Oakland. And so that's a very good Blackman team that awaits either Farragut or Dobyns-Bennett. If it's the Admirals, they'll be going to Murfreesboro. If it's the Indians who prevail in the first round matchup, they will host Blackman here next Friday night. Let's get a look at the starting lineups. First for Coach Jeff Courtney on offense up front. It's left tackle number 63, Aiden Perez, 260, a senior. Left guard number 50, Luca Hofer, 255, a senior. Center number 62, Will Zooks, 275, a senior. Right guard number 52, Bryson Bassett, 235, a senior. And right tackle number 73, Connor Frenkowitz. He is 245, a senior. All senior offensive line for the Admirals, averaging 6 foot. 254. The tight end, number 45, Aaron Heatherly, 225, a junior, 6'3", 14 catches on the year, 10.9 per reception, along a 46 and 1 touchdown. In the slot, it'll be number 13, Anderson Glover. He's a sophomore. A couple of catches last week against Cleveland. He's got 21 on the year, averaging 10.9 per reception, a couple of touchdowns. At the wideout positions, number 9, John Haskins, a senior with 6 catches this year. And opposite him, number 10, Max Garfield, 6'1", 190, a senior, 5 catches for 93 yards and a touchdown. A week ago against Cleveland, he was in the running for our Blair House Antiques Offensive Player of the Game, but we opted to go with the offensive line and gave Max the honorable mention. Another outstanding game from the senior receiver, who has 32 receptions on the year, averaging 18.5 per reception, along of 74, and leads the Admirals far and away with 7 touchdown receptions. In the offensive backfield tonight at running back, it'll be Charlie Noble, the senior, getting the start as Nathan Jacobs is out with a shoulder injury, done for the year. As Charlie last year against Dobyns-Bennett in the playoff meeting had 14 rushes for 63 yards, also caught 4 passes for 18 yards. Last week against Cleveland, he rushed it 17 times for 74 yards. And also had his 4th rushing touchdown of the season. He's averaging 4.5 yards per rush. Again, 4 rushing touchdowns for the senior Charlie Noble. And expect that we will see sophomore Carter Collier and sophomore Logan Wright also in the offensive backfield for the Admirals. Logan got his first career rushing touchdown last week against Cleveland as he ran it 9 times, gained 50 yards. At the quarterback position, it is junior number 3, Corbin Hobson. Completing 56% of his passes, 1,511 yards passing this year, 12 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. Also has 3 rushing touchdowns. Last year in the playoff meeting against Dobyns-Bennett, he was 19 of 34 for 322 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick 6. But he was harassed. He was sacked, I believe it was 8 times, a ridiculous number. But the Admirals obviously hoping to do a better job tonight in protecting Corbin, both in how the game goes, being able to make the calls that would better protect him, but also, too, up front. Last week against Cleveland, he was 9 of 15, 128 yards, passing touchdown to Max Garfield, and a rushing touchdown as well for Corbin, which was his 3rd of the year. The place kicker is Ryan McHugh. He's been outstanding, 8 of 10 on the year with a long of 50. Holder is Noah Haig, and the long snapper is Luca Conforti. Looking at Dobyns-Bennett defensively, they're stout up front. They've got linebacker number 1, Tyree Thomas, who will be crowding the line more often times than not, 6'2", 221, a junior. Defensive end Corday Moore gave Farragut fits last year in the playoff meeting. He's 5'10", 226, a senior. The nose guard, Braylon Fugate, is 267, a senior, stout young man, 5'8", 267 pounds. At defensive end, number 14, Luke Brandon, 6'2", 219, a junior, and expect that we will see Stephen Harris in the rotation as well, a senior up front for Dobyns-Bennett. The D-line, the three-down lineman, averaged 5'11", 237. Again, Thomas is oftentimes a fourth man on that line of scrimmage for the Indians. Inside backers, you've got Noah Raines, number 5, a senior, had a late interception to preserve the victory last week against Science Hill, and number 11, Isaiah Bolden, 210, a junior. The Rover, number 13, Kendrick Harris, is a sophomore, had a scoop and score against Bearden. The cornerbacks, number 17, Jalen Thomas, is a senior, and number 3, Jackson Sensabaugh, is a junior. Sensabaugh has been a standout on special teams with a blocked field goal against Jefferson County and blocked a PAT last week against the Hilltoppers. Let's see, the safeties, free safety, number 2, Zayden Hayes, is a senior. He blocked a punt against Bearden. And the strong safety, 0, Zabian Goodwin, 5'9", 169, a senior. The punter is Lofton Fuller, a sophomore. The long snapper on punts is number 68, Elliott Tate, a junior. Looking at Dobyns-Bennett offensively, Baker Carell is a 282-pound left tackle, a senior for Dobyns-Bennett. The left guard, number 73, Ezra Rendoros, is a 220-pound junior. The center, number 50, Zachai Williams, is 286, a senior. Right guard number 57, Tyler Grizzle, 316, a senior. And right tackle number 59, Mitch Newhouse, 257, a senior. That offensive line, 6'3", 272. And they'll get extra beef on the line as well. Almost always, it seems, they've got a tight end on the line. And so that would be number 82, Cooper Bellamy, 5'10", 224, a senior. But that offensive line, 6'3", 272. Big group up front for Dobyns-Bennett. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as the night goes on. Let's see. So I got you the tight end. The H-back actually kind of got co-starters in that position. So they'll run a tight end in addition to an H-back. And number 14, Luke Brandon's a 219-pound junior. Number 1, Tyree Thomas, who will split snaps pretty much with him, is 221, a junior. The wideouts, number 17, Jalen Thomas, 5'9", 153, a senior, and number 2, Zayden Hayes, 164, a senior. When they go with fourth receiver or third receiver in the game, it's Noah Raines, typically, number 5, but we'll probably see the big young receiver, Admire Fikes, out there, perhaps Zabian Goodwin. When he's in the ball game, you can bet they're trying to get the ball to him, number 0. And perhaps Jackson Sensabaugh as well. The quarterback is number 10, Levi Chappell, 5'9", 158, a junior. Had both a touchdown and an interception last week against Science Hill, also a rushing touchdown, and ran in the two-point conversion also. So Chappell, a first-year starter at quarterback for the Indians. At running back, number 43, Luke Lundy, 5'8", 188, a senior, and he will also split time with Emmett Starnes, who is the Wildcat quarterback when they go with that particular package. Emmett Starnes, is number 8, a junior, had a touchdown last week against Science Hill. Cooper McLean is the place kicker. The holder is Tate Warnke, the backup quarterback, and the long snapper on place kicks is number 52, Baker Carell. Looking at Farragut defensively up front, Stephen Doubleday, number 36, 215, a senior, had his third fumble recovery of the season last week against Cleveland. Back at nose guard, number 4, Jackson Plumley, 200, a senior. And at defensive end, number 99, Owen Petoskey, 240 pounds, a senior. Outstanding game against Cleveland, 11 hits, 3 tackles for loss, and a sack. He was our Blair House Antiques selection for defensive player of the game. He's third on the team with 67 total hits, 19.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks. He's forced a fumble and broken up a pass. Farragut's D-line averages 6 foot 218, again compared to 6'3", 272 for the offensive front of Dobyns-Bennett. The Jack linebacker, number 8, is Luke Dinkel, 5'9", 170, a junior, 5th on the team with 58.5 hits. The star linebacker is number 16, Noah Haig, 195, a senior, 56 hits for Noah on the year. Inside at the linebacker positions, you've got sophomore, number 42, Colt Brooker, with 50 hits on the season, 5 tackles for loss, a couple of sacks. And Farragut's leading tackler, number 20, Connor Paris, 5'11", 200, a senior, 79 hits. And last year against Dobyns-Bennett, he had 8 total hits in the playoff meeting. The cornerbacks will be number 12, Zane Qureshi-Smith, the senior, and the sophomore Anderson Glover, who has 2 of Farragut's 3 interceptions on the season. The other interception belongs to weak safety number 0, Mason Apalategi, 165, a junior, 4th on the team with 60 total hits. And the free safety is number 1, Harrison Smith, 5'10", 155, a junior. He is 2nd on the team with 71 total hits against Dobyns-Bennett. 6 hits a year ago in the playoff meeting against Cleveland last week. 6 hits as well for the Farragut safety Harrison Smith. Julian Melendi will handle the punting chores. He's a junior, and the long snapper again is number 91, Luca Conforti. So that's a look at your starters. We welcome in Brett Clendenin and Tyler Carr. And the guys, last year in particular in the playoff meeting, the Admirals were forced to go to the air, and Hobson put up some good numbers, but at the same time, too, he was sacked 8 times, threw a pick 6, and Farragut had a lot of difficulty with that front of Dobyns-Bennett, and a couple of those key guys are back this year. So certainly a challenge for the guys up front who are coming off arguably their best performance or one of their 2 best performances of the season.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what you saw last week at Cleveland, you were able to get some push and you were able to stay balanced. And I think I talked a lot about it last week, was not just the balance between the run to pass, but the defense was not on the field the entire game. So if you can get some balance and have some drives offensively and maybe run the football, front 7 has been very unkind to us here and against Dobyns-Bennett as a whole the last 20 years. If you can be physical and run the football like you were able to show last week, it's going to be key.
Well, I think physicality is going to be a big part of it, because this is sort of like one of those unattainable goals so far for the Admirals, is coming here to Kingsport Dobyns-Bennett, J. Fred Johnson Stadium, and getting a win here. And if you can go out there and you can take the fight to this team tonight, everything says, the seeding says you should not advance tonight. You've got nothing left to lose. Go out there and land your blows, and go out there and go toe to toe with them, and let the chips fall where they may.
You feel like Dobyns-Bennett oftentimes is vulnerable to the pass. Farragut has had some big passing numbers against them in years past when perhaps they weren't doing much on the ground. But we were talking about and have talked in recent weeks about how we'd like to see Aaron Heatherly perhaps more involved. Tyler and I bantered a little bit on the way up here. But Science Hill last week hit a big 68-yard touchdown right down the seam to their tight end. You know, you'd like to see Farragut tonight be able to run the ball and move the chains consistently, but also maybe be able to find some of those big plays. It's just in years past, guys, it's felt like offensively for Farragut here, it's been feast or famine.
Yeah, I mean, I can think of a lot of Gavin Wilkinson opportunities where we ran the ball for very few yards, but he threw for 300 yards. But I think if you run the football, I think the tight end becomes a bigger factor, right? Because you can play action, you can find the big guy. And he's a good blocker, but I mean, he's 6'4", 235. He can make plays, and he's pretty athletic. We've seen Jacob Warren obviously feast a lot in that role. And so I would love to get him involved. And offensively, you're going to just be able to have to stay on offense, give your defense an opportunity.
And establishing that running game and trying to have that physicality, that's going to open up those lanes now. All of a sudden, Garfield's going to be able to get open. Heatherly's going to get open. Anderson Glover could be a dynamite, very similar like he was at the opening at Bearden, and I think that those are some things that are going to happen. But it starts off with that balance, and you've got to open up the run game to get the passing game to go. And then also, if you're hitting some pass plays, the running game should open up.
I was about to say, does the pass set up the run perhaps tonight?
I mean, I think it's 6 one way, half dozen the other, and we've got to find that's getting ready to. You've got to throw your punch, but you also got to be ready to have your counter punch ready to go as well.
You know, unfortunately, you don't have your top running back Nathan Jacobs. You don't have your top receiver Ethan Farragut. And so other guys are going to have to pick it up. Anderson Glover in the slot, a chance perhaps for him to have a big game tonight. You would think that Garfield on the outside, a bit of a height advantage against at least one of these cornerbacks for Dobyns-Bennett. And I don't mean to pick on the young man, but we talked about it last year.
I do remember that.
He's not a starting cornerback this year. Instead, he's the backup cornerback, first one in that spot, but he's also backing up at the rover position. And if he's lined up on Anderson Glover in the slot playing that rover, check with me at the line and throw the ball to Glover.
Is it 11 or 13?
It's he wears 24 this year.
But last year it was 13, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I remember that. You were adamant about getting him some touches, not into some balls thrown his way.
Right,
but
isolate on it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And obviously Farragut and Jacobs being out, those are two of your ideally best playmakers, one at the running back position, one at the receiver position. Played without Farragut for quite a few weeks now. But, yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never won here. You're the 4 seed. They're the 1 seed. I'd say you've got to let it fly. I think you need to win special teams as well.
Yeah.
That's the recipe for success. The turnover battle, win special teams. Part of our record is because we have not been as solid there. Punted the ball really well the last couple weeks, but can you get opportunities at the return game? I think that would be key.
When with the weather that's projected to move in, that makes special teams that much more important. I'm going to put my money on Ron McHugh in a special teams matchup with just about anyone in the state right now. He's consistent. He's cold-blooded. He's got all the things that you want from a kicker, and then if this rain does move in tonight, I'm banking on the Admirals to be able to cash in on that. And not to mention, I will harp on it again, and I thought I learned it from Farragut at some point, the kickoffs.
The stat.
Let's go ahead and let's make them start at the 20-yard line. Don't give these athletes a chance to come out at the 2-yard line and bring the ball out into play.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and pin that back deep and go do it. And then Melindy has done a wonderful job punting the ball this year so far.
It's been good.
That I think that's like, okay, we've got some advantage. Secure the football, secure the possession, make sure nothing crazy happens on a special teams play.
You touch on a critical subject, Tyler, that being the weather tonight. Seems like to me, with what's in the forecast, not that it's calling necessarily for a washout, but it doesn't look great either, and it feels like, a strong start would be especially important in a game like that because it might become a little bit more difficult to throw the ball later in the game, and so you'd like to be playing with a lead. And that's always the case, right? But Farragut last week got off to a slow start and yet rallied with probably their best 3 quarters of the season, second, third, and fourth quarters after being down 7-0, reeled off 31 straight. And so maybe there's a carryover effect. Certainly it was big last week, I think, for Farragut to go on the road, a decent distance away from home, win that game. And now when you're getting on the bus, as you did going to Carson Newman in the season opener, as you did to Upperman, as you did to Cookville, those games didn't turn out real well, but you can, you think back to just last week, hey, whole different experience.
Yeah, when you talk about being 3-7, I think we say the C word a lot. Confidence is really key for this team, and if you can get off to a good start, even though it was a bad first 6 minutes, right, 2 turnovers to start the game last week, I mean, their ability to battle and really come on and play well, and you saw a lot of running backs come on and play well behind Jacobs after he got hurt. So gaining that confidence early, staying in the football game with bad weather or not, obviously is going to be key.
And Eric, I told you this on the way up here today in our car ride here. This is going to be this is what you play high school football for. And I told Eric, if you could put me in a time machine and say I'll take you to any football stadium you've ever played in and any game you want to play in, take me back to 2003, bring me back here to J. Fred Johnson Stadium, put me on that opposing sideline and let it go. They've already done the chop, the beautiful scenery that we've seen already up here tonight. This is it. Savor this moment, young men. Go out there and have fun, play the game, and let's get ready to go to business.
Great opportunity for the Admirals as the 4 seed to spring the upset here at Dobyns-Bennett. And so it's Farragut and DB just a few minutes away. Those are some thoughts from Tyler and from Brett. Let's get some thoughts from Coach Jeff Courtney on the other side of this 30-second break as our Farragut football pregame show continues on West 105 and around the world at WFIV.com. Also our stadium cast here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium on FM 88.9.
Looking for a mortgage that fits your needs? At Hearthside Bank, we offer a variety of mortgage solutions to help you get into your dream home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or refinancing, our team is here to guide you every step of the way. With competitive rates, personalized service, and flexible terms, we have the right mortgage for you. Visit us today and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. Hearthside Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Welcome back to the Farragut Football pregame show on West 105 and online at WFIV.com as the Admirals open the playoffs this evening, traveling to Kingsport to face 9-1 Region 1 champion Dobyns-Bennett. The Tribe won the region title outright with last week's 28-25 victory at Science Hill. Farragut, meanwhile, had to have a Week 11 win to qualify for the postseason and got it, taking a 31-7 decision at Cleveland. The Admirals securing the number 4 seed with a 3-3 mark in Region 2 play. I'm pleased to be joined at this time by Farragut head coach Jeff Courtney. And, Coach, obviously last week's first quarter wasn't what you were looking for, but the final 3 quarters were as complete a performance as Farragut has had this season.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Anytime you go into these things, you want to get out on the right foot. But we certainly put our defense in a bind there, giving them 2 short possessions after 2 quick turnovers there on our first 2 possessions on offense. But really proud of the way that our guys stepped up. We held them out of the end zone on both opportunities. They attempted a field goal that they botched the first time. And looking back at it in hindsight, it was probably good for our team to be able to go through that adversity, overcome that, keep their poise, and it just made the next 3 quarters that more meaningful.
Defensively, Owen Petoskey just took over up front, Coach. 11 total hits, 3 tackles for loss, a sack. He's been outstanding all season long, but maybe never better than last week.
Yeah, Owen's had a big game. He's had several big games this year, but I told him, I was proud of the way he competed the week before when we played Oak Ridge, and to not get discouraged, and that he would still continue to play hard and be a productive player for us. And so we need that, and our guys feed off that. They look for him and others to make plays. He's worked very hard at it. He wants to do well. He takes a lot of pride in that position and his work. He loves being a Farragut Admiral, and so he was determined to get into the playoffs, as so many others were, and he proved it with his performance.
And offensively, the line got good push in the running game and also held up well in pass protection.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot of production out of our offensive line this year, and we felt like that was an area last week that we could really take advantage of, and they played tremendously well. Very productive in the run game. We got 3 or 4 backs in there with positive yards, a couple of different scoring runs out of the backfield. And then when we threw it, we had time to go out there and process and to deliver the football to where we needed to. So just a good offensive game. But like you said, it started with the guys up front. One of their better games they played all year.
The win was necessary to extend Farragut's season, but to get on a bus, travel outside the immediate area, the 4th such occurrence this year, and enjoy success for the first time in that sort of situation, that experience to me feels huge as you get on a bus this afternoon and make the 2-hour trip to Kingsport.
Right, absolutely. Last week, kind of what it was a playoff game. If we wanted to see our season extend, we needed to go down there and take care of business. And so you're right, it was good for our guys to be able to travel, go into somebody else's facility, venue, and try to win a big playoff game or region game. So our guys are used to that. This will be the 3rd time I think we're taking charter buses this year. We're getting them out of school early. We're going to travel up there to Kingsport and eat right outside the town there and make it so that we can be ready to go for a big playoff game. We expect a good crowd. We expect to have our own people there, and so we're looking forward to the opportunity.
And despite the fact that Farragut has never won at Dobyns-Bennett, the players, talking to Tyler after last week's win, were excited about the possibility of playing at DB's J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Truly one of the great settings for high school football in Tennessee.
Yeah, it is. You're right. And I think there's some carryover there with some of our returning players that they feel like there's a little bit of unfinished business. DB's a former region rival and somebody that we've certainly played a lot here recently. And, I think our guys were excited to see that we were going to be going up to Kingsport tonight and playing in the first round of the playoffs. We've had a good week of practice. Our guys, I think, have prepared well. There's been a lot of focus. There's been good energy. And so I think we're ready for tonight's game.
You look at this year's DB squad, and offensively, the quarterback, a junior, Levi Chaffel, has a pretty good arm, pretty good accuracy, but you could also make the case he's their most effective runner. Certainly he's the guy, Coach, who totes it the most in big situations.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a junior. He's played well this year, obviously, for them on offense. I think last week they had maybe 12 design quarterback runs with him at Science Hill, and as you mentioned, in critical or key moments. You're right. He's an accurate passer, but they'll throw it about 35% of the time. When they do, they look like they're looking to try to get the ball to number 17, Jalen Thomas, as their number 1 target. But more than anything, it's the extension of the run game, the quarterback run game. It's the play action. They're going to run the football. They're going to run the quarterback. They're going to try to play action. And that's just kind of who they are. He's done well with it this year, talking about Chappell. And it's obvious why they're in the position that they're in, just with his level of play this year.
And it looks like if number 0 is on the field offensively, he's probably getting the ball.
Yeah, you're talking about a good one. He's a good player on defense. And just as you mentioned, when he's in there on offense, he's not a decoy. He looks good there in the backfield, and they're trying to get the ball to him in as many different ways as they can possibly. It's behind Lundy, their primary back. They've got a good stable of running backs, guys that they roll in there. And as you mentioned, Chappell can make plays with his feet, and they kind of consider him to be a runner as well in their offense. So we kind of know what we have to prepare for. Our defense has had a good week of practice, and we kind of know the challenge at hand.
Defensively, the Indians are maybe a little smaller than they've been in years past. What are your impressions, Coach, of their strong suits and where they are perhaps a bit vulnerable?
Well, those two defensive ends that kind of beat us up last year in the playoffs, they're still back. But they're good. You know, they're very sound in what they do. They're multiple in what they do. They tackle well. We've already mentioned Goodwin. He's a safety. They're going to play him around the line of scrimmage a lot and look to put him into the box and fit the run game. They're going to try to man you up at times outside, and they've got good cover people. So they're just a good defense. Like I said, they're very sound, but they're very multiple. They're going to play you some zone coverage. They're going to play you some man coverage. They're going to play some 3 down front. They're going to play some 4 down front. They're just really well coached, and they play them well. So we've got a good challenge on our hands tonight, but somebody we're very familiar with, and we're excited to get the opportunity to go play.
So how do you see this week's matchup, Coach, with the various special teams units?
Well, I think we got an advantage there. You know, Ryan and Julian continue to do a great job each week in the place-kicking game and in the punting game. And so we've got to do a good job in our coverage units to maximize change and field position opportunity. And we've got to do a good job in our return teams. Secure the catch, get good blocks, return the ball with some authority to try to win the field position battle. But, you know, I feel good about where Ryan is as a place kicker. When we need points, we feel good just about any time we cross and get inside the 40 that we can trot him out there. I feel good about where Julian's been as far as an average on punting. He's probably been our best punt average guy since probably about Jonathan King or Joe Doyle. So he's had a great year. We need that to continue tonight in special teams.
So Farragut and Dobyns-Bennett, the second year in a row that these programs have squared off in a first-round playoff matchup. What have been the primary themes, points of emphasis this week, Coach, from you and your staff in trying to get the Admirals prepared mentally, physically for what awaits in Kingsport?
Yeah, just to get the win. You know, our guys, I think, feel like we can go up there and play well enough to win the ball game. We know it's going to be a 4-quarter matchup. But, you know, that's kind of been our message this week. That, you know, we didn't just punch our ticket just to go to the dance and be the first ones home. So our guys have kind of bought into that. They're excited about the opportunity tonight. And you couldn't ask for anything more as a high school athlete to go on the road, go into a big-time high school football environment in the playoffs. You know, that's kind of what you work all season for.
Coach, I thank you, and I wish the Admirals the very best tonight.
Eric, thank you. We'll see you up there, and go Admirals.
That's Farragut head coach Jeff Courtney sharing his thoughts in advance of tonight's first-round playoff contest at Dobyns-Bennett. Just ahead, we'll have the coin toss and opening kickoff. It's a Farragut Football Friday night presented by Precision Garage Door Service on West 105, worldwide at WFIV.com, and on our Stadium Cast in and around J. Fred Johnson Stadium in Kingsport on FM 88.9.
Hello, this is Pam Neal, Chaplain Coordinator for the Knoxville Police Department, and you're listening to West 105. Good times, great music.
Whether you're cheering on the home team or building your dream home, David's Abbey Carpet and Floors has you covered. From engineered hardwood to luxury vinyl, elegant porcelain to natural stone, David's has the winning design for every room and the championship team ready to help you score the perfect floor. Locally owned and proud to serve our communities from locations in Farragut, Marable, and Pigeon Forge. Visit David's Abbey Carpet and Floors in-store or online today, where the Admirals shop for floors.
Looking for a fast quote? How about the right quote? We here at the Mike Dyer Agency can deliver both to help you with your insurance needs. Call us today at 865-966-2111 to learn more, or visit our website at MikeDyerInsuranceAgency.com. And remember, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates, Columbus, Ohio.
Leaky pipes.
Oh, no!
Toilets clogged.
Oh, crap!
Don't freak out. Just call us. Problem solved.
Okay.
No job too big. No job too small.
Oh, great.
Repairs, installs, relax. We do it all.
Valley Plumbing. Any plumbing issue, anytime. Call your Valley Plumbing professionals today at 865-351-0643 or visit valleyplumbingtn.com. That's valleyplumbingtn.com.
You never think about your garage door until there's a little...
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Or even the occasional...
Now that can be good.
That's why the pros at Precision Garage Door Service are available same day with fully stocked trucks to fix it fast. So we can turn into
oh my, wow.
Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
WFIV 105.3 FM, Loudon, Farragut, Lenore City.
You're listening to West 105.
Welcome back into our Farragut Football Friday night, presented by Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust. As the Admirals and Indians meeting down at midfield, Farragut in its road white with the Navy numerals outlined in gray, sporting the Navy pants tonight with the gray stripe outlined in white. Dobyns-Bennett all maroon on the pants and the jersey with the gray numerals outlined in white. Farragut represented by Max Garfield, Noah Haig, Fletcher Haddad, and Owen Petoskey. And Dobyns-Bennett represented by Zabian Goodwin, Zayden Hayes, also Tyler Grizzle, and Braylon Fugate. And so the officiating crew down discussing with the two teams or their captains tonight. And the crew is from Blount County. So we'll see how that plays out. We're saying on some of the game films, there's the coin toss. And
he's talking to the gentleman from Dobyns-Bennett.
Dobyns-Bennett won the
toss, and it looks like they're going to elect to defer to the second half.
Okay.
So the Admirals are going to start the game off on offense.
So we hope you will be with us all night long. We've got our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs opening kickoff coming up here momentarily. We'll have our Precision Door halftime show, and at night's end, as part of our post-game show, we'll be selecting our Blair House Antiques players of the game. Farragut and Dobyns-Bennett, 22nd all-time meeting, the 6th all-time playoff meeting, as tonight Dobyns-Bennett pulls into a tie with Maryville and Ottawa as Farragut's most frequent postseason opponent.
Yeah, Eric was playing a game of trivia with me on the way here,
and
I did okay.
Yeah, he got it. Got Ottawa.
I got Ottawa first. That one shocked me for some reason.
I thought you would have gotten Maryville first, but got Ottawa first. But that's going back a few years. We did some playoff games, quarterfinals and such down Chattanooga way. Tonight we're in Kingsport, J. Fred Johnson Stadium, our high perch here in the upper deck. Great night currently for football. We hope we can say that throughout, but there is rain in the forecast and even a little bit of a threat of electrical activity. But our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs coming up. As approaching is Cooper McLean, and we are full speed ahead as Farragut's Logan Wright will see this clear the goal line, and it'll be a touchback as Farragut starts from its 20-yard line. So whether you're listening in the greater Knoxville area on West 105, FM 105.3, or around the world, WFIV.com, here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium, we've got the Stadium Cast up and running for those who would like to listen into the game while watching and not have the disconcerting effect of a 30 or 40 second delay. And so that's on FM 88.9. And the video stream will be up later. Not allowed to stream it live, so it will be tape delayed. Handoff, and that's Noble through a hole on the left side. It closed quickly as the tackle's made by Noah Raines, but it looked like Farragut opened a gash on the left side, but it quickly closed with the linebacker Raines after Noble picks up 4.
Yeah, off left guard, as you said. Big hole early. Linebacker closed it quickly in Raines.
So Charlie getting the start tonight with Nathan Jacobs out for the season, and rips off 4 yards on the first play from scrimmage. And Farragut with the pistol formation, as they're so often in, and a pass near side to Garfield, and Garfield's going to get to the 32-yard line. That'll be a gain of 8 as the tackle is made by Jackson Sensabaugh, the near side corner. So a gain of 8 and our first Hearthside Bank first down. Hearthside Bank located in Farragut on the south side of Kingston Pike, just east of Concord Road.
Yeah, fake the read, just a quick hitch to your big receiver Garfield, easily with off coverage from Sensabaugh, gets the first.
Glover with the Garfield, with the catch. That would be his 33rd of the year. Only Ethan Farragut, who's not available, has more. Charlie Noble up the middle. He's going to be rolled down by the outside backer Tyree Thomas after a gain of 3 to the 35-yard line. Second down and 7.
Yeah, good patience there by Charlie. Had to have a lot of carries last year and going to have to lean on him tonight with Nathan out.
Heatherly changing sides of the formation.
Handoff, Noble picks his way right side, got tackled high up around the helmet. He's thrown down by Luke Brandon after he cleared the 35 to the 36, so that's going to be a gain of a couple perhaps.
Yeah, hard-hitting junior linebacker Tyler Brandon, 6'2", 220, met Charlie rudely. It's going to be a big 3rd and 5.5, it looks like.
So Farragut facing 3rd down for the first time tonight. Back to passes. Hobson has time. Lets it go deep. He's got Garfield wide open at the 32-yard line, and then he steps out of bounds. He had gotten by Sensabaugh, and Farragut goes to the 32-yard line from the 36. That's going to be 32 yards through the air, and could have been more if Garfield could have stayed in bounds.
Yeah, and we talked a little pregame about number 11 last year. Changed numbers, same situation. On a deep ball to Garfield. Wide open.
So Hobson getting the offense set.
And Farragut gets a 3rd down conversion, picks up its second Hearthside Bank first down from the 32-yard line. Hobson rolls right, throws, and has John Haskins, who's popped out of bounds across the way right at the sticks. I think that's going to be a first down indeed. 10 yards and a 3rd Hearthside Bank first down. Hearthside Bank located in Farragut on the south side of Kingston Pike, just east of Concord Road.
Yeah, the rollout to the right, 2-level route. Nice job by the senior making the catch, getting about 11 yards. Admirals look good early.
Farragut just outside the red zone, 22-yard line. Moving right to left in this first quarter. Pistol formation with Noble behind Hobson. Trips to the left, single receiver right, as they're going to hand it off to Noble, and he gets to the 20, no farther, a 2-yard gain. And so bottled up in the middle, and I think primarily there perhaps was Isaiah Bolden. Bolden from his linebacker position comes through, dumps Noble after a 2-yard gain. 12 yards for Charlie on 4 rushing attempts. Hobson's 3 of 3 here early on for 50 yards. And the Admirals on the cusp of the red zone at the 20-yard line. This year in red zone opportunities, Farragut's 20 of 22 with 16 touchdowns. So scoring 91% of the time.
Just got to get there.
Touchdowns 73% of the time. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Up the middle, Noble, 15, 10, down to the 9-yard line. Charlie Noble with a Hearthside Bank first down run, as that's going to gain 11 right behind Will Zooks at center.
Tell you what, Tyler, the offensive line picking up where they left off last week, getting some real push tonight.
Frankowitz and Bassett on the right side there, opening up a nice hole with center Will Zooks. And once again, sort of what we talked about in pregame, this running game and passing game complementing each other very nicely right now.
Yeah, very balanced.
Noble with a 10-yard run. They put the ball down at the 10, so it's 1st and goal from the 10. The near side line judge had marked it at the 9, but apparently the far side judge prevailed, and so it's the 10-yard line, and the ball on the far side hash. Handoff Noble, running right, looking for a cutback lane, nothing doing. He's met and dropped by Raines, Noah Raines. Second tackle for Raines on this opening drive for Farragut.
Yeah, a little doing there for Charlie off right guard. Probably a no-gain situation here as it gets tight.
Charlie coming into this ball game, 385 yards rushing, 4.5 his average, 4 touchdowns, and has 6 carries here early for 22 yards.
5 wide.
Farragut empty set for Hobson. Noble is the inside of 2 receivers on the right, and they set up a screen left side to Anderson. Glover makes the catch, got to the 5, bounces off a man, gets down to the 3, and so the Admirals seeing Glover pinball off a couple of defenders. They set up the screen on the left side, and Glover sets them up 3rd and goal from about the 3-yard line, maybe the 2, call it the 2. An 8-yard gain.
Yeah, give the Admirals credit. Consistency has been an issue all year, but really good drive. Start out, fake the screen to the right, throw it back to the left, and we're bringing in the jumbo package.
Farragut 42% on 3rd down coming in. They go with 2 men shifting to the right, Owen Petoskey and Aaron Heatherly. Handoff, that's going to be right, looking for the end zone, and Hobson says touchdown. The line judge doesn't make any such indication. And so it's going to be down to the 1, a 1-yard gain for Logan Wright, who had checked into the offensive backfield. That was the Rhino look.
Yep. Really thought they jumped there as the call was really late. It's going to be 4th and goal from the half-yard line. Jumbo package still in.
Farragut 50% on the year. Last week against Cleveland, they were 3 for 3. Heavy to the right, Hobson pushes and into the end zone. Corbin Hobson scores from 1 yard out as Farragut converts on 4th down. And the Admirals on the board here early as Corbin Hobson scores his 4th touchdown of the year on the ground.
Yeah, had a quarterback sneak last week. Good push from the big guys. I talk about it all the time. We don't hang out in the offseason as much as we should, and we would like to push that offseason another week further. Really good drive by the Admirals. Maybe their best drive of the year, to be honest. Great balance.
An 80-yard drive. They got 58 through the air. 24 on the ground.
Mr. Consistency, Ron McHugh setting up for this extra point attempt.
McHugh out of Noah Haig's hold. Luca Conforti the snap, and they're offsides as Sensabaugh came off the corner. So Sensabaugh has been good. He has blocked a field goal against Jefferson County and blocked a PAT against Science Hill. But last week, that blocked PAT against Science Hill, it looked like to me he was 2 yards offsides, and they didn't call it. Here, again, same thing, right? But it was called.
That penalty is declined. Replay the down.
Don't want the extra yardage?
I'm okay with that. Like,
no, I get why they do it.
Yeah, it changes the trajectory, and it just
no reason to change that.
Now, if you're struggling to kick extra points, yes, you take that extra yardage. But right this second,
which a lot of high school kickers are, but this is not one of them.
No, it is not. Ryan sets up for the extra point again. Out of the hold of Noah Haig, long snap of Luca Conforti.
Down, kick is up, kick is good,
off the wall.
Farragut leads 7-0 with 6:30 to go in our opening quarter. The Admirals eat up 5.5 minutes, march 80 yards, and score on a 4th down 1-yard plunge by quarterback Corbin Hobson as the Admirals will be kicking it away. Our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff coming in 1 minute as you listen to Farragut Football presented by Precision Garage Door Service here on West 105.
Shop Farragut loves Farragut sports. From football to basketball to baseball and softball, we love supporting our hometown teams. We also love it when you shop Farragut and support our hometown businesses. You'll find everything you want when you shop Farragut. So support our local businesses and shop Farragut every day.
We got big pops and mom and pops, so many groovy restaurants. Shop Farragut.
Fantastic customer service, a knowledgeable team, expert craftsmen, and so many 5-star reviews. Hi, I'm Rick Terry with Rick Terry Jewelry Designs. My family and I have been serving West Knoxville and Farragut for well over 30 years. If you've never checked us out, please do. Better yet, come see us for yourself. On the corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road, look for the topiary of the Big Diamond Ring. Rick Terry Jewelry Designs, we want to be your jeweler. A proud sponsor of Farragut football.
Ryan McHugh's Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff, sailing downfield towards the front left corner of the end zone and clears the goal line for a touchback. So now Ryan on the year, 24 of 40 of his kickoffs have resulted in touchbacks. That's 60%. And Dobyns-Bennett, like Farragut before, starts from its 20-yard line. The Admirals just marched 80 yards for game opening touchdown drive. Corbin Hobson on 4th and goal from the 1, scoring on the keeper. And the Admirals now send the defense out there trying to match up against junior signal caller Levi Chappell. Chappell is going to hand it off and come in near side. Big opening down the right sideline is going to be Luke Lundy, and Lundy carries for 1st down yardage. Nobody on the corner, and Lundy turns the corner and is actually going to be bumped out of bounds at the 30. I thought he got more than that, but a 10-yard gain for Lundy on the first play from scrimmage for the Indians.
Yeah, off right side, lost contain. Good blocking with the pulling guard. Gets exactly 10.
So Farragut had 4 Hearthside Bank 1st downs on its opening drive. Dobyns-Bennett immediately picks one up. From the 30-yard line, man in motion will be Jalen Thomas. They'll give it back to Lundy coming right side, and Farragut from behind has Doubleday in on the tackle, as well as a surprise starter for Farragut, Thatcher Cherry. Thatcher Cherry in on the tackle.
Yeah, pulled a guard and tackle again. Really slow developing, and Haig actually had an opportunity make the tackle there from behind as it was so slow, but he did get him down.
2nd down and 7 for the Indians. Running back is Lundy off to the left of Chappell, fires left side in the slot, making the catch is Thomas. Thomas has first down yardage at the 40 and lunges forward to the 44. So they'll move from the 33 for a Hearthside Bank first down to the 44, 11 yards through the air to Thomas, Jalen Thomas on the reception.
Yeah, quick play action and just find the hitch route with the slot receiver, and he did something with it up to the 44.
Back-to-back Hearthside Bank first downs. Hearthside Bank located in Farragut on the south side of Kingston Pike, just east of Concord Road, as there will be an H-back and a tight end in the ball game, both to the left side. Now man in motion, left to right is Thomas. They give it up the middle. Farragut can't make the tackle initially, but Noah Haig is there to clear it up. Owen Petoskey slowed the play down. Haig then makes the tackle on the running back at the 46-yard line, a gain of 2 on first down. I believe that was still Lundy.
Lundy checked out. It's now Starnes, I believe.
Gotcha.
I feel like we're watching Steve Spurrier quarterbacks from the 90s. It seems like people are running in and out every other play.
Yeah, you got Cherry and Haddad in there.
Goes in motion is Tyree Thomas across the formation at H-back.
Tight end this time's to the right, H-back to the left, back to pass Chappell, throws short to Thomas, and he will be knocked out of bounds at the 46. So that's going to be from the 46 to the 46, an 8-yard gain, and I believe a Hearthside Bank first down.
Yeah, found the out route for the tight end, got enough for the first.
3 Hearthside Bank first downs for Dobyns-Bennett. And the ball in Farragut territory now. First down and 10 at the 46. DB moving left to right in this opening quarter here in Kingsport. Ball is on the far side hash. Chappell will have, I believe it's Emmett Starnes standing off to his right. Man in motion, right to left. 3 receivers now on the right. They throw that way to Thomas on the screen. Broke away from Haig, moves to the 40, down to the 37 before, I believe, Petoskey makes the tackle for Farragut. But that's going to be from the 46 down to the 37, I believe, and set up second down and short.
Yeah, long receiver screen to the right side. Brooker and Parrish look to be fine on the sideline, but 2 starting middle linebackers out at the moment.
Second down and 1, the way DB's moving the ball, this could be a down to play with. Would they perhaps take a shot from the 37-yard line? They've got Sensabaugh in the ball game as a receiver to the left side. To the near side, you've got Zayden Hayes. They're going to hand it off to the new running back. That'll be Kendrick Harris, and Harris running left's got the 35. Farragut comes up on the corner. Anderson Glover makes the tackle. And we've got a flag on the field as the run going left towards the Farragut bench netted the first down from the 37 to the 32, a 5-yard gain on the first carry of the game for Kendrick Harris. But a flag.
Back judge threw a 20-yard
holding.
Hail, but it's going to be a holding on the Tribe.
And so they're going to say the hold took place at the 34. So give Harris apparently 2 yards. They'll move this back to the 44, and that'll be the first penalty of the ballgame against Dobyns-Bennett. I didn't have the opportunity to see the hold, but again, on film,
it was there.
They're gonna make you call it.
Linemen do not hold. We block with enthusiasm.
From the 44-yard line, ball on the far side hash, second down and 8 for Dobyns-Bennett. They'll have 3 receivers, 2 stacked behind each other on the right-hand side. Tight end is to the right as well as they run Harris, and Farragut is right there to meet him with Cherry, as Farragut with Thatcher Cherry on the tackle of Kendrick Harris. I'm not sure there was any gain. There was no gain on the play.
Yeah, nice job. Backup middle linebacker Thatcher Cherry shoots the gap, makes a nice tackle. 3rd and 8. Big play here, Tyler.
Oh, this is huge. Thatcher Cherry doing a great job there as a sophomore, coming up and filling on I want to sort of call it like an outside zone stretch play, and great job finding the gap, running the daylight, and wrapping up and making the tackle.
42% is Farragut's opposition on the year, third down. This is the first third down Dobyns-Bennett has faced. They picked up 3 Harside Bank first downs without going to third down. Tight end to the left. Now they'll move the H-back, Tyree Thomas, to the right. 2 receivers to the right as well. Rolling that way is Chappell. Farragut coming with a Haddad, and it's going to be Chappell pulling it down and running for the first. No, didn't get the first down.
No.
Fourth down.
Going to be 1 yard short.
Dead, not even close to a measurement. Fourth and looks like almost 2. Going to go for this, though.
In checks the ball game. Defensive end Corday Moore.
Yeah, it's a 55-yarder. They're definitely not going to kick this, so go for this. See if the Admirals can get a stop.
A 6-yard run by Chappell, who is oftentimes the ball carrier when they really need some yards. They'll go to the quarterback. So they fail to pick up third down. Here's fourth down for Dobyns-Bennett. Farragut's opposition on the year is 61%. They're just going to run Chappell right. Owen Petoskey wraps him up and throws him down. Owen Petoskey comes through clean on the left side. So quickly they couldn't even hold him, and Petoskey throws the quarterback Chappell for a loss.
Yeah, tried to run the quarterback run off the right side. I actually think they were trying to hold him, Eric. They just couldn't get to him. And the big fella, your best defensive lineman, comes up, makes a huge play on 4th and 2.
Maybe not even your best defensive lineman, maybe your best defensive player yet.
Yeah.
I mean, he changes the game so well, does Owen Petoskey. Everything you get on the year, 67 hits, third on the team. Make that now 20.5 tackles for
And
loss.
last week he was absolutely fantastic.
Over on downs, Farragut takes over at its 45-yard line as the Admirals will hand off to Charlie Noble, and Noble looking for some running room between the guards, finds very little, nudges it forward for perhaps 1 yard. Admirals with a big defensive stand here early, an impressive opening drive by Farragut. Dobyns-Bennett looked like it was poised to answer. They moved without facing third down for 3 consecutive first downs, but then bogged down, and Owen Petoskey makes the fourth down stop, so now the Admirals 2nd down and 9 from the 46-yard line. As back to pass is Hobson. Hobson steps up in the pocket. He's going to throw near side. He's got Garfield over here, but threw it into the Dobyns-Bennett bench, incomplete.
Yeah, gain of 1 on first down from Charlie, and then tried to get something going on the pass. Pretty good blocking, but good coverage downfield. He finally throws it away in the pocket, 3rd and 9.
I don't think he meant to throw it away. It looked like he got hit as he was releasing the ball, and it came out a little bit off kilter as Carter Collier checks into the ball game for the Admirals.
A couple of linebackers, well, a defensive end and a linebacker check out for Dobyns-Bennett, so they got some new personnel in the ball game, and the Admirals, who are 1 of 2 on third down. We're gonna have
the ball's set at the wrong 49.
Yep. 40. It's on the wrong side of the 45.
Yeah, it's at the 44.
It's on the 44. It should be at the 46.
Yeah,
so
the line judge said, hey, we're 2 yards off. At least he said something, you know.
Well, I'm sure Coach Courtney was in his ear across the way. And so here is 3rd down and 9 from the 46-yard line as Farragut will have 3 receivers left. Empty set. Carter Collier swoops through the backfield left to right. Hobson throws over the middle. High, had Heatherly open at the first down sticks. And, guys, that's one where you just put it on him. Just throw it. He tried to rip it and ripped it high.
Yeah, sometimes a little too much mustard on it. That was fake the screen, running back flare, and then you had Heatherly over the middle, which you see a lot from a good tight end, and just a little too much mustard and high. Your good punter is going to come on, hopefully to put him deep.
We'll turn down the crowd mic just a little bit because the wind is now whipping here in Kingsport.
Melendi from the 46-yard line. Julian averaging 41.9 on his net and punts it nicely. A missile that is going to be down inside the 2. It's picked up by the Indians at the 7-8 yard line, and so that's as far as he gets, is about a 6-yard return, and the return was Zabian Goodwin, and so a beautiful punt by Melendi. Goodwin didn't feel like it was going to go in the end zone, so he was better off picking it up than allowing the Admirals to down it inside the perhaps 3-yard line, and he moves back for about a 6-yard return.
Yeah, and you're going to have your Backup linebacker's still in the football game, and I'll tell you what, as good as Melendi's been kicking, his directional kicking is fantastic. Kicks away from guys really well as he does it again, and the returner for the Indians picks it up on the 1-yard line.
So I got that as 52 yards and 46 net as Dobyns-Bennett starts from its 8-yard line. Thomas goes in motion, the wide receiver does, across the formation left to right, and they'll hand it off. I believe that was Kendrick Harris, and it's going to be to the 10-yard line.
Yeah, another slow developing running play for the Indians as they get, it looks like, off left guard 2 or so.
I think that it was instead back in the ballgame 43 Lundy, and so Lundy gets 2. He's got 15 on 3 carries, and it's 2nd down and 8 from the 10-yard line of Dobyns-Bennett for the homestanding Indians.
You've got Doubleday, Plumlee, Patowski with Dinkle in on the front 4 for the Admirals. Qureshi Smith and Anderson Glover at corners.
Harrison Smith and Apolategi the safeties, and again the linebackers being Cherry and Haddad. They'll hand it off up the middle, and it's going to be a first down run, I believe, for Lundy, as they found a crease in the middle. Lundy bounced off an Admiral and moves to the 18-yard line, which should be sufficient for a Hearthside Bank first down.
Yeah, off left guard there, 40 seconds left in the first quarter there, about on the 18-yard line.
We'll have to snap this ball one more time to end the quarter, will the Indians. They send 3 receivers to the far side of the field, tight end to the right side.
That's their 4th Hearthside Bank first down. Ball's in the middle of the field at the 18-yard line, as it's going to be Chappell running all the way as he comes left to the 30, to the 32. So Chappell, again, is really the most dangerous runner they have, and he rips off some 13 yards on the right side. Design quarterback run the whole way. Paris is going to check into the ball game now for Farragut at linebacker.
That was a takedown by the right tackle. And,
on Doubleday.
That was an absolute hold, but they did not call it.
5th Hearthside Bank first down, and that is going to do it for our first quarter. So Farragut leading 7-0, and so far, we've just had the 1 holding call through 1 quarter, but it's the Admirals leading 7-0 here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium in this first-round playoff matchup with the homestanding Indians of Dobyns-Bennett. Let's get a 1-minute break. We'll return with second quarter action on the other side as you listen to Farragut Football presented by Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
Where do you go for shrimp straight from the Gulf, wild salmon, and the best clam chowder in the South? The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market. The Shrimp Dock has fish delivered from the Atlantic, Pacific, and Gulf multiple times per week. Whether it's fish on the grill for 2 or a shrimp boil tailgate party for family and friends, the Shrimp Dock is your home for fresh seafood and shellfish. 3 locations to serve you: Farragut, Bearden, and Alcoa. All locations open at 10 a.m. Monday through Saturday and at 11 a.m. on Sundays. Like us on Facebook for the fish of the week and other weekly specials. The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market.
Hey, it's Matthew Bryan. Trust my local insurance team and me at Bryan Insurance Group for all your insurance needs. Personal or business insurance, our team will find the most affordable rates and coverage you need. Call us at 865-983-8114 or find us online at bryaninsurance.com.
Well, on the first play of the second quarter, they throw again to Jalen Thomas on a screen. He's caught 3 balls. All of them have been screens, and he moves for a Hearthside Bank first down, a 12-yard gain out to the 45-yard line. As running right this time, and Farragut is on the corner to meet him, and we've got flags as that was Emmett Starnes on the carry, and we hope that's not a face mask.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. You got Brooker and Parrish, I think, back in the football game. Another slow developing play, and the Admirals played it well. I'm hoping it's a hold and not a face mask, but the refs are discussing.
It's in that area where it could be either or for this play.
Well, we do have 2 flags.
Yeah, you got offsetting. It looks like you had an offensive lineman indicate holding and a face mask. So it's funny. Coach Jeff Courtney was telling me last week where there was offsetting, and we'll just do it over. He was telling me that last week on the block punt, Harrison Smith blocked the punt, and you'll recall it went right back to the punter, and
he ran to the far sideline, and where they spotted it made absolutely no sense. It was like he surely gained more yards than that.
Yeah, you were upset about it.
And, well, it actually worked to Farragut's advantage, but it was just strange. It was a head-scratcher. And Coach said that the officials came over and told him, Coach, we got 2 fouls. We've got holding on Cleveland, and we've got a dead ball personal foul on you guys. And so net is you gained 5 yards.
Deal.
And Coach said I wasn't going to correct him.
I mean, okay.
But this time it's just a do-over.
TWSWA.org.
Let's get that in early.
It's just a do-over. 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. Back to pass is Chappell now running out of room. Petoskey in pursuit. Chappell coming to the near sideline. Farragut trying to head him off at the pass, and he will scamper out of bounds. Ran a long ways to gain 3 yards, but he did turn what could have been a huge loss into a 3-yard gain.
Yeah, you had Patowski coming after him. Looked like he ran, like I said, 30 or 40 yards, run to the right, runs to the left. I thought he was going to lose yardage, but able to make it a positive play of 3.
And what stinks about that, guys, is as much as he ran, Petoskey ran just as much, and it's a little bit more of a
difficult.
A little more draining for the big guy.
You could tell Petoskey to go run a 10K right now, and he's going to take off sprinting. He's just that kind of guy.
From the 48-yard line, it's 2nd down and 7. They'll stack 2 receivers on the left. Now the tight end or H-back Tyree Thomas sets up on the right. They'll throw quickly to Thomas, the receiver, Jalen Thomas, left side, and Farragut. Mason Apolategi can't quite make the tackle. They slow him down, but they're going to move from the 48-yard line, 48 of Dobyns-Bennett to the 39 of Farragut, so that's going to be 13 yards again on the completion to Thomas.
Yeah, quick screen again. They've been trying to get the quick screen game working. It's been effective for the Tribe.
It's their 7th Hearthside Bank first down. In Farragut territory at the 39-yard line, Thomas has caught 4 screens for 45 yards. Tyree Thomas, the H-back, has the other reception. So Jalen Thomas sets up as the slot receiver on the right, now comes across the formation right to left, back to pass Chappell, rolling right to throw back left, hits Thomas at the 45. He moves to the 40, and Farragut sandwiches him at the 39. Luke Dinkle in on the tackle, along with Farragut's, it's going to be Farragut's Jackson Plumley.
Yeah, a little throwback screen there. Dinkle played it well. Nice tackle. Looks like he didn't gain a yard on the throwback screen.
Thomas came up last time sort of giving him the weight room sign, and I think Dinkle sort of shrugged his shoulders back at him like he's not that impressed by weight room stats.
Or he's been in there as well.
He's been in there as well. I was reading the Farragut Press football preview on the way up here, and Coach Courtney saying they were averaging about 30 pounds heavier bench press this year compared to last year. So shout out to the work in the weight room.
Handoff up the middle, and Farragut trying to rip the ball out with Colt Brooker as the ball carrier's Luke Lundy right between the tackles. He got as far as the 35-yard line before being pushed back, so that'll be a gain of 4, bring up 3rd down and 6.
Yeah, Brooker trying to make a play there and trying to pull the ball out, but it's going to be 3rd and 6. Nice tackle running game, standard running game for the Indians has not been there early.
0 for 1 on 3rd down, 9:40 to go in our 2nd quarter here in Kingsport. Farragut leading 7-0. Dobyns-Bennett. 3rd down from the 35-yard line. 3 down linemen for the
I muted the wrong one, sorry.
As Chappell in the gun, running to the left.
Oh, my.
And he's got it at the 30 to the 20, down to the 15-yard line. There was a serious hold that was not called. Harrison Smith on the tackle of the quarterback at the 14-yard line. And so that's going to be 21 yards off the left side. And again, when they need a play, man, it's going to be Levi Chappell with his legs.
Yeah, and they try to get to the outside. And you also warned me about the hold, Eric. It almost looks like a technique thing at this point for the way they do it. But Patowski was held badly, but they've only not thrown it often tonight.
And with them running this outside zone concept, that's the hardest block in football, the reach block, to try to get your head to the outside shoulder and seal him off. And Owen is just making it almost impossible, and just got to keep fighting to that edge and reset that edge.
Ball on the near side hash 14-yard line as they are in the red zone. Lundy flares out right side, and it's going to be a pass right side complete, and that's going to be Making the catch, Zayden Hayes, as they move from the 14-yard line. Hayes sits down on the right side, slot receiver, moves from the 14 to the 8, it would appear. 6-yard gain, 2nd down and 4.
Well, to your point, if you're going to run a lot of zone, stretches, counters, and then also hold, it is even more difficult to handle when you get outside.
Oh, yes. And, I mean, at that point, as an offensive lineman, you're just sort of like, I'm the key guy, especially at that tackle position.
Yeah.
Dobyns-Bennett trying to tie it up. They face 2nd down and 4 from the 8-yard line. Thomas across the formation, but Chappell's running all the way. He's to the 5, looking for the end zone and finds it. Nice little cut by Chappell, and he is in from 8 yards out with the rushing touchdown. Had a rushing touchdown last week against Science Hill and then followed it up with a 2-point conversion run as well. And he gets DB on the board here tonight with the 8-yard touchdown off the left side.
Yeah, faked the read and followed the big fellas off left guard. Good blocking and didn't tackle well at the second level, and he gets in.
So a conversion in the red zone, 6 for Dobyns-Bennett. And on to attempt the extra point will be Cooper McLean out of the hold of Tate Wernke. And it is good. The long snapper on place kicks, Baker Carell. All good, and Dobyns-Bennett has tied this ball game up with 8:02 to go in our second quarter. 7-7 our score. Back with the Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff in 1 minute as you listen to Farragut Football, presented by Precision Garage Door Service on West 105.
Hi, this is John Blair from Blair House. This time of year is filled with birthdays and anniversaries that call for gifting that is both personal and unique. At Blair House, we offer a wide variety of jewelry, chandeliers, and other unique and hard-to-find gifts for when the gift must be perfect. Blair House, your time-tested connection to the treasures of the past. Blair House, 210 North Forest Park Boulevard in Bearden.
Follow them on Facebook and Instagram. Blair House Antiques, Knoxville.
Leaky pipes.
Oh no!
Toilets clogged.
Oh crap!
Don't freak out, just call us. Problem solved.
Okay.
No job too big, no job too small.
Oh great.
Repairs, installs, relax, we do it all.
Valley Plumbing. Any plumbing issue, anytime. Call your Valley Plumbing professionals today at 865-351-0643 or visit valleyplumbingtn.com. That's valleyplumbingtn.com.
Kickoff sails downfield, but not into the end zone this time. First opportunity for a return on a Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff. It's Carter Collier working the middle of the field, and he gets it back to the Farragut 25-yard line where the Admirals go to work on this, their third possession of the night. Dobyns-Bennett won the coin toss, deferred to the second half. The Admirals promptly marched 80 yards, took a 7-0 lead on a 4th down, 1-yard touchdown run by Corbin Hobson. DB went over on downs on its first possession. The Admirals, starting from their 45, went 3 and out. So here's the third possession. Hobson rolling to his right, trying to extend the play, throws downfield, and it's knocked out of bounds into the DB bench by the safety, Zabian Goodwin. Got some good safety play. The Indians.
Well, they tried the two-man route rollout and a lot tighter coverage for the Indians, and it wasn't there, and we tried to make a kind of scramble throw and almost bit us.
Hobson hit his first 4 passes for 58 yards. He's missed his last 3. 2nd down and 10 from the 20 as the Admirals rolled the pocket to the right that time, but unable to find the receiver on that half of the field. So 2 receivers right, 1 left. And Hobson looking for the slant, throws maybe a little bit late, and the receiver takes a shot to the head. That's going to be targeting Max Garfield.
Well, hold on. It was a slant. It should be an incomplete pass, I feel like.
I think they ended up calling incomplete.
Okay, and then there also was a personal foul.
Shot to the head on Garfield, who pops up and waves away the Farragut bench, says, "I'm okay." Meanwhile, Dobyns-Bennett was celebrating that shot to the head. And so there you go.
So did they call it complete?
Yeah,
in a fumble? I'm assuming Farragut recovered the fumble.
Yeah, we must have.
Because I saw beanbags come out, which indicates a fumble.
Right. So we recovered it, and then it's a personal foul. I didn't think he ever had possession, but wasn't there quick enough. He got absolutely leveled.
We'll take it, right? I mean, it'll be 11 additional yards.
46-yard line would be great. Regardless, we're moving forward with at least a personal foul.
It'll be interesting to see as this conference takes place if they decide this perhaps was not a completion.
I don't think it was, but
White Hat turns on his mic.
Come on.
After the catch. Coach Christian saying it should be incomplete. He's got a case. He can make that case for sure. And
but
so,
unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to. I mean, he can argue it all he wants right now. It's going to fall on deaf ears once the ball is spotted. Correct? There's no replay. There's no debating it. Unfortunately, with these guys from the TSSAA.
He's just getting his feelings out.
So a first down on the reception, then a first down on the 15-yard step-off for targeting, and Farragut has the ball at the 49-yard line of Dobyns-Bennett. Ball in the middle of the field, handoff to Noble, and he is wrapped up, nowhere to go, just swallowed up by the middle of the line, and I think it was the defensive end, Luke Brandon, who was there first and might have lost a yard.
Yeah,
Second down 11.
Yeah, I think he lost half a yard there.
Second down 11 from the midfield stripe. Ball continues to be in the middle of the field, both on the 50-yard line as well as side to side. And so the clock rolling as we approach 7 minutes to go in our first half. 7-7 our score. The Admirals with 2 receivers to each side, pistol formation, as Hobson looks left, throws, and that's going to be nearly picked off as Sensabaugh read Farragut trying to throw to the left sideline close to the sticks, looking for Garfield.
If Garfield caught that, there was some green grass in front of him.
Yeah, it was a very risky play as they tried to get the quick hitch out to him. They're playing coverage, but if he doesn't get his paw on it, Garfield's maybe gone.
Well, one thing I do like is they threw to 24 side. So Garfield is matched up on 24. Throw the ball downfield to Max Garfield. Third down for the Admirals. 1 of 3 on third down. Pistol formation, they're bringing in a couple of extra men. Farragut throws on the side, and Anderson Glover can't quite make the catch off the right side. Had a chance, had his hands on it, but it was thrown a little low out in front of him, so it wasn't going to be an easy catch. But the Admirals unable to make the third down reception, and so they bring on the punting unit.
Yeah, backside skinny post, just a little bit out in front of Glover, gets his hands on it. Would have been a great catch. See if we can again get them punted inside the 10 here.
Although last time they ended up driving 92 yards.
Yep.
Melendi with a 52-yard punt, a net of 46 his first time. And so Melendi snapped. It comes back from Conforti, got the punt away. It's a spiral. It's going to be a bouncing and taken at the 12, and Farragut snows him under. Luca Conforti is down on coverage for the Admirals, as well as Cole McDonald. And so I will say maybe a 1-yard return. They're going to say, what, about the 13-yard line perhaps. So that's going to be 47 yards on the punt.
Yeah, low snap.
37.
Melendi had to catch it, scoop it up, and get it off. He did what he could, and it did bounce, and we did cover it well. So all in all, we'll take it at the 12.5. And Eric, what are we, 0-12 or 0-13 in this building? 0-14?
I don't know. I don't know what the actual record is. I just know where Farragut's wins in the series have occurred over the years, and they've been.
But it's been 25 times, so we're going to call it 0-12, 0-13. But as a 4 seed, I feel we're in this football game, and we can win this football game.
Dobyns-Bennett from the 13-yard line. A play fake. No, they actually handed it off.
Dinkle.
And Dinkle makes the tackle for the Admirals, as the running back was, again, Luke Lundy. So Lundy maybe gains 1 to the 14-yard line.
I think the way they play their running game, Tyler, really fits into our defense pretty well. A lot of guards pulling, a lot of linebackers can flow to the football.
And they can, and what's sort of shocking about it is with the athletic ability of some of these guys we're seeing from the Indians, it's like it's taken so long for them to get the ball upfield and going that Patowski, Dinkle, Doubleday, they're making penetration and resetting that line of scrimmage a yard back.
It's good to see.
Big sophomore receiver Admire Fikes is in the lineup. He's the receiver to the far side of the field. Now they bring Thomas across the formation right to left. He's been the favored target. But Chappell's rolling to Dykes' side, throws. Dykes makes the catch and is popped out of bounds into the Farragut bench at the 28-yard line. Harrison Smith on the tackle, as they will move for 14 yards and a Hearthside Bank first down.
I'll throw some names out for DB fans, like looking like a mixture of Lamont Williams and Philip Trippeteau, some big-time DB players from the early 2000s.
Yeah, good-looking sophomore. They list him 6'4", 180. Fikes makes the catch, good for 14 yards and a Hearthside Bank first down. So from the 28-yard line, pistol formation for Dobyns-Bennett. Chappell hands it off. Running back picking his way through the middle, clears the 30, got to the 31-yard line. That'll be a 3-yard gain before Farragut stacks him up, throws him back. 2nd down and 7. Owen Petoskey in the middle of it all, as well as Mason Apolategi. And the running back was once more Luke Lundy. So Lundy gains 3, giving him 31 yards on 7 attempts. 2nd down 7 from the 31-yard line. Dobyns-Bennett right to left in this second quarter. 5:15 to go until halftime. Ball between the hash marks as they're going to have bunch formation on the left with an H-back, a tight end, a receiver. They're just running power quarterback sweep, and it's going to be Chappell to the 35, the 40, into the 43. I assume you saw a pretty good hold there, Brett.
Goodness, Harrison Smith was devastated. They run this quarterback sweep stuff. That is an absolute hold 100 out of 100 times, and Harrison Smith very upset, but they're not going to call it.
Chappell gains 19 yards. When you've got an opportunity on film to just look at it, it's like it's pretty egregious. Following the ball as the play-by-play announcer, you don't necessarily always see it as much as you do when watching past games. But they pick up their 10th Hearthside Bank first down and have quickly moved the ball to the midfield stripe. Setting up strong side left, back to pass. Chappell throws short to the big guy.
Thomas.
That would be Tyree Thomas, not to be confused with Jalen Thomas. They have been pretty much the only targets except for a moment ago Admire Fikes. And second catch of the ball game for Tyree Thomas. It's good for 2 yards. And it should be 2nd down and 8. The sticks across the way say 3rd.
Yeah. It's almost like they're feeling high school officiating, maybe not the best, boys. Let's get really physical with every block we can. And they're lining up on it.
That you've got Fikes and Bellamy, Thomas and Bellamy, the tight ends to the left.
Okay.
Thomas going to probably go across formation. No.
Throw it to Jalen Thomas, right side. And he got a block from Fikes, and Thomas working to the outside, pushed into the Farragut bench, close to the first down sticks. That's going to be to the 39, so indeed that will be a 9-yard gain. And Farragut just hasn't had an answer for the screen game to the slot receiver, Jalen Thomas.
Yeah, felt like we were really out-leveraged there.
Yeah.
Just pitch and catch and just blocking the corner. Easy job for the Indians.
At the 39-yard line, Thomas checks out of the ball game. So with Thomas out, of course, it's 1st and 10. You might very well have Emmett Starnes running the football here, but typically you figure, well, maybe Chappell would run. But first down, probably save your quarterback for bigger downs than 1st and 10 as they have it from the 39-yard line. Play fake. Farragut's Connor Paris coming on a blitz, and it's going to be Noah Haig riding down the quarterback at the 41-yard line, so that's going to be a 2-yard loss. Paris upset that he didn't get there on the blitz, but he flushed him right into Noah Haig for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, and his buddy gets the sack with a loss of 2. Really, this offensive game plan for the Indians, the short screen game and the quarterback run, that's really where they do their heavy lifting, and we've got to be on it.
I will say that the offensive line and the defensive linemen right on the field right now are not going to be exchanging Christmas cards. Probably not even going to be exchanging Snapchat names here in a few minutes, but they are getting after each other. And right now it's getting a little I'm wondering if the referees are going to step in at some point and have another one of those meetings we had last week.
Yeah, it was really effective last week. I think we should have another one of those.
2nd and 12 from the 41-yard line, handoff. And that's going to be Starnes coming left side, and he goes down at the 33-yard line. So Starnes gains about 8 off the left side from the 41 to the 34, call it.
Yeah, your leading tackler from last year, Harrison Smith, with 67 tackles last year, makes a nice tackle, or it looked like he was going to go for more. But 3rd and 4, and probably 4-down territory.
And so they get into the ball game. Noah Raines for Jalen Thomas. So with Thomas going to the sideline, you got to feel like you got to expect quarterback run here.
Yeah, we've seen it enough in big downs.
Tight end right, H-back left. Play fake, quarterback keeps it, running right. He's got the 30, And he got outside to the 25, to the 20, and scampers out of bounds down at the 16-yard line. So that'll be an 18-yard gain, a third down conversion.
Is that on Harrison?
Smith. Yep.
So a little personal foul after the extracurriculars there, Tyler?
He was giving him some noggin.
Some noggin, a little pumpkin pie Thanksgiving recipe, maybe?
Maybe. It's one of those things that, you've got to realize now's not the time.
We're frustrated for sure. I mean, this has been some egregious holds.
Raines now out of the ball game, is returning to the lineup for Dobyns-Bennett. Jalen Thomas.
2:16 left in the second quarter. You got 3 timeouts. You might think about using them at some point, as it's going to be first and goal. Indians should be
the 8-yard line.
Should be the 8. I don't know why they're going to the 6. They're trying to figure it out.
Ball's on the far side hash. Dobyns-Bennett back in the red zone where they scored last possession, capped off a 92-yard drive with an 8-yard run by the quarterback Levi Chappell. Now it's first and goal from the 8. They stack receivers on the left. They hand it. Nope, it's going to be Chappell keeping it. Farragut wraps him up and throws him down. Doubleday held him up, and Colt Brooker comes in and finishes him off. And so from the 8, it's a loss back to the 10.
Yeah, big opportunity here, Tyler. 7-7. They get the ball after half. You're trying to get another offensive chance as well with all 3 timeouts left. Can you get a big stop? Here's the key.
Clock rolling, 1:50 to go. 1:50 to go. 7-7 our score. Dobyns-Bennett knocking on the door. Second down and goal to go from the 10. Jalen Thomas will be the receiver to the right. The H-back for the time being is Tyree Thomas. He will now be on the left-hand side with the tight end to the right. Hand off to Barnes, coming near side and pushed out of bounds at the 2. And so that's going to be third and goal after an 8-yard gain off the left side, and Starnes just kind of ran out of real estate.
Yeah, I thought we were going to have an opportunity to make a play. Surprised he was able to get 8 and keep his feet in bounds, but he does. Third and goal from the 2. Admirals still have all 3 timeouts left. I would use it here if they don't get in.
Farragut running some extra bodies in, some big bodies. Luca Hofer checks into the ball game. And probably also for Farragut up front, you got Cameron Beaver. Get the cornerbacks out of the ball game. It's third down. Jumbo package for Dobyns-Bennett. Chappell takes the handoff, looking for a hole on the left side. Connor Paris pushes him back, but not until he crosses the goal line. And so from 2 yards out, it's the quarterback keeping once again and scoring off the left side. His second touchdown in his many possessions here of late for Dobyns-Bennett. And the Indians lead for the first time tonight.
Yeah, ran the quarterback read there, and he likes to keep it, obviously, most of the time, the junior quarterback, and does just enough to get off left tackle.
So 2 of 2 in the red zone now, and Dobyns-Bennett 3 of 4 on third downs. They've got 12 Hearthside Bank first downs. Extra point is going to be up and good by Cooper McLean. Tate Wernke on the hold, Baker Correll the snap. All good, and Dobyns-Bennett leads it 14-7 with 1:16 to go until halftime. Back with our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff in 1 minute as you listen to Farragut Football, presented by Precision Garage Door Service.
Banking should feel personal, and at Hearthside Bank, we make sure it does. With services designed for you, from everyday banking to complex loans, we're here when you need us. Visit our Farragut branch today and discover the difference of banking with a local team that is always within reach. Hearthside Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Boys, this is going to be a tough team to beat tonight. We have to stop their running game. You got to block them and stop them. Kind of like my Michelin Cross Climate 2 tires. I can stop in the rain, stop in the heat, stop in all kinds of weather. Just stop by Fisher Tire, and they'll fix you right up with the right tire for your car and budget. Fisher Tire is on Kingston Pike in Bearden, or west near the Pellissippi, and north on Broadway. Now get out there and stop them.
McLean for Dobyns-Bennett approaches for our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff, and it will sail well over the head of Farragut's Logan Wright into the end zone for a touchback. So Farragut got a chance to return the last one, but now 2 of 3 kickoffs for Dobyns-Bennett have resulted in touchbacks. So the Admirals start from the 20 with 1:16 to play in our first half, trailing Dobyns-Bennett 14-7. The Indians with a 92-yard touchdown drive 2 possessions ago, and this last possession that just concluded with a second touchdown run by Levi Chappell. This one a 2-yard touchdown run. That drive 87 yards. So Farragut had an opening 80-yard drive, went 3 and out, and picked up a couple of first downs on their third possession before Julian Melendi was again for the second time called upon to punt. Corbin Hobson takes the snap from Zooks. Flushed, throws downfield. It's got John Haskins open at the 40, and Haskins battles to midfield as the Admirals will gain 30 yards on the pass to Haskins on the right side. Hobson extends the play. Haskins gets behind the defense, and the Admirals hit him for 30.
Yeah, just kind of a scramble drill, and Haskins did a good job of continuing to move, and nice job by Hobson, who found him.
Second catch of the night for Haskins and his longest of the year. And John goes up and makes a tremendous catch on the sidelines, and they're going to say he's out of bounds.
He ran all the way down there to mark that incomplete.
It was like an Oscar situation. He was like, what a great catch, and he runs the whole way instead of just going, he's out. You don't run over there and then go, hey, your foot, no, you didn't get it down. That's all about you, refs. It's about the high school kids, okay?
Haskins with a tremendous catch, but out of bounds on the Dobyns-Bennett sideline. And so 2nd down and 10 upcoming here for Farragut as the ball is at midfield with 51.7 seconds to go, and Farragut with its full complement of timeouts. 3 receivers left. Hobson's flush that way. Tries to square his shoulders, throws for Heatherly, and it goes off his hands out of bounds into the Farragut bench. It was going to be a gain of 5 if Heatherly could make the catch, keep his feet in bounds. But his momentum definitely taking him out of bounds. He was not going to go any farther than where he was when the ball arrived.
Yeah, but he was wide open early. Tried to get it to him early, but pretty good pressure, and we didn't get it out, and then it was a little too late. But that DB gets it after half. You've got to be aggressive here. Might even think about 4-down territory, but you need to try to find at least 3.
3rd and 10. Farragut 1 of 4 on 3rd downs. Converted their first one, failed on the last 3. From the 50-yard line, Hobson has time, throws deep, looking for Garfield, and overthrew him as they slid the safety over and had 2 men covering on that side. Over here with Sensabaugh might be the way you'd like to go just in terms of whoever your receiver is. You like that matchup. But anyhow, incomplete, and it'll be 4th down.
Yeah, I feel like you can throw the football and even run it. I feel like the Admirals have a chance offensively, overthrow the go route there. You're going to have to force a punt as you've got it right at the 50.
This is where Melendi punted from last time. 38-yarder, net of 37. Snap comes back from Conforti, a little bit low, but he gets it off. They wave, ask for a fair catch, and make it at the 16-yard line. So that'll be 34 yards and no return.
Cole McDonald in the face of Thomas as he fair caught the ball.
And we've seen Thomas dangerous with the ball in his hands in Dobyns-Bennett's screen game. And so certainly you don't want to see him getting loose on a return. And so he waves for, makes the fair catch. And Dobyns-Bennett with its full complement of timeouts. Now 32 seconds to play.
I hope they don't get cute with it. I'm hoping they're just going to take it to half. But may try to run one of those screens, see if it pops would be my guess.
Way that they've been running the ball with the quarterback, I'm doing nothing but letting him run.
Dobyns-Bennett leading 14-7. Indians back on the field offensively. Went over on downs after picking up 3 first downs on their initial possession. And their last 2 possessions have been long touchdown marches, 92 yards and 87 yards. So from the 17-yard line.
I believe we're having issues with the game clock maybe.
Reset it, he says.
Reset the play clock. It's reset on, there we go.
What some people may or may not know is with all the advancements in technology, these scoreboards are being run by a remote control. So you can just imagine the frustration that you have in your home trying to control your devices with remotes, and now put that on something where everyone is staring at you going, hey, it should be moving or it should not be moving. I am here for comic relief, people. Okay, that's why
just
they
like at home,
me.
just needs a new couple AA batteries and we'll get you rolling.
Slap it a couple times and it works a little bit better. That's what my daughters think.
They want to talk to Coach Jeff Courtney.
They may be telling them that they're going to keep the play clock on the field. Who knows? It seems like everyone is now well informed of the decision that has been made.
So Thomas will be in the slot, Jalen Thomas, that is. And
well, you also have
the big H-backs in the slot on the other
Thomas
side.
on the slot on the other side. Thomas and Thomas in the slot.
Different body tops. Tyree, number 1, 6'2", 221. Jalen, number 17, 5'9", 153. Back to pass is Chapel. Farragut coming with Petoskey, and the pass is off on the right side to the running back, and he breaks a tackle at the 30, gets forward to the 37-yard line. And so they set up the screen on the right side. Luke Lundy takes the pass and moves for 15 yards, actually about 18 yards, for a Harside Bank first down, and Colt Brooker is down across the way.
Yeah, we figured they might run a screen to see if something would pop, and it did, to give them opportunities. Like I said, they've got all 3 timeouts, so they're going to try to get aggressive here as they get it out to the 35, but one of your star middle linebackers, Colton Brooker, the sophomore, gets dinged up on the play, and he's down, and his father checking on him.
35-yard line after an 18-yard gain on the pass completion to Luke Lundy. And Levi Chapel, kind of shades of the Oak Ridge game where the Wildcats hardly had an incomplete pass. Chapel has not missed on a pass. Now, they've almost all been short passes of the screen variety.
Yeah, they don't throw it downfield a lot.
But he's been on the money.
Yep. It's part of their game plan, their offensive philosophy.
11 of 11 for 102 yards now. Brooker up and goes off under his own power. So we saw Farragut start the ball game with Fletcher Haddad and
Cherry.
Thatcher
Cherry was the other one.
They did a good job.
So looks like Haddad is back in for Brooker at this point.
And Fletcher's done a good job when he gets onto the field this year. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, Fletcher.
Yeah, Fletcher.
He's done a great job getting on the field, and when he gets out there making the best of the opportunities that he's given.
And I believe also what a great interview, right?
Oh, he was a wonderful
fantastic, thoughtful interview last week.
Wonderful representation of Farragut High School in their community.
Yep. One of those 4 guys voted on by his teammates for the senior leadership council or what have you, along with the guys who have been the game captains the last few weeks: Max Garfield, Noah Haig, Fletcher Haddad, Noah Petoskey.
Yeah, hearing him speak, it made me feel like I was listening to one of the leaders for sure.
From the 35-yard line, Dobyns-Bennett first down and 10. Empty set for Chapel. Steps up in the pocket and dumps it off short across the way, and that'll be the big Thomas, Tyree Thomas, the tight end, making the catch and getting out of bounds for a Harside Bank first down on a gain of 11.
Yeah, there was some pressure there, and he gets it off to Thomas, the big tight end, and gets enough for the first down.
That's 14 Harside Bank first downs for Dobyns-Bennett.
On what, 12 or 13 completions, right?
12 of 12 now.
Yep. But time is an issue. You've got 16 seconds. They don't throw it downfield a lot, so you have to think that time is of the essence.
DB does have 2 timeouts left. First down and 10 yards to go from the Dobyns-Bennett 46-yard line. Another empty set for Chapel. Chapel steps up, throws, and out pattern is caught again by Tyree Thomas, and that's going to be good for 8 yards. Second down and 2.
Yeah, there's 10 seconds left. Another out route goes 8 yards, but I will take 8 yards for 6 seconds, Tyler. I'm okay with him kicking a 53-yard field goal at the buzzer.
I'm really shocked. I mean, you look at it, Tyree Thomas is wide open on those 2 out routes in a row. Jalen Thomas has done electric things with football every time it's come his way. And then Chappell, he's making me nervous every time that he's in that empty set and he sits back in the pocket because he is a threat to run, and he could light the scoreboard up from here. Empty set again for the Indians.
Yeah, 5 wide.
From the 46 of Farragut, here comes Paris on a blitz.
That's a hole.
He's held.
Golly,
Here's Chappell,
man.
flush to his left, throws downfield. Tyree Thomas makes the catch. He's dragging Noah Haig down to the 23-yard line, and they stop the clock with 0.8 of a second to go.
They did call it. Thank goodness. So they are going to call the hold. You and I were both upset. They do call the hold, which.
But the ref was signaling for that he was tackled in bounds.
Flag is 4 yards, or well, let's see, it was at the 46. So the flag is some 8 yards, back in the offensive backfield.
And regardless, I assumed they would call the timeout and say, well, they had a second left.
Maybe Coach Christian had a deal with the ref saying, hey, if we get tackled in bounds, I want the timeout as soon as he's tackled.
Well, and the good news is it would have been, a 40-yard field goal if this flag isn't called, but it is. And now, instead of trying a 40-yard field goal, you're going to have a hold that brings it all the way back to the 30-something with 1 second left.
So as a 46, they ought to move it back to the 44.
The 36?
No.
They threw the flag at the 46, did they not?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You don't get additional yardage this year. It's from the line of scrimmage. If the hold takes place in the offensive backfield, and it did, 8 yards deep in the offensive backfield, the line of scrimmage is the 46 of Farragut is where the line of scrimmage was.
So it should be
and
the 44.
So it should be the 44.
And it looks like they're marking the ball. Maybe they're still reading the 2024 handbook. It's not easy to find an NFHS rule book, by the way.
But regardless, it's 2nd and 2. There's no rule book. And then they're going, wait, it's 2nd and 2, not 2nd and 10. Now they're marching it.
Okay, 46. He counts off 10.
To the 44.
Puts it down to 44. That's what we're saying. So,
Eric,
okay, we got it right.
Eric,
they got it right.
I'm going to sign you up for that website we've been talking about.
Yeah, no,
he's good at this.
We're going to get him applying. 0.8 seconds left, so now you need a 56-yard heave to get a little Hail Mary going. So interesting to see what they do on the last play. You got a lot of DBs in the game. I would say knock this down if you can.
I'm interested to see what they do against Owen Patowski right now, because he's been the one all game. Him and Dinkle have been terrorizing the pass rush. So how do they handle that as they move Tyree Thomas over here? Now he moves back.
Yep.
Jalen Thomas is the inside of 2 receivers here on the left, and I think probably you got the big receiver, Fikes, running down the left-hand side. That's the side they're probably going to throw to. As Chappell has time, loads up, throws deep. Looks like it's going to be well out of bounds.
Yep.
And there's your first incompletion of the first half for Dobyns-Bennett. It comes on the final play as thrown out of bounds, and Dobyns-Bennett set to get the ball to begin the second half. Will take a 14-7 lead into the locker room at halftime. So the Indians move out beyond midfield after taking over at their 17 with just over, just under, I guess, a minute to play. Strung together a couple more Harside Bank first downs. There's been a slew of them for the Tribe in the first half, but the Admiral defense gets a stop and forced the fourth down heave there the heave with time running out at the end of the half. And again, after scoring to get the ball game started, the Admirals see Dobyns-Bennett come back with 2 impressive second quarter drives, or at least second quarter touchdowns. The drives finished in the second quarter, 92 yards and 87 yards. And again, at intermission, it's Dobyns-Bennett 14, Farragut 7 in this opening round playoff matchup here in Kingsport. Let's get a 3-minute break. Our sponsors will return on the other side with our Precision Door halftime show. It's a Farragut Football Friday night presented by Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
WFIV 105.3 FM, Loudon, Farragut, Lenore City.
You're listening to West 105.
Whether you're cheering on the home team or building your dream home, David's Abbey Carpet and Floors has you covered. From engineered hardwood to luxury vinyl, elegant porcelain to natural stone, David's has the winning design for every room and the championship team ready to help you score the perfect floor. Locally owned and proud to serve our communities from locations in Farragut, Marable, and Pigeon Forge. Visit David's Abbey Carpet and Floors in-store or online today, where the Admirals shop for floors.
Here at the Mike Dyer Agency,
so
we
far
know
so good on the weather.
coverage options can be overwhelming. That's why we partner with Nationwide to help you find the best protection for you and your family's needs. Give us a call today at 865-966-2111 to learn more. Or visit our website at MikeDyerInsuranceAgency.com. And remember, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates, Columbus, Ohio.
Fantastic customer service, a knowledgeable team, expert craftsmen, and so many 5-star reviews. Hi, I'm Rick Terry with Rick Terry Jewelry Designs. My family and I have been serving West Knoxville and Farragut for well over 30 years. If you've never checked us out, please do. Better yet, come see us for yourself. On the corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road, look for the topiary of the Big Diamond Ring. Rick Terry Jewelry Designs, we want to be your jeweler. A proud sponsor of Farragut football.
Life doesn't run on bank hours. That's why Citizens Bank offers checking accounts with tools you can use anytime, like mobile deposit, debit card controls, and online bill pay. Whether it's for your home or your business, you'll get options that work and support from people based right here in Knoxville and Lenoir City. Explore your options at citizensbank24.com. Member FDIC.
Shop Farragut loves Farragut sports. From football to basketball to baseball and softball, we love supporting our hometown teams. We also love it when you shop Farragut and support our hometown businesses. You'll find everything you want when you shop Farragut. So support our local businesses and shop Farragut every day.
Big box of mom and pop, so many groovy restaurants. Shop Farragut.
You never think about your garage door until there's a little...
Oh, no.
Or even the occasional...
Now that can be good.
That's why the pros at Precision Garage Door Service are available same day with fully stocked trucks to fix it fast. So we can turn into...
Oh my, wow.
Precision Garage Door Service, the name you can trust.
Welcome into our Precision Garage Door Service halftime show from J. Fred Johnson Stadium at Dobyns-Bennett High School in Kingsport, where the homestanding Tribe leads Farragut 14-7 in this first-round playoff matchup. Dobyns-Bennett won the coin toss, deferred to the second half, so the Indians will get the ball when the third quarter commences. Farragut got it to start the game and promptly marched 80 yards on 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. Corbin Hobson pushes off the left side and scores his 4th rushing touchdown of the season, putting Farragut up early 6-0. Ryan McHugh's extra point makes it 7-0 as the Admirals convert in the red zone with 5.5 minutes they took off the clock on that opening 80-yard drive. Dobyns-Bennett then sees the ensuing kickoff sail into the end zone for a touchback off the toe of Ryan McHugh. And so the Indians start from the 20. They move for 3 first downs before bogging down. And a big stop by Owen Petoskey as he was able to throw down the quarterback, Levi Chappell, on a 4th down run. Chappell oftentimes in this first half hurting Farragut with his legs, but not on that particular play as Petoskey smelled it out and threw the quarterback for a 4-yard loss. So Farragut takes over at its 45-yard line, but unfortunately went 3 and out. So they couldn't capitalize on starting nearly at midfield and with the momentum of a defensive stop. Julian Melendi is called upon to punt. Beautiful punt by Melendi, 52 yards with a net of 46 inside the 20. As Dobyns-Bennett starts from its 8-yard line, the Indians drove 92 yards on that, their second possession of the ball game, scoring on an 8-yard run by quarterback Levi Chappell. McLean good on the extra point, and with 8:02 to go in the second quarter, Dobyns-Bennett had tied the game at 7. Farragut with a kickoff return by Carter Collier out to the 25-yard line. but the Admirals are unable to sustain a drive. Again, they call on Julian Melendi, and again, he delivers with a 38-yard punt, a net of 37 that is once more, second time, inside the 20. Dobyns-Bennett starting from its 13, but just as the Indians did previously when backed up, they drove the long field. They scored on a 2-yard run by Chappell as he capped the 87-yard drive with his second touchdown of the ball game. So the quarterback scores his second rushing touchdown. McLean is again good on the extra point for the Indians, and they have their first lead 14-7 with 1:16 to go until halftime. Farragut with the touchback on the kickoff starts from its 20, moved for one first down on a scramble drill pass downfield to John Haskins. Haskins with his longest reception of the season, covering 30 yards, got the ball to midfield, but the Admirals were unable to move any further from there. And so Julian Melendi, with a 34-yard punt, no return. Dobyns-Bennett starts at its 17, got it out, actually moved into Farragut territory, but a holding penalty brought it back to Dobyns-Bennett's side of the field, where on the final play of the first half, it was simply a heave that was well out of bounds into the Dobyns-Bennett bench. So Melendi with 3 punts in the first half, all of them inside the 20, and Farragut trailing 14-7 here at intermission. Looking at the team stats, it's Farragut with 7 Hearthside Bank first downs, Dobyns-Bennett with 14 Hearthside Bank first downs. On third down, the Admirals are only 1 of 5. They picked up their first third down situation in the ball game, but then failed to on their next 4. Dobyns-Bennett 3 of 4. The Tribe failed to pick up their first and then picked up 3 in a row. Fourth downs, the Admirals on that game-opening drive scoring on 4th and goal from the 1 with Corbin Hobson, so they're 1 of 1 on 4th down. Dobyns-Bennett 0 of 1. That was the Indians again on their first possession, seeing Petoskey throw Chappell down for a loss on the 4th down rush attempt by the Dobyns-Bennett quarterback. Penalties, Farragut 1 for 8, Dobyns-Bennett 3 for 35, and we still got the individual stats, but we'll look at those after a let's get a 2-minute break here. 2-minute break for our sponsors, and we'll return with more of our Precision Door halftime show. Look at the individual stats on the other side of this break. Again, Dobyns-Bennett leading Farragut at halftime, 14-7. You're listening to Farragut Football on West 105.
Hi, this is John Blair from Blair House. This time of year is filled with birthdays and anniversaries that call for gifting that is both personal and unique. At Blair House, we offer a wide variety of jewelry, chandeliers, and other unique and hard-to-find gifts for when the gift must be perfect. Blair House, your time-tested connection to the treasures of the past. Blair House, 210 North Forest Park Boulevard in Bearden.
Follow them on Facebook and Instagram. Blair House Antiques, Knoxville.
The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market, offers fresh seafood entrees at all 3 of its area locations. Po' boys, crab cake plates, fish tacos, shrimp, salmon, and more. Choose an entree, choose a side and a beverage. Dine in or carry it out. You won't regret making the Shrimp Dock your choice for a seafood meal. 3 locations to serve you: Farragut, Bearden, and Alcoa. All locations open at 10 a.m. Monday through Saturday and at 11 a.m. on Sundays. Like us on Facebook for the Fish of the Week and other weekly specials. The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market.
Hey, it's Matthew Bryan. Trust my local insurance team and me at Bryan Insurance Group for all your insurance needs. Personal or business insurance, our team will find the most affordable rates and coverage you need. Call us at 865-983-8114 or find us online at bryaninsurance.com.
If you're an LCUB Electric customer, it's time to upgrade. Experience true fiber to the home, the fastest internet available. Get affordable fixed pricing, free installation, no contracts, and local customer service. It's not too good to be true. LCUB is connecting new neighborhoods every month with gig speed fiber internet starting at $69.99 a month, Wi-Fi included. Check your availability now at lcub.com.
45 minutes. I don't know what the hell. I'm just smashing you, brother.
So apparently they've got an abbreviated halftime because of concern about weather moving into the area. So we'll move along rapidly here with our Precision Door halftime show, get you the individual stats. As Corbin Hobson, one rushing attempt. It was the one-yard touchdown, his fourth rushing touchdown of the season, capping Farragut's game-opening 80-yard drive. Logan Wright, 1 carry for 1 yard. Charlie Noble, 8 carries for 22 yards. So Farragut with 10 rushing attempts, 24 yards, and the touchdown coming on the ground. Corbin Hobson, 6 of 14 through the air for 99 yards. John Haskins caught 2 passes for 40 yards. Max Garfield, 3 for 51. Anderson Glover, 1 for 8. Farragut with 24 on the ground, 99 through the air, 123 yards of offense in the first half. For Dobyns-Bennett, Emmett Starnes carries 3 times for 17 yards. Quarterback Levi Chappell carries 11 times for 82 yards and both rushing touchdowns. Kendrick Harris, 2 carries for 2 yards. Luke Lundy, 7 for 31. Dobyns-Bennett rushes the ball 23 times, gains 132 yards, and again had both touchdowns on the ground. Chappell did not misfire on a pass until the final play of the half. He goes 13 of 14 through the air for 121 yards. Tyree Thomas caught 4 passes for 29 yards. Zayden Hayes, 1 for 6. Jalen Thomas being used in an assortment of screens, 6 catches for 54 yards. Luke Lundy, running back, caught a screen, took it 18 yards, and big receiver Admire Fikes, a sophomore, with 1 catch good for 14 yards. So again, 121 on the through the air, 132 on the ground, 252 yards of offense in the first half for Dobyns-Bennett, nearly more than doubling up Farragut's total of 123, as it is the Indians leading 14-7. Teams warming up for the second half. For a look at what's going on elsewhere at week 1 of the playoffs, here's Tyler Carr.
All right, Eric, we got a mixture of games that played last night and as well as some games that are in progress tonight. Blackman defeated Gallatin 24-9 last night, so the winner of this game will face the Blaze next week. Maryville up on West Ridge 28-7. Jefferson County leads Bradley Central 14-10 at half in Dumpling Valley. Oakland defeated Cookville last night 42-10. Oak Ridge fell to Science Hill 35-31. Green Hill defeats Smyrna 42-14. At halftime, Gibbs is up on Elizabethan right down the road 21-3. Kingston trails Gatlinburg Pittman 10-0. Greenville up on Carter 42-0. Rockwood up on Hampton at the half 21-6. Tellico Plains trails Happy Valley 28-0 at halftime. Oliver Springs and North Green in a close game 14-12. The Bobcats lead. Sevier County leads Knox West 27-3. South Green at the half 10. Polk County 6. Halls is up on Tennessee High right up the road again from us 17-15 at the half. Sweetwater and Unicoi County tied at 7 all at half. Alcoa up 49-0 over Cherokee. Anderson County up on Volunteer 27-7. Cofield defeated Cloudland last night 51-6. Eagleton Academy has a quick lead on Cumberland Gap 7-0 in the first quarter. Knox Central up on Crockett 35-7. McMinn Central up on Pigeon Forge 14-0. Meigs County leads Johnson County 33-0 at half. Powell is up on Morristown West 44-0 in the second quarter. Ray County lost to Lawrence County last night 38-20. Tullahoma fell to Walker Valley 27-20. McMinn County fell to Lincoln County 34-13. Stone Memorial defeats Loudon 44-21 last night. Grace Christian up on St. George's 49-0 in the second quarter, I apologize. CAK defeated Good Pasture 42-35, and that is a look at the updated scores we have from around the area so far this evening. I know I told you this on the way here. That McMinn County, Lincoln County matchup in the first round of the playoffs is just mind-blowing to me. Geographically, it makes sense, but those are just two schools that I'm not used to seeing on the scoreboard together in the first round of the TWSAA football playoffs.
And I'll repeat my response. To me, it's even more odd for Lawrence County to be playing Ray County, but both of those are Region 3 versus Region 4 matchups, first-round matchups. And so the second-round matchups are going to change big time this year. Again, the winner of this one is playing at Blackman over in Murfreesboro next Friday night.
If Kingsport does win, they will host Blackman, but the fact that
you're playing a Murfreesboro team in round 2, it's considerably different this year.
Takes us back to 2013 and the Z plan.
Yep.
When Farragut went to the Blackman for the first time, the only time ever.
Only time ever. Itavius Mathers, Mr. Football winner, Ole Miss signee.
Not
had
13.
Wide.
13.
It was 12.
12. I was pulling that number
Actually,
completely
it was
out of
probably 11. It was 11.
I was pulling that year completely out of my. I was there. I was just pulling that number completely out of the hat because they all tend to run together now.
It's been a few years, but yeah, that was a great high school football game. Farragut was a heavy underdog in that one, and I think it was 41-38 the final. Brian Phillips came in for an injured Cody Rule at quarterback and lit up Blackman. I think they had Brian listed back in those days at about 5'6", 130 pounds. And
that might have been generous that night, honestly.
But you know what? He played a heck of a ball game and gave Farragut opportunities to win. And I'll tell you, one of the things I remember about that, too, because Cody Rule was always one of my all-time favorites, is, he was out and Brian was playing well, so they weren't going to go back to Cody, but they were short somebody on the extra point. Do you remember, Tyler, that Cody ran in off the sideline to be the wing on the extra point?
Cody Rule was a different type of ball player,
He's just a football player.
He didn't care where he played. He just wanted to be on the field.
Saw a need and went out and filled it.
Yeah, 2011 you said. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And man, he was a great interview as well. I remember him as a junior starting at Knoxville Catholic, and I believe they fell to the Irish that night, and he shouldered a lot of responsibility for a young man that, in his second ever varsity start and probably his second ever varsity appearance, went in there and took a
it meant so much. Lumps. It meant so much to him, and you could tell that. And that was pretty much when we decided at that point we're not interviewing kids after losses anymore. Not doing it anymore because he was just too emotional. It tore him up to lose that game. It was just an early season, regular season game, but it was a Super Bowl.
That was when the decision was made.
Yeah. Me and Eric sort of made
You always wanted to get as many kids on as possible, but you only want to do it in the most favorable light, and we just decided that we're not doing that to high school kids. It's one thing for college kids that are being paid God knows what to have to interview, but, not a high school kid, and so that was when that decision was made. Anyhow, a little trip down memory lane as we talk about the fact that Blackman awaits whoever wins this game, and that was Farragut's only meeting with Blackman ever.
And on that topic, we'd like to have Tyler do quite a few interviews tonight, but it is going to take a very solid second half, and the Indians will get the football. Got to stop the quarterback run game, and you got to stop the screen game. They have not been throwing the football downfield very much at all, but Admirals are in it, played okay in the first half. Definitely probably one of their more solid first halves. No turnovers, obviously.
So let's get a 30-second break here. We'll return with our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff to begin the third quarter on the other side. DB set to receive the kick, leading Farragut 14-7 as you listen to Farragut football on West 105.
You never think about your garage door until there's a little...
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Or even the occasional...
Now that can be good.
That's why the pros at Precision Garage Door Service are available same day with fully stocked trucks to fix it fast. So we can turn into...
Oh my, wow.
Precision Garage Door Service, the name you can trust.
Eric Gerhardt, Brett Clinton, and Tyler Carr back with you here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Nick Blankenship's behind the camera, but the video will only be available after the fact. DB won't allow a live video stream. And so it is Ryan McHugh with our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff to begin the second half, and that's going to be 8 yards deep in the end zone. That's good to see because Jalen Thomas is the Indian back there fielding that ball in the end zone, and he's obviously been elusive, a difficult man to tackle in the first half as he caught a good handful, actually 6 passes for 54 yards, all screens for the Indians. And so they will scrimmage from their 20-yard line following the touchback. So that's going to be 2 of 2 tonight for Ryan McHugh. Kickoffs resulting in touchbacks. And Dusty Street back in our WFIV studios, as he has been all year long and really 4 years. They're going to run off the left side. Lundy gets the first carry of the second half and bowls his way across the 25 to the 26. Fletcher Haddad in on the tackle, as well as Luke Dinkel. So Haddad gets the start as Brooker was shaken up somewhat late in the first half. So Haddad out there with Connor Paris at the inside backer positions after a gain of 6 for Lundy, giving him now 37 yards on 8 carries. Handoff to Lundy, working between the tackles. They've got first down yardage as he bulldozes his way to the 33-yard line. So from the 26 to the 33, 7 yards. And a Hearthside Bank first down, number 15 of the night for the Indians of Dobyns-Bennett.
Yeah, a couple physical runs, 6 and then 7. First 2 plays of the half.
A little bit of a different offensive formation for the Indians. They had previously had a tight end and a well, they went back to it. Never mind.
Yeah, tight end and H-back both on the left, but I bet the H-back's going to move to the right. He will indeed. And so that'll be Tyree Thomas set up on the right. The tight end on the left is Cooper Bellamy. As rolling to his right is Levi Chappell. Throws downfield. Farragut can't make the interception. Hands on it, Zane Qureshi-Smith, but can't make the grab through, really trying to split 2 Farragut defenders, trying to get the ball to Jalen Thomas, but it goes incomplete.
Yeah, they don't, like I said, they don't throw it downfield a lot, and they do it there. Qureshi-Smith and Harrison Smith collided on the football. Both had an opportunity at it as they try to come inside on it, but unable to make the play.
Setting the defense for you, Stephen Doubleday, Jackson Plumley, and Owen Petoskey on the front line. Luke Dinkle and Noah Haig, your outside linebackers, with Fletcher Haddad and Connor Paris in the middle. Zane Qureshi-Smith and Anderson Glover at corner. Harrison Smith and Mason Apolategi at safeties for the Admirals.
Strong side right. They're running Lundy that way. There's a hold on Doubleday. No, they came back left. Excuse me. It was a quarterback coming back left. So they're not even running that way, and they're holding.
There was a hold on the run side, too, on Luke Dinkle.
Oh, no, there was a. You're talking about the right side?
Yeah.
No, Dinkle was absolutely held so badly. And that's what I'm saying about the way they play. It's in front of the referee's face because they're spreading out through these zones, and golly, that's a hold.
So here's third down. And they check the tight end out of the ball game.
If you'll notice, every offensive lineman for the Indians is wearing white gloves.
Yeah,
to blend in with the
it's
away
probably by
jerseys.
design. I mean,
Third
down, though.
3 of 4 on third down.
Get there.
Chappell has time, throws right side. It's going to be caught by Sensabaugh. Sensabaugh, good tackle by Zane Qureshi-Smith as he gets to the midfield stripe. So that's going to be a gain of 13 yards and a Hearthside Bank first down on the first catch of the night by Sensabaugh.
Yeah, and that was another throw down there by the offensive lineman. Wow.
So a third down conversion, and they're going to throw deep, and they've got Tyree Thomas at the 18, and he will go untouched into the end zone. Tyree Thomas with the touchdown from midfield for Dobyns-Bennett as they open up a 2-touchdown lead here early in the second half.
Yeah, just the big tight end running a streak from the slot position. Wide open, great throw there by the quarterback. Touchdown Indians.
50-yarder, far and away the biggest pass play of the ball game for Dobyns-Bennett, and a statement for the Indians, who come out and make short work of it. That only took a minute 41 seconds, 10:19 to go in our third quarter, as McLean on for the extra point that is good. And so Dobyns-Bennett scores quickly to begin the third quarter, and they lead Farragut 21-7. Back in 1 minute with our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff as you listen to Farragut Football, presented by Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
This is Derek Miser with Miser Wealth Partners. Are you still funding your 401k today? If so, you need to consider this. With our federal debt soaring past $35 trillion, and the interest rate related to that debt now representing 1/6 of our federal budget, your retirement savings might not be as secure as you think. Don't leave your future to chance. Discover a wiser, tax-free alternative today. Isn't it time you experience the Miser difference? Call Miser Wealth Partners today at 865-281-1616.
Whether you're cheering on the home team or building your dream home, David's Abbey Carpet and Floors has you covered. From engineered hardwood to luxury vinyl, elegant porcelain to natural stone, David's has the winning design for every room and a championship team ready to help you score the perfect floor. Locally owned and proud to serve our communities from locations in Farragut, Marable, and Pigeon Forge. Visit David's Abbey Carpet and Floors in-store or online today, where the Admirals shop for floors.
Kickoff by McLean, brought to you by Rick Terry Jewelry Designs, and the Dobyns-Bennett kicker will send it again into the end zone. McLean, a senior, will have Farragut starting from its 20 following the touchback. Farragut sees Dobyns-Bennett need only 1:41 to score to open the second half. A 50-yard touchdown pass from Levi Chappell to Tyree Thomas. Down the right seam, wide open. Caught it just inside the 20 and went untouched into the end zone. So Farragut trying to answer as they start from their 20-yard line. And the handoff is to Charlie Noble. Coming right, Charlie gets north and south and moves to the 26-yard line. 25.5, we'll see if it's a left foot, right foot spot. Going to be more of a left foot, so 25-yard line.
Yeah, a couple big fellas pulling there on the nice run off right tackle. Got 5.
John Haskins, the receiver, to the near side. You got Max Garfield and Anderson Glover to the far side of the field for Corbin Hobson, who rolls that way. Throws for the sticks across the way and into the Farragut bench, incomplete. Looking for Garfield, but wide of the mark. Hobson now 6 of 15 on the night, 99 yards. Garfield's got 3 catches for 51, Haskins 2 for 40, and Glover 1 for 8.
Yeah, just a little roll out to the left. Tried to find him right at the sticks, but definitely thrown a little left.
So 3rd down and 5, and Farragut's 1 of 5 on 3rd down. This was a big problem for Farragut in last year's playoff matchup. They were 3 of 13 on 3rd downs. Dobyns-Bennett was 6 of 8. So tonight, Dobyns-Bennett's 4 of 5. Farragut's 1 of 5, trying to avoid 1 of 6. Noble running left isn't going to get there. Runs into the linebacker Raines after a gain of 1, and was that a flag?
Yeah, so it was going to be 4th and 4, and the referee throws a flag very late, and we were going to have to punt this football after a conservative play call.
I didn't see anything demonstrative. Somebody must have said something.
I think he did. Yeah, it's either a face mask or something he said, and I think he may have said something. What a huge penalty to keep the Admirals in it, really. Yeah, okay, so they did call the face-off. He threw the flag really late, though, Eric. It wasn't like he did it right away. I thought there may have been one. But a massive penalty for the Admirals as they get to keep this drive going, Eric. Being down 2 touchdowns and kicking back to the Indians would not have been what the doctor ordered. Can we take advantage of this new opportunity?
Yeah, so erase the 3rd down, but give them a Hearthside Bank 1st down, the 8th of the ball game. Hearthside Bank located in Farragut on the south side of Kingston Pike, just east of Concord Road. And so the Admirals, with a 15-yard step-off, move it to the 40. They run Charlie Noble off the right side behind Bassett and Frankowitz, and he gains 3 yards. It'll be 2nd down and 7.
I know he said in the pregame discussion, and he was wide open earlier, but I would love to get Heatherly more involved. The big fella can do some good things in the middle of the field. He's had 1 target tonight.
And he's a nightmare matchup because it looks like they're using their rover safety outside linebacker player to try to cover him, and that is a mismatch, especially if on either Harris or Sensabaugh.
Charlie with a cutback, and he's tracked down from behind. Good pursuit up front by Dobyns-Bennett's Raines, the linebacker. Shoots through a gap and grabs Noble from behind, limits him to 1 yard on 2nd down, so it's 3rd down now and some 6 yards to go.
Yeah, speaking of rains, hopefully to avoid that tonight. We have not had any yet. There is some rain in the area. We're hoping to avoid that as there's 8:20 left here in the 3rd quarter.
From the 44-yard line of Farragut, it's 3rd down and 6. The Admirals with Heatherly as the H-back on the right side, back to pass. Hobson dumps it off short for Noble. Incomplete. Raines saw that coming all the way and read his keys, made the play, and the pass, even if Charlie had been able to get to it and secure it, that was not going to gain any yardage to speak of.
Yeah, Raines, undersized linebacker, but really flows to the football well, and like you said, really smart football players. He didn't get fooled at all and was going to level Charlie there if he did make the catch. See if we can, had a couple tough snaps. Can we get a good snap here on this punt?
As that wind blows straight into the press box here, I'm trying to not let y'all get overblown by the wind sounds. Melendi going to boot the ball.
From the 44-yard line. Beautiful hanging spiral. And it is a fair catch asked for and made at the 16-yard line. Made by Jalen Thomas. And so another one inside the 20. 4 punts tonight for Melindy. All of them have been inside the 20. This one's going to be 40 yards for Melindy.
Yeah, had that opening drive, 80-yard touchdown for the Admirals. Have not been able to get anything going since then. As we have to punt again, Admirals are going to need a stop to stay in this football game.
And Dobyns-Bennett's not been cooperating in that regard. You felt like at the end of the first half they just ran out of time. They were moving the ball effectively as they had on the 2 previous drives, 92 yards and 87 yards. Then they score quickly to open the third quarter. So the defense looking for an answer. And Petoskey just trying to rip away from the offensive lineman and go make a play, but they're tugging at him with 2 hands. And
you think it's
a flag does come in.
Yeah, no, there is. Petoskey was absolutely whipping his man. They actually call a hold there. So there's been 4 or 5 called. I would like to see more.
I think there's been 2 called.
That's number 2?
There had been 2. If this is holding, then this is.
That's got to be number 3 at least.
Yeah. Well, and there was one that was offsetting.
Right. That's why I say, yeah. Yeah, the wind is picking up for sure, as we are higher than we've been all season, obviously, at this press box.
Great vantage point here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium.
Better than Lowerman.
And here comes the rain is starting to move into the area, so I'm going to step out here and help Nick make sure all the cameras are covered.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Officials step in.
Because the ball, again, Eric, is not where it's supposed to be. They said, oh, we're supposed to be at the 7.5, not the 5.5.
Okay, that's a half the distance. Yeah, half the distance is situation there. So this will be a run by the quarterback, Chappell right. He's looking for a cutback lane, and Farragut is there to snow him under. Nothing much doing.
Yep, going to need a stop here. They ran the quarterback run to the right. We actually brought a blitz off the right side, so we timed it well and called it well. 2nd and 16. Admirals desperately need to get off the field here.
Call it a 2-yard gain for Chappell, who has 13 carries for 88 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Indians are not in any hurry to snap the footballs. They're going to let the clock run.
From the 10-yard line, ball on the far side hash. Dobyns-Bennett moving right to left in this third quarter. Back to passes. Chappell has time, loads up, throws it deep on the post for Sensabaugh, and overthrew everybody as Zane Qureshi-Smith running stride for stride with Jackson Sensabaugh of Dobyns-Bennett. Incomplete.
That's how you play the post route, Eric.
Yeah,
Qureshi-Smith ran the route for him, and I'll tell you what, he's been banged up all year. Getting healthier, you could tell he was healthy there, running full speed. That's how you cover, as, yeah, you can see the rain coming when you look at the lights. It's picking up a little bit.
3rd down.
3rd and 16, need to get off the field as the band goes scattering.
Back to pass.
Screen.
They set up the screen on the right side, and to the 20-yard line, 25-yard line, Tyree Thomas, the big tight end, will get the first down as Farragut sees him move on 3rd and long for a first down. From 3rd and 16 on the 10-yard line, they throw the screen to Tyree Thomas, and he's going to get it to the 29-yard line.
You just can't have that. Coach Brooker is absolutely beside himself. 3rd and 16. You've seen a ton of screens tonight. They run the tight end screen there, and you're just not prepared for it. Man.
So it'll be Chappell keeping as he comes to the left side and stepped out of a tackle before he snowed under at the 34-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 5.
Yeah, you really needed the football back there to hopefully cut it to a 1-score game, and you let them get 20 on a 3rd and 16. Admirals have got to find a way if they want to stay in this football game to get a stop here to not go down 3 scores.
That's 5 consecutive 3rd down conversions. Now 5 of 6 on 3rd down as they picked up their 17th Hearthside Bank first down on the 3rd down pass to the big H-back / tight end, Tyree Thomas. And so now after a 5-yard run by the quarterback, Levi Chappell, the ball closer to the left side than the right as Chappell in the gun will hand it off. And coming near side will be Starnes, and that's Emmett Starnes on the carry. and he gets to the 45-yard line, which will be enough for the first, an 11-yard gain, and another Hearthside Bank first down.
And the quarterback keeps it so much. Everybody was flowing to the quarterback, but he actually did hand it on the read there and gets another first down for the Indians.
18 Hearthside Bank first downs for Dobyns-Bennett. Ball on the near side hash. They will stack receivers. The back receiver being Jalen Thomas. See if they go screen to him. Nope, they're going to just run the ball, and Starnes up the middle, and he gets to midfield. This is kind of what we were talking about, Brett. If the weather moved in, it's going to be hard to throw the ball at this point.
Yep.
And
that's why you don't want to be down 2 scores
yeah,
right now.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you what, their running backs are definitely not, necessarily electric, but 4 yards in a cloud of dust, if they are going to run this power game, it's maybe what they'll lean on with the quarterback run.
Starnes picks up 5, gets the ball to midfield. Second down 5 for the Indians with just over 5 minutes to go in the third. And Dobyns-Bennett leading 21-7. They'll hand it off to Starnes again, picking his way through the middle. And Farragut this time pushes him back, rides him down at the 50, but his forward momentum will be to the 49, a gain of 1.
Yep, going to be 3rd and 4 as the wind is causing the rain to definitely come in sideways. 3rd and 4, we're trying to keep our equipment here dry and from falling.
Fletcher Haddad in on the tackle.
Well, there goes one of the programs. If anybody in C14 could maybe break that up, we'd greatly appreciate it.
My bad.
Here's 3rd down as Dobyns-Bennett has converted its last 5 to hand it off to Starnes, and Farragut's double day wraps him up and will hold him short. A gain of 3. It'll be 4th down.
I keep thinking that those are flags. That is not. That is debris flying around.
Yeah,
maybe papers from our press box.
Yeah, it could be. Said still could use it if you could, but it is going to be 4th, and a lot of wildness going on right now. But it is 4th and 2.
If anyone does happen to catch my call sheet, I would love to have that back.
Blowing rain right now, and it's 4th down and 2, and rather than punt the football, Dobyns-Bennett's going to go for it. Farragut finally got a 3rd down stop, but they're going to go heavy here, and looks like Farragut's probably going to use a timeout. So timeout on the field, and
is that any better or worse?
Yeah,
that'll work.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to help us.
I'm okay with watching it that way.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep Eric's papers from maybe losing anymore.
Hey, those weren't mine that went sailing. 3:42 to go.
These all right to get wet? These be all right?
They'll need to be.
Don't touch it right this second. Don't grab it by the electrical outlet.
So blowing rain here in Kingsport, and so we had escaped in the first half without any precipitation of note, but it is pouring right now.
What does this bring you back to, Eric? Because remember that 15 or 17 Hardin Valley game?
Yeah.
Where we watched it. We were watching it like this.
No, please,
I'm not talking about the equipment where you got upset and just threw your stuff. I'm talking about when we were inside, but
and
we
looking
could still
through windows that were just streaming, water streaming like somebody had multiple hoses above you, emptying them. So here's 4th down. From the Farragut 47, 48-yard line, they're going to run the running back left side. Farragut had him bottled up and then got him. He got away, but the Admirals come in waves, and they'll have their 4th down stop for the 2nd time tonight. And it was Fletcher Haddad, I think, as well as
Thatcher Cherry.
Yes, exactly. Thatcher Cherry, the 2 linebackers who got the start tonight and were big when Farragut got the stop early in the ball game, are back in there again, and the Admirals were able to stop Dobyns-Bennett on a 4th down try near midfield.
Yep, Tyler, 15 and a half minutes left. Maybe in some seniors' high school career, you've got to do something here with an opportunity at the 49-yard line.
Carter Collier in the ball game is running back for the Admirals.
I would love to get him going north and south because he's got some speed if we could break him.
Farragut hands off Collier. They got penetration, and he moves to the 50. They were coming off the edge with Kendrick Harris, and Collier had to sidestep to him and actually they're going to say his knee was down at the 49, so no gain on 1st down on the first carry of the ball game for Farragut sophomore Carter Collier.
Yeah, it feels like 4-down territory on the 50-yard line. 3:10 left in the 3rd quarter. Admirals need 6 in a bad way.
Admirals will have 2 receivers left. Heatherly's that way as well. One right, running the football.
There he
Collier
is.
found a big hole on the right side, and he's free to the 40, down to the Dobyns-Bennett 30, to the Dobyns-Bennett 29-yard line. And so the Admirals spring one up the middle. Actually, they're going to say, the 29, so 21, 22 yards for Carter Collier.
I asked for it, and I got it.
Yeah.
He kind of sees parted, and thought maybe if he cut it outside, he might have had a chance with his speed, but he does get us near the red zone.
That's the longest run of the year for Carter Collier. 22 yards and a Hearthside Bank first down. The Admirals from the 29-yard line hand it to him again. Here comes DB coming up from the secondary with Sensabaugh, and he just tees off on Collier and drops him for a loss of 2, maybe 3.
Yeah, the weather has to play a factor. Obviously, Admirals keeping it on the ground, as that's a loss of, like you said, Eric, 2 or 3 there.
Back to the 32-yard line, second down and 13. Clock rolling, 2:20 to go in our third quarter. Farragut trailing 21-7, moving left to right in this third quarter as Collier stands off to the left of Hobson, gets the handoff, moves to the 30, and bounced off a would-be tackler, and then is ushered into the Dobyns-Bennett bench at the 29, so he'll gain back the 3 he lost just a moment ago. Braylon Fugate on the tackle eventually for Dobyns-Bennett, one of the linemen up front.
Got to throw the football here, though. 3rd and 10, you got to have 7.
So Farragut is 1 of 6 on 3rd down. 3rd down and 10 from the 29-yard line. Trips on a bunch formation out wide to the left. And they got into the neutral zone. Let's see, did Farragut move first? Dobyns-Bennett's pointing at Farragut. I just saw the Indians jump in the neutral zone, but we're looking through.
Looks like, I mean, it could go either way here. Are they going to say
I thought he made our guy jump.
Looking through rain-soaked windows right now, so
I would say that I love the fact that Nick hooked us up with this beautiful monitor right in front of us as well.
It's true. I should look at it more.
Yeah, they're going to call it on us. Golly. Disagree.
It's the great thing about America. We can disagree with things like that.
Well, it's just the second penalty that has stood up against Farragut tonight. Moving back 5, so now it's 3rd down and 15 as the Admirals trying to stop a streak of 5 straight unsuccessful bids on 3rd down. From the 35-yard line, trips left, same look as before. Hobson gets antsy for good reason, steps up in the pocket, moves to the 30, and is going to bowl his way down to the 25. Good tough run by Corbin Hobson to pick up 10 yards and set the Admirals up 4th down and 6.
Yeah, it was a good tough run there. Got some pressure. Tried to do what he could with it up the middle, and it forces 4th and 6. Biggest play of this football game as the rain is still moving in sideways. Hard for us to see, but big play here on 4th.
Hobson would be throwing into a wind. It's in his face.
Yep.
As Farragut moves left to right. So Collier stands behind him in the pistol. 2 receivers and the H-back to the right. Single receiver left is Max Garfield. That's the side I'm going to. Throwing for Garfield in the end zone. He's being interfered with.
Thank you.
Where was the? It was a late flag, but it was a flag as Garfield was bumped out of bounds by Sensabaugh, and so that'll be 15 yards and the first down on pass interference.
Yeah, the Dobyns-Bennett press box not thrilled about it, but definitely think it was a penalty.
Yeah, it was well beyond 5 yards downfield, and. So pass interference on Sensabaugh, and again, that looked like not only does Farragut like Garfield as a target, but the matchup there was one that perhaps you would want as well. And so from the 25,
13.
It's half the distance to the goal. And so now 1st down and 10 as the Admirals pick up a Hearthside Bank 1st down on the penalty, and Carter Collier is stacked up. Good tackle right in the middle by linebacker for Dobyns-Bennett. Form tackle at the 11-yard line, so 2-yard gain. Farragut checking out of the ball game. There's 2 tight end set with Max Hilton.
Yeah, Nathan Jacobs, the hard running from Nathan Jacobs, your freshman. Definitely miss him tonight. His physicality, really good balance and vision.
Collier gains 3 to the 10. It's 2nd down and 7 45 seconds to go in this third quarter. 18 on the play clock. Run Collier, right, looking for a cutback lane. He's to the 5 and gets down to the 4, and so that's going to be a 6-yard gain and third down and short. And let's just let this thing run out and go get the wind at our back for the fourth quarter.
Well, and I would say you'll see jumbo as they do run in the jumbo package. 3rd and 1 from the 4. You need the 3-yard line.
It's 25 on the play clock and 12 on the third quarter clock. Just take this to the quarter break.
I think they're going to, Eric. They're listening to you up here.
And so from the 4-yard line, it'll be Farragut facing third down and short in what is obviously 4-down territory. The Admirals just 1 of 7 on third down tonight, and it'll be third down and a crucial 1 yard to go when we return with fourth quarter action on the other side of this 1-minute break. Dobyns-Bennett was up 14-7 at halftime. An impressive drive to open the second half by the Indians extends the lead to 21-7. That's where we stand as we head to the fourth. Back with the fourth in 1 minute as you listen to Farragut Football on West 105.
Looking for a fast quote? How about the right quote? We here at the Mike Dyer Agency can deliver both to help you with your insurance needs. Call us today at 865-966-2111 to learn more, or visit our website at MikeDyerInsuranceAgency.com. And remember, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates, Columbus, Ohio.
Leaky pipes.
Oh no!
Toilets clogged.
Oh crap!
Don't freak out. Just call us. Problem solved.
Okay.
No job too big. No job too small.
Oh, great.
Repairs, installs, relax. We do it all.
Valley Plumbing. Any plumbing issue, anytime. Call your Valley Plumbing professionals today at 865-351-0643 or visit valleyplumbingtn.com. That's valleyplumbingtn.com.
Fourth quarter coming up here at Dobyns-Bennett's J. Fred Johnson Stadium, and the Admirals facing third down and 1 from the 4-yard line, trailing 21-7 in this first-round playoff matchup. First play, fourth quarter, the Admirals quickly to the line. They will hand it off to Logan Wright, running right, and Logan dives for the pylon, hit it, and scores off the right side. From 4 yards out, second touchdown in as many weeks for sophomore Logan Wright, and the Admirals are back in it, down 21-13 with the extra point pending.
Yeah, in the jumbo package, thought he'd cut it up and went to the pylon. Good second effort and scores, and the Admirals have got 1 quarter left of football in their season if they don't have a really solid fourth quarter, and that's a good start on play number 1, touchdown for 6.
A 51-yard drive for Farragut after the defense stopped them at midfield on a fourth down try by Dobyns-Bennett. So now, not an easy extra point, right? Noah Haig on the snap from Conforti. The extra point by Ryan McHugh is up and good. Tough conditions, and Farragut makes it look rather routine as McHugh boots it through. Again, Noah Haig on the hold and Luca Conforti on the snap, and Farragut pulls back to within, making it a one-score game. They trail Dobyns-Bennett 21-14 with 11:53 to play here in Kingsport. Back in 1 minute with our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff as you listen to Farragut Football on West 105.
Looking for a mortgage that fits your needs? At Hearthside Bank, we offer a variety of mortgage solutions to help you get into your dream home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or refinancing, our team is here to guide you every step of the way. With competitive rates, personalized service, and flexible terms, we have the right mortgage for you. Visit us today and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. Hearthside Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Shop Farragut loves Farragut sports. From football to basketball to baseball and softball, we love supporting our hometown teams. We also love it when you shop Farragut and support our hometown businesses. You'll find everything you want when you shop Farragut. So support our local businesses and shop Farragut every day.
We got the big box of mom and pops, so many groovy restaurants.
Shop Farragut. Got there.
Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff will sail into the end zone, and so Ryan McHugh, 3 of 3 on the night. Kickoffs resulting in touchbacks. Dobyns-Bennett from its 20-yard line, and Farragut clawing back to within 7 just a moment ago on the second career touchdown run by sophomore Logan Wright, his second in as many weeks. On 3rd and 1 from the 4-yard line, he bowls in off the right side, just able to clip the pylon. And so now Dobyns-Bennett will be going into the wind in this fourth quarter. The wind doesn't appear to be whipping quite as much as it was, but the rain is still coming down heavily and coming down at a bit of an angle for sure.
Now you're hoping to use the weather to your advantage. Like I said, wind into their face, and obviously the rain is still coming down. Can the Admirals get a much-needed stop?
Levi Chappell will hand the ball off, and Farragut's got him in the offensive backfield.
Nice stop there. It looks like
I think it's Haddad.
Was Haddad holding him back from continuing to move forward? Thought it was a loss of 1, and they're going to say a loss of 3.
I can tell you from experience playing here in this environment and playing against Dobyns-Bennett in those all dark maroon jerseys, when it gets wet like this, it makes it very hard to find the football. So going back to Graham Clark in his option days, playing keep away with the football can be very difficult to find if you're on the defense for the Admirals right now.
That was, I believe, Luke Lundy, no gain on first down. 44 yards on 10 attempts for that young man tonight. 2nd down and 10 from the 20-yard line. Dobyns-Bennett moving left to right in this fourth quarter. They get to Lundy again. Farragut coming up with a safety. Harrison Smith can't make the tackle, but he slowed him down, and Noah Haig comes filling in. And Mason Apolategi is there as well. Stephen Doubleday, good pursuit, but nice gang tackling the Navy in full pursuit for the Admirals, is that's going to be a loss of a couple at least.
Hasn't always had a lot of opportunities this year to really bring the intensity, but I'm fired up. 3rd and 13. Opportunity to get off the field here as they've had 2 runs for negative plays.
Farragut finally got a 3rd down stop on the last possession after Dobyns-Bennett had converted 5 in a row, so they are now 5 of 7 on the night. And this is 3rd down and 12 from the 18-yard line. 2 receivers left. 2 right, back to pass. Chappell throws it deep. He's got a man open, and Farragut comes over and makes the play. Zane Qureshi-Smith kind of playing a little center field, which, by the way, he's an outstanding center fielder, and he comes over and makes the play as the ball was perhaps a little late arriving for the receiver, Jackson Sensabaugh.
I said it earlier, it looked like he's a little bit healthier today than he's been. He's been banged up a lot. And interesting, you said he made a good play like a center fielder. He made the play in left field of the baseball field here, if you're in probably the exact left field position. And is this the first?
That's maybe a little deep. That's a little deep, I think.
Who knows? It's foul territory, maybe. You get the point, Tyler. High snap.
Got the punt away. Farragut. It's a poor punt, but it takes a big Dobyns-Bennett roll.
Look at this roll.
So that's going to take a roll all the way down to the 33-yard line, and that will be a very effective punt.
Yes,
That's going to be 50 yards. 50 yards on the punt, and probably more than half of that was on the roll.
Yeah, you talk about a roll. If that had rolled the other way, Tyler, we're talking about 35, 40 yards of field position, but it rolls another 25 yards into, I think, left field there as well.
It's play at the wall. Ball at the 34-yard line, middle of the field, as the Admirals will set up, and I would give you the starting offensive line, except for I lost my sheet.
You want the linemen? I got Aiden Perez, Luca Hofer, Will Zooks, Bryson Bassett, and Connor Frinkowitz. I don't think anybody's had to leave the game tonight, so that would be your usual 5 left to right. Handoff Charlie Noble running left, and Charlie rips away at the 40, keeps battling at the 45, midfield to the 40, and down to the 37-yard line, 33-yard line. Finally making the tackle will be Zayden Hayes. What a run by Charlie Noble. It was Logan Wright. What a run by Logan Wright.
I think I said it last week, Tyler, the best 4th or 5th string running back in the country.
In the state.
I still believe that to be the case. What a run there after he gets the touchdown. The Admirals are cooking. I said they needed a big 4th quarter. They've got an opportunity to tie it quickly.
9:35 left to go here in the game in regulation. Aaron Heatherly shifts across the formation, sets up off right tackle.
That was a 33-yard run. Wright gets it again, and this time puts his head down and gets forward to the 31. That'll be a gain of 3.
Luke Brandon, and I believe it was Isaiah Bolden in for the Tribe.
Not overly big, boys, but I'll tell you what, 5'7", 155, only a sophomore, but runs pretty physical when he is in the football game. That's why he's in there in jumbo too.
He ripped off that 33-yard run Eric was talking about just a second ago as the Admirals set up 2nd and
About six from the 30-yard line, excuse me. So H-back and 2 receivers to the right, but they're going to run it with Logan, and Logan right between the tackles gets the 25 down to the 24, maybe the 23 and a half, and so that should be first down yardage, I think, for the Admirals. Eyeball it and move those chains, boys. There you go.
Yeah, you know how they do it, even in the playoffs in a one-score game to tie it. Boys, let's get moving.
And I thought they were going to canoe football into the field, but
no, they didn't call the.
He waved the chains on.
Yeah, he did. They're just not doing it. Go, guys.
Yeah, move.
Look at them. They just keep standing there. All right, and I'll tell you what, I don't expect a lot of passes here, but Logan Wright continuing to run the ball effectively and physically.
That's Hearthside Bank. First down number 13 of the night for Farragut. It's 6th in the second half, and Logan stands behind Corbin Hobson in the offensive backfield. Trips right, single receiver left, handed to Logan. Ran into his offensive line, passed off of him, got down to the 15 to the 14, and the Admirals with a 10-yard run off the right side behind Bryson Bassett and Connor Frenkowitz. And Logan, the sophomore, has provided the Admirals with a spark here of late. 10 more yards, 58 now for Logan on 6 carries, and the Admirals are in the red zone.
The physicality's there, the vision's there. Really like what we're seeing out of 21.
And a good job by the offensive line and giving him some space, letting him create some seams. He is getting some contact, but he is pushing through it as the Admirals set up for a 1st and 10 from the 14.
Between the hash marks, moving right to left. Pass goes down the line, and that ball was in the air as it glances off the receiver, goes incomplete. So they tried to get it to Haskins, and you see Haskins trying to dry off his gloves after unable to come down with that pass. A little bit high, but it was off his hands.
His gloves are now on the sideline.
Now they're on the sideline. He throws them off because they were wet. Says, I'll stick with my hands. They tried to do a quick just receiver screen after Wright's been successful running the football. Thought DB would sell out for the run.
2 receivers left, as well as the H-back Heatherly. 1 receiver right, that's Haskins from the 14-yard line. Logan Wright to the 5, to the 3, to the 2, to the end zone.
Throw your hands up!
Logan Wright with a 14-yard touchdown run up the middle, refusing to be denied, and the Admirals are an extra point away from tying this ball game with 7:35 to go in the third.
Yeah, get your phone out, Tyler. Put 6 on the board. What a run. This sophomore running so hard and physical. And these are down in distances where they're playing for the run, but he's breaking tackles. The young, diminutive sophomore with some physicality.
7:35 on the clock here in the 4th quarter.
And Farragut's now 3 of 3 in the red zone tonight as far as touchdowns, guys, so that's always good to see. And
like you said, not easy here, though. Let's not take these for granted.
No, this is a big extra point as the Admirals try to tie it. Snap comes back. Noah Haig gets it down. Ryan McHugh gets it up, and the Admirals have tied this ball game. Again, 7:35 to go in our 4th quarter. It's 21 all. Our Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff coming up on the other side of this 1-minute break as you listen to Farragut Football, presented by Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
Whether you're managing a household or running a business, Citizens Bank has a checking account built for how you bank. Choose from personal and business options with digital tools like mobile deposit, bill pay, and merchant services. Plus, support from a local team in Knoxville and Lenoir City that understands your goals. Learn more at citizensbank24.com. Member FDIC.
Fantastic customer service.
Said we need a good 4th quarter. It's a good 4 minutes, boys.
Expert craftsmen and so many 5-star reviews. Hi, I'm Rick Terry with Rick Terry Jewelry Designs.
What do you need to do? One more stop and you're out of here. Hopefully. Yeah, we need to stop and you got to go. It'd be 5 minutes.
If you've never checked this out,
you mean I got to go?
Better yet,
I mean, leave town. I mean, leave the city, leave the county. No, you don't.
Look for the Chelsea area.
No, you're staying. I need you down there.
Rick Terry Jewelry Designs.
You're just going to wait till the game's over, and then even if it's raining, run out there quick.
Rick Terry Jewelry Designs kickoff. Ryan McHugh sends it screaming to the back of the end zone on a line drive kick. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the Indians, as that's now 4 of 4 touchback kickoffs resulting in touchbacks tonight for senior Ryan McHugh, and Dobyns-Bennett from its 20 and a 21 all game. Farragut with 2 touchdowns here in the fourth quarter. The first on the first play of the fourth quarter, capped off a 51-yard drive, a 4-yard touchdown run by Logan Wright. And then after a 3-and-out series by Dobyns-Bennett, Farragut marches 66 yards, and Wright does the honors again, this time from 14 yards out, breaking multiple tackles on his way to the end zone. 21-21.
Brett, something I've not seen from this defense a lot this year is they're showing some energy.
Yeah,
they're showing some passion. They're fired up and ready to play.
Yeah, I'm
with
excited.
7:35 left to go in the game.
I think we're all fired up.
Chapel, and now they'll go on the reverse as this is coming to the near side. I don't know who the runner is. I think it's Hayes, Hayden Hayes perhaps, and indeed it is. It's Hayes on that little inside reverse that has worked effectively multiple times this year. Usually it's Zabian Goodwin running it, but they run it with Hayes, and he rips off big yardage on the right side before the Admirals roll him down at the 47-yard line. So 27 yards on the inside reverse to Hayes.
Yeah, the Indians needed some momentum, and they decided to run kind of the fake speed option and then reverse, like he said, on the inside. They got what they needed out to the 42-yard line.
I'm thinking that was a handoff and not a pitch ahead. But,
I think it was.
Anyhow, it's a Hearthside Bank first down for the Indians. They're 19th of the night. 19th of the night from the 47-yard line. It'll be the quarterback, Chappell, keeping it. Being held, and Owen Petoskey just discards the offensive lineman that's holding him and then buries the quarterback at the 42-yard line. 5-yard loss.
You know something Owen does? He doesn't just rush upfield. When the snap comes, he kind of sees what they're doing, and then he attacks, right? So it's really good fundamental football, really.
And does a great job. Like it could be, if you're too aggressive as a defensive lineman, you can put yourself in harm's way
100%.
By running too far upfield. But Owen does a great job of staying within that. The heel line's what we always called it growing up.
They were trying to hook him, but he knew it, and then he fought over the across the face.
2nd and 15 for Dobyns-Bennett. Tight end to the left, H-back to the right for the Indians. From the 42-yard line, they run a reverse, and it's a flea flicker. They throw it deep. They got a man open, and Farragut will make the tackle, but the ball is caught by Tyree Thomas at the 33-yard line. And so that's going to go for first down yardage from the from the Dobyns-Bennett 42 to the Farragut 33. Thomas open on the right side.
Yeah, that was a double reverse pass back. But, boys, he had an opportunity of knocking that down. He went for the tackle. If he'd have just gone for the deflection, he could have made that play, but he goes to tackle the big tight end instead of getting his hand on it because that ball floated in the air.
7 catches, 121 yards for Tyree Thomas tonight. Another Hearthside Bank first down for Dobyns-Bennett. From the 33, they'll run Lundy to the right side, and Farragut will see Lundy spin off of a hit and get forward to the 29-yard line. That'll be a 4-yard gain. 5:18 to go. Dobyns-Bennett marching. It's 2nd down and 5, or 6 perhaps to go.
Yeah, you got to realize the ball, especially in the rain, can float a little bit as it did on that trick play. But gains about, it looks like they got 4. 2nd and 6. What kind of field goal kicker they got, Eric?
He missed a 32-yarder against Bearden.
I know they're not thinking 3, obviously. What was that?
Timeout
for the Admirals?
Farragut calls a timeout. I think that's going to leave the Admirals with 1.
If I believe you're correct, Eric.
Yeah.
Of course, Dobyns-Bennett right now is going into every trick play you can think of.
Yeah, they're trying to get something going offensively, and they're doing.
If we see the fumble risky, I'm out.
Going to the house.
We're calling it
hook and ladder.
Hook and ladder would be normal for this offensive drive. It feels like.
Speaking of that, they're not a sponsor, but boy, the hook and ladder Firehouse is fantastic.
Hey, coming up Saturday, February 7th at 5 p.m. in the school commons, it'll be the 14th annual Farragut High School Athletics Hall of Fame banquet. The event, again, will be catered by Brown Bag. Last year, tickets were $40 each, or a table of 8 could be had for $300. This year's honorees include Coach Eddie Courtney will be inducted, as well as Drew Burnett, Harrison Eldridge, Katie Green, Anna Miller, Cole Strange, James Thomas, a couple of former football Admirals, Bailey Williams, Sarah Yeager, and the Service Award inductees will be Michelle Brosette and Richard Huff. And so make plans to attend. Again, Coach Eddie Courtney among this year's inductees, coming up Saturday, February 7th, 5 p.m., Farragut High School Athletics Hall of Fame banquet. So 2nd down from the 29-yard line, and They'll run it off the left side, and that's very close to first down yardage. Emmett Starnes was the running back, and Starnes moves the ball forward to the 23. So gain of 6. It's going to be third down and short, I think.
Yeah, ran power again, pulled the guard, 3.5 yard, which they're probably not really upset about. 4 minutes and 25 seconds left, Tyler, and we've only got one timeout left. This is the emotion we came to see.
5 of 8. They failed on their last 2 third downs after converting 5 in a row. Handoff, Starnes coming near side. Farragut makes the tackle. It's Luke Dinkel tripping up Starnes, but did Starnes stumble forward enough for the first down?
Yeah, Dinkel's excited, but I think it's a first down.
It's probably you got to think they're going to obviously go for it on fourth down regardless, but make them have a fourth down. Farragut stopped them twice tonight.
You think they're going to measure this thing? It's a 30-yard walk for them. I don't think they have any. They don't want to do that.
They're calling them timeout to measure.
Wow. Proud of them, but I think from here it looks like this 2013 vision up here says, I think they got it.
Yep.
It's 2025. It's
Huh?
2025 there, buddy.
The 2013 is my vision.
Oh.
Tell me that math stuff again. You were telling me last week. Talking about vision. It's 2025.
It's 2025.
I know the year. Talk about
we
vision.
have HD now, man. Come on.
And Tyler is in glasses, so he would not know what 2013 means.
So it looks like the 23 is what they had to make, and it looks like the ball's at about the 22.5.
I know. I'm shocked they're doing this. But didn't we have a couple games ago where they were a yard and a half short?
Yeah,
and they said, bring this thing out.
Was it not?
Was it last week? They brought it out. This is not even close either, though.
They wanted to be thorough.
Look at them.
Yeah, they got it by
a yard.
Probably a yard, full yard. So that was Starnes on the carry, and we'll say 2 yards and a.
Looks like they may be some confusion about is there slack in the chain?
Isn't there a lot of slack in that? I think they got it, but there was tons of slack in there. I think they got these.
Having worked chains on Friday nights once or twice in my life, it's not an exact science. More it's an art.
It's an art.
It's an art, not a science.
And I think those guys came from PALs. They just got off their at morning shift and came down and helping out these great referees.
All right, so it's going to be from the 22-yard line, first down and 10 for the Tribe as they pick up their 21st Hearthside Bank first down of the night, converting on third down.
Just the emotion we wanted, Tyler. High school football, first round of the playoffs in the edge of the red zone.
And rain is basically sheeting straight down at this point.
Yep.
It's falling. It's heavy. It's heavy, but it's the wind does not appear to be a factor anymore, at least not currently.
And while the crowds are small, they are loud and vocal for both sides tonight.
Yep. All of our crowd has moved to this small area here.
From the 22, ball on the near side hash. Levi Chappell has Luke Lundy in the offensive backfield with him. He hands it to Lundy. Lundy, big hole up the middle. Connor Paris wraps him up and pushes him back.
Oh, my.
At the 16-yard line.
Wow.
So
Palategi wanted a personal foul there on the Indian lineman.
6-yard gain for Lundy right up the middle, giving him 52 now.
Got to say, respect to Palategi for stepping in there. He's playing a little bit outside of his weight class there as he's going up against 6'4", 315-pound Tyler Grizzle.
So
good offensive line there.
Two of two on red zone trips are the Indians tonight. Both of those touchdowns. They're back in the red zone. Second down, and about 4 or so yards to go from the 16. Farragut brings pressure off the right edge. They run it left, and Lundy lost the ball. Farragut has recovered a fumble. Farragut has recovered the fumble. It's Connor Paris. And the Admirals get a turnover in the red zone as Lundy drops it on his way to the ground.
Name a more appropriate person to recover that fumble than senior Connor Paris.
Wow. Who caused the fumble there?
Hard to say. I want to say Dinkel, maybe a Palategi.
And Tyler called it earlier. We have got maybe, right now at least, because of the rain, it looks like we're a solid 78 Admiral fans strong. But they are fired up as you were down 21-7 to start the fourth quarter. In 9 minutes, you've tied the football game, and you've got an opportunity with the football. Can we see some more magic from number 21?
So Farragut will hand it off, and being pushed back is Logan Wright.
Woo. And with the weather, Tyler, you know where the ball is, you're obviously going to play a little bit conservative.
And it's, right now you've got to be thinking about, are you playing for the what's your end game right this second? Are you trying to survive? Are you trying to score? Are you going to be aggressive? There's a lot of thoughts going through Coach Courtney's mind right now as he's making these play calls.
100% there is.
Handoff, Logan, right side, and got pushed back as he got to the far side line judge saying the 15. That should be his call to make.
But I would say you've never won here. You're 0-13 or whatever it is. First round of the playoffs, you're 3-7. You were down by 2 touchdowns. You got to let it all hang out.
I mean, you're going for it.
You got to let it all hang out.
You are going Vince Vaughn from dodgeball right now. You're just blindfolding it and throwing the dodgeball at somebody.
You got to make it happen. Let's go.
2 of 8 on third down. It's third down and about 8 yards to go from the 15-yard line as Corbin Hobson, with right behind him, steps up and is going to be sacked. Bringing the pressure is Tyree Thomas.
He had an outstanding game tonight, both plays.
Thomas makes the sack, and
Coach Christian going out onto the field to make the timeout call.
Yep, 21 all, 153. Pretty good rush, but got our eyes down quickly at the quarterback position.
I mean, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's only the maybe second sack of the night.
Yeah, the offensive line's played pretty well.
Yeah, actually,
compared to the 8 from last year.
No, it's the first, at least, that is held up. I think there was a play behind the line of scrimmage, but there was a hold. No, excuse me. There was a penalty somewhere elsewhere that maybe negated that play.
So good pass protection tonight from the Admirals.
Well, they've built off last week's performance, and obviously a much better competition tonight. Obviously, you've had a couple really low snaps, so a punt here. Very scary. Admirals have 1 timeout. The Indians have 2 timeouts remaining. So the emotion is high for everyone in attendance and listening and watching at home.
First turnover of the ball game goes the Admirals' way. Connor Paris with the fumble recovery. Luke Lundy put the ball on the ground. But the Admirals can't move for a first down. In fact, they lose 3 yards on 3 plays. So from the 10-yard line now, you've got Melindy, who's been outstanding tonight, but Conforti, the long snapper on a wet ball, halfway back in the end zone, stands Melindy from the 10-yard line. He gets the punt away. It's a line drive. It takes a Farragut roll. It skips by the return man.
Let it go.
And it's going to be the 35-yard line.
Don't touch it.
And it is downed at that point by Abram Shelton. So from the 35-yard line, that's going to be 55 yards.
That is what the doctor ordered, boys. And a great punt. They were never going to return that. They were going to let it bounce and roll. Fantastic roll for the Admirals. And as you said, now DB has a lot of decisions to make. 1:45. What are they going to do? 2 timeouts. They've shown a lot of trick plays this second half. They've run it well with the quarterback. Not as many screens to the receivers and tight ends this half, but interesting to see what they decide to do.
All the pressure right now is on the guys wearing maroon and silver.
Has to be.
You're the 1 seed. You're the one that's sitting there holding it all, so here it goes.
3-7 Admirals.
Receiver coming across the formation is Thomas, and they'll roll this way. Farragut giving chase with Doubleday as Chappell extends the play and then heaves it out of bounds, incomplete. Incomplete. Chappell had only 1 incompletion in the first half. He's got 4 here in the second half. Much more difficult conditions to throw the football in this second half.
I am very impressed with his composure as a junior quarterback.
Yeah.
He's made some very good decisions.
Well, he's thrown many away, and we've seen that that's not always the case in high school football. He's done a good job.
Yeah, and with his legs, again, when they need a big play on the ground, Chappell's probably the way they're going to go. And so from the 35-yard line, they will bring in motion Tyree Thomas. They will throw it left side to Jalen Thomas.
That hit the ground.
And Thomas gets to the 48-yard line.
That hit the ground.
Farragut's,
oh, my goodness. Guys, it hit the ground.
The white hat finally says
thank you. Oh, my goodness, you were about to have Brett Clinton and lose it. Yes, absolutely, it hit the ground.
There's going to be a bunch of people losing it now because he just made the incomplete gesture and pointed to the ground. facing the home stands. A bold move.
Well, it
by
was
the
because
gentleman wearing stripes.
it was so late, though. Like one guy's spotting it, and he's calling it incompletion. You could see it from here.
Meanwhile, Thomas was running free as if he had never went down on the tackle in midfield.
Oh, my goodness.
Setting up the screen for Jalen Thomas, and you were saying hadn't seen as much of that in the second half. Conditions haven't allowed for it, but Thomas is certainly the go-to playmaker for them. 6 catches, 54 yards, all screens in the first half, and they tried to get it to him
You could see
on
it
that
again.
occasion. And
3rd and 10.
now they're going to talk about, I guess, probably what the clock should be stopped at. Okay, so 6 seconds put back on because of the incomplete pass. And so back to the 35-yard line where it's 3rd down and 10.
Coach Christian feels like he is owed an explanation by the gentleman wearing the white hat.
We'll talk to you later. We got to move on.
I doubt they're going to talk in the postgame.
I mean, I don't have time to talk to you now. It's incomplete.
3rd down 10, ball far side hash. Empty set for Levi Chappell. Chappell back to pass.
That's a hold.
Comes to his left. Farragut pursuing, and Chappell's going to scamper out of bounds. 1st down, 46-yard line. 11 yards scramble by the quarterback. He continues to hurt Farragut with his legs. 99 yards rushing now.
Yeah, Haddad was doing all he could, senior leadership committee, to try to get over there. Just couldn't do it in time, and he gets just enough with 1:24 left, and we were also held again.
46-yard line. Fresh set of downs for Dobyns-Bennett. Clock stops as Chappell scrambled out of bounds with 1:24 remaining. 21-21 our score here in Kingsport.
Make sure
back
you know
to pass
where 17
Chappell.
is.
They set up the screen, and it'll be the Tyree Thomas making it. There's a huge hold on Dinkle, and they didn't call it right in front of the line judge.
And Bukowski's hurt.
And so, man, I mean, world class. And Petoskey is down back at the 35-yard line.
Like you said, your best, not just defensive lineman, maybe your best player on this football team is they sold the screen pretty well there. But Petoskey, you do not want to see him out of this ball game at this point.
I'm guessing that will probably bring in, if recollection, Cameron Beaver.
Yeah.
Which, talking with some of the guys last week after Cleveland, they consider Beaver one of the starters. They said that he does everything that they do. He's in that group. He's going to run with those guys. So he is very capable, and I know that this team trusts and will believe that he'll go out there and do everything they ask. Looks like they're bringing the chains out for a measurement while they are attending to Owen.
Yeah, looks like a leg injury. I'm hoping it's just a cramp, but
looks like they're stretching him out.
Yeah, I'm hoping it is a cramp and not a knee for the big fella. If that's the case, and it's just a cramp, he will not be in. Beaver won't be in long.
Coach Tom Doucette, as well as a couple of trainers out. And Owen will walk off as they bring out the chains. This should not be a 1st down, but it is. I mean, well, it depends on how accurately the sticks were placed across the way, but they clearly needed to make the 44-yard line, and they had not. That's not the 44-yard line where that football is. It's very close, but anyhow, it'll be a 10-yard gain, a Harside Bank 1st down for Dobyns-Bennett on the completion of the screen to Tyree Thomas, who's got 131 now. That's his 8th catch, 131 yards. He had the 50-yard touchdown early in the second half that put Dobyns-Bennett up 21-7. Farragut's battled back to tie the game.
Oh, he's wide
now
open.
They're going to throw it deep. They got a man wide open at the 20, and Farragut knocks it away at the last
What a
instant.
play!
Harrison Smith. That ball hung up in the air an eternity for Noah Raines, and Farragut was able to make up ground and throw a hand up and apparently get a piece of it as it's coming down to Raines at about the 10-yard line, incomplete.
Yeah, they faked the screen, throw it deep. He was absolutely wide open, but like earlier with Apolategi, could have got his hand on it. Harrison runs full speed back, gets his paw on it to try to keep his team in it, avoid the touchdown, and he does. There is a flag.
1:02 left to go in the ball game.
I assume that may be sideline warning on the Admirals.
Sideline warning against the defense. That's the first warning of the game.
Yeah.
A minute 2 to go, 21-21 our score. Second down and 10 for Dobyns-Bennett at the Farragut 44-yard line. Indians moving left to right. The rain has let up some. It's still falling, but the wind is not swirling. And so from the 44, they'll throw quickly left side. Tyree Thomas dropped it. And so it'll be third down.
Well, and if we have to say la vie until August, to you all and to this trifecta, it's been a lot of fun tonight, but I'd like to keep playing. And it's a big 3rd and 10. Interesting if they don't get this. Would they go for this? I don't know.
Now, I will also point out here, and I've seen overtime games here in the past with you guys as well as played in them, the advantage to playing for Dobyns-Bennett when you play overtime here, normally their band is down here in the far to our left in the bleachers. They do not have that advantage tonight.
From the 44-yard line of Farragut, 3rd down and 10, back to pass. Chappell, now he's going to step up and run. Chappell's got the first down as he comes to the near sideline, out of bounds at the 31-yard line. And so, again, it's the quarterback, 13 yards. I don't know how realistic it is to think that you can spy on him, but Farragut's just every play, Chappell steps back there and then just decides, I'm going to tuck it and run for the first down. Does so again. He's got 112 yards rushing now. Moves the chains on another 3rd down conversion. A Hearthside Bank first down. The 24th of the ballgame for Dobyns-Bennett. They'll have it at the 31-yard line of Farragut. Back to pass is Chappell with 49 seconds to play. Over the middle, intercepted by Harrison Smith. They were trying to get it to Raines again. I think that's Raines. Yes, it is 5. And Harrison Smith broke on the ball and had a chance at the pick.
He did. He kind of just hesitated just ever so slightly, but dives down, almost makes the catch, and just hits the ground. 2nd and 10 as Raines is shaken up. And the rain, like you said, is still falling lightly now.
This could be a big loss for the Ends because Raines is, I just now put it together, the wide receiver and the linebacker are the same gentleman.
Yeah,
he's had a heck of a game on defense.
Yeah, he has.
If you still had your lineup sheet, Tyler, you would.
I know.
Well, and still, I think it's now in Section S, but please, if you could grab it. I know it's a hall up here, but they do have an elevator.
I don't think.
It's sort of like the movie Twister. That's
Which
the same
one?
cow. The first one.
The first one. Great movie, by the way.
With a player shaken up on the play, take this opportunity to tell you about Nick Blankenship's side business. The videographer for Farragut football and basketball has A-List Video Solutions, which provides professional video services for a host of other occasions. Personal, business-related, what have you. A-List Video Solutions stands ready to assist with weddings, funerals, any of life's other precious family gatherings. If you need to document a conference or a presentation, let A-List Video Solutions help with its start-to-finish services. For more information about A-List Video Solutions' wide range of services, call or text 865-679-2276. That's 865-679-2276. So here's 2nd down and 10. Raines comes off under his own power from the 31-yard line. Lundy flares out left, back to pass his Chappell, throws over the middle, intercepted! Harrison Smith's got it to the 20-yard line, and he is immediately tackled by the intended receiver, Jalen Thomas, but a pick for the Admirals, who are +2 in turnover margin tonight.
Are you not entertained? Have you had fun tonight, Tyler?
I've had a blast.
37 seconds left in this ballgame. Just a little skinny post or slant was overthrown to the inside, Eric, and Harrison Smith almost has a pick on the last play. Comes up, makes the play here. What do the Admirals do here? Because 37 seconds left. Great kicker, 1 timeout. What do you call?
Dobyns-Bennett has 2 timeouts remaining.
Yep.
So
they're thinking the football back. I know they are.
They're thinking if we can get it. So right now you see Logan Wright in at running back. Heatherly set up at tight end, moves from left to right.
They're playing deep cover 2.
And up on press coverage by the corners is Hobson.
Run it!
Goes out to his right, throws downfield, and that is knocked away. That's not where you want to throw it to Jalen Thomas. Thomas will get the ball back for Dobyns-Bennett. There's some other guys that are much easier to pick on out there.
No, that's not the matchup you want to look for anyway. But looked like he could have run for some yardage there as they were playing back there on deep cover 2 there.
Also seeing Fikes, the wide receiver, check in as a rush in. I saw this earlier in the year in some of their other matchups. At 6'4", 180 pounds, he is a matchup.
Quick pass, right side. Garfield makes the reception, gets to the 25, to the 30, to the 35. First and 10 for the Admirals. They'll stop the clock. 36-yard line, a 16-yard gain
Let's go. They're moving very slow there, the Indians. Let's go.
Clock is set and running again.
Farragut with its
whoa.
Hearthside Bank first down.
Well, he threw it, and his other defensive end is upset with him that he hit him.
And so Farragut looking to stop the clock.
Okay, I'm going to argue for argument's sake here. If you're going to count the little push pass forward for a jet as a passing yardage, the spike where he throws it down like it's a bounce pass in basketball should count as a incomplete pass as well.
Yeah, it's just a very unique spike. He caught it, ran forward 2 yards, and then spiked it down. It's
that was
very not the normal spike you see.
It was almost like it was an afterthought.
Yeah, it was unique.
2nd down and 10. 36-yard line after the incomplete pass. 14.4 seconds to go. Logan Wright running left is going to be wrapped up by Raines, who's back in the ball game. And so Farragut picks up a couple, and they continue to run the clock, but Farragut asks for time. They will put some time back on the clock.
Remember, once again, earlier they were having problems with the remote, and at halftime it looked like they were changing the batteries.
3-yard gain, we'll say, for Logan Wright out to about the 44-yard line, where Farragut should have something like, I would think, 5-6 seconds.
5, 6, 7,
That's
8.
How quick they gave it.
There's no telling who's to say? It's like soccer. We just throw a number out there.
21-21. Admirals with 14 here in the fourth quarter. And
they're going to put 4-point-something seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
4.8 as the rain has picked up a little bit again.
Yeah, it did. It just started back heavily.
It's like, oh, here's a passing play. Here comes the rain. At this point, do you take – well, they've still got 2 timeouts. You can't take the knee. You've got to run a play.
No, for sure. They're going to be
like right this second. You've got the momentum. I would take this to overtime.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how wild they get here. I don't necessarily think it'll get overly wild, but.
Well, they didn't give them any additional yardage on the run. I thought they had gained some. Here's back to pass. Hobson steps up. Careful. Corbin will go down at the line of scrimmage, and that'll do it.
That should be the end of regulation.
It will be, but, he took a blindside hit. That's not what the doctor ordered at all. But your Admirals down 2 touchdowns to start the fourth, have scored twice to tie it to force overtime in the first round of the playoffs.
By the way, just to let you all know, our bosses are listening. Tony Cox just texted me, said, did you try to slip a 6-7 in there? He knows I work with middle schoolers. Not sure what that means, but I
never know either.
I never know either, but
My
apparently
son says it.
apparently I slipped it in there, so it was not intentional.
Folks,
free football, baby.
Yeah.
Free football Friday night.
It's Farragut's first overtime game since 2021. That was the memorable 57-56 double overtime thrilling victory at Science Hill in the opening round of the playoffs, 2021. That was some Dawson Moore heroics that night.
Loved him.
And so the Admirals playing in their first overtime games since the opening round 2021. We're tied up 21 apiece here in Kingsport as Farragut and Dobyns-Bennett will be deciding here momentarily who plays on offense first and on which end of the field. So let's step aside, get a break for our sponsors, and we'll return with overtime on the other side. It's a Farragut Football Friday night presented by Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
Hi, this is John Blair from Blair House. This time of year is filled with birthdays and anniversaries that call for gifting that is both personal and unique. At Blair House, we offer a wide
Riverdale and
variety
Lebanon is in a
of
lightning delay.
Chandeliers.
Yeah, there's
they
been a few.
They may not. Lewis County, Houston County, Page, Hendersonville,
Blair House,
Brentwood, Rossview. There may be a bunch of games that are going really late tonight.
Blair House, 210 North
Luckily not us.
Boulevard in Bearden.
Follow them on Facebook and Instagram.
I think I saw a flash of lightning off to the right early in the second half.
It was a traffic camera.
Ultimate neighborhood connection. Thousands of LCUB Electric customers already enjoy our lightning-fast, symmetrical gig-speed fiber internet with unlimited data.
I'll just let you know.
Free streaming
I'll let you know. I'm sorry. I
and
should have
enough
told you that. I'm
bandwidth
sorry,
for all your
Dusty.
family's devices. Starting at just $69.99
I don't know how long they're
Wi-Fi
going to take here.
equipment included. Enjoy fixed pricing, free installation. installation, no contracts, and local customer service. Check availability at lcub.com and get connected now.
Hey, it's Matthew Bryan. Trust my local insurance team and me at Bryan Insurance Group for all your insurance needs. Personal or business insurance, our team will find the most affordable rates and coverage you need. Call us at 865-983-8114 or find us online at bryaninsurance.com.
The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market, offers fresh seafood entrees at all 3 of its area locations. Po' boys, crab cake plates, fish taco, shrimp, salmon, and more. Choose an entree, choose a side and a beverage, dine in or carry it out. You won't regret making the Shrimp Dock your choice for a seafood meal. 3 locations to serve you: Farragut, Bearden, and Alcoa.
I'll go ahead and take it after this.
All locations open at 10 a.m. Monday through Saturday and at 11 a.m. on Sundays. Like us on Facebook for the Fish of the Week and other weekly specials. The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market.
Noah Haig is out for Farragut. Zayden Hayes is out for Dobyns-Bennett. Meeting at midfield as we determine who will have possession to begin overtime. And it looks like Dobyns-Bennett has won the coin toss yet again, as they did at the outset of the night. And so obviously Farragut is going to choose to play down at the right end of the field from our perspective. The baseball field end here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium.
I will say it's much nicer probably playing in that end zone now that it's turf throughout too. One thing I noticed about the baseball field and the football field, and we were talking about where we are on the baseball field.
Yeah.
Where's the warning track at for the left field area? Do they have like a cover or a replacement turf that covers that?
Yeah, obviously it's underneath the football field at this point, or they lay it on top of the football field because you can see it coming from the 381 mark in center field. So Farragut sees Dobyns-Bennett win the coin toss. Obviously the Tribe wants to go second on offense. They will start from the 10-yard line, and you got 4 downs to get it in, and then the other team gets their opportunity. And if it goes to a second overtime, you simply
flip the order.
It'll be Dobyns-Bennett going first and Farragut having the second possession of the second overtime.
You have to think Logan Wright is going to play a big factor in this overtime series as he has run the ball very physically. Can he continue to break tackles and make things happen as it looks like we're in the pistol?
Loaded pistol. Noah Haig standing off to the left of Corbin Hobson, and Logan Wright behind the 2 of them. 2 receivers left, tight end to the right. Hand off to Logan, running left. He's met on the corner and snowed under. Big play, and Dobyns-Bennett he's got the football, I think.
Yeah, we missed the hole. We go outside on the run off left tackle, and then he drops the football.
Who got the recovery? I never saw the football.
I don't know. Wow.
I'll give Dobyns-Bennett credit for the fumble recovery if I knew who got it. I think the way the reaction is on the sideline, I don't know if that's for the tip that jarred it loose or for the recovery.
13.
But they're very excited around Kedrick Harris. So we'll see.
What a swing of emotions, waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Well, they just sit on PA, but I didn't catch that. So a fumble on the first play of overtime could spell doom for the Admirals.
Wow. First play of overtime.
So Dobyns-Bennett at the 10-yard line. No, the Indians.
Whoa.
Wow. This will be Chappell keeping it, running right. He's to the 5 and pushed out of bounds by Connor Paris at the 4.
And there was huge lightning. He was going to call it right before the play, and then he stops.
Pushed out of bounds at the 4-yard line.
So we believe that it was Kedrick Harris on the recovery for Dobyns-Bennett based on the reaction on the sidelines. And so Dobyns-Bennett just got about a 6-yard gain by the quarterback, Levi Chappell, on the first play of their possession of overtime after the Admirals coughed it up on their first play. And so now the teams will head off to their locker rooms for a mandatory 30 minutes. If the officials see additional lightning in the area, the clock gets reset, and it'll be 30 minutes from that point. And so
looked like we were about 45 seconds from possibly the game being over, and it's a 30-minute delay.
30-minute delay, so we will be filling some time as the Admirals and Indians have played a classic. But Dobyns-Bennett is poised to get the win at home unless Farragut can find a way to get a stop. And in these conditions, guys, certainly it's more likely than it would be otherwise. And so the teams head off. 21-21 our score. Farragut playing in its first overtime game since the first round of the 2021 playoffs. A 57-56 double overtime victory at Science Hill. That was a 4-versus-1 matchup. The Admirals, of course, being the 4 seed against the region champions that year from Region 1, Hilltoppers. And Admirals looking for some similar magic here tonight, but with all the momentum going into overtime, turned the ball over for the first time tonight. Farragut had been +2 in turnover margin with 2 takeaways here in the second half. Late interception by Harrison Smith and a big fumble recovery by Connor Paris. And I guess Farragut with both of those, the interception was at the 20, so that was not a red zone trip, but Connor Paris's fumble recovery did thwart a red zone trip. But regardless, Dobyns-Bennett was marching both occasions, and Farragut with timely takeaways, but most untimely turnover, the first of the night here in the first possession of overtime. So 21-21 our score. Lightning delay here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium in Kingsport. Let's get a break for our sponsors. We'll return with more after this as you listen to Farragut Football, presented by Precision Garage Door Service, a name you can trust.
This is Derek Miser with Miser Wealth Partners. Are you still funding your 401k today? If so, you need to consider this. With our federal debt soaring past $35 trillion and the interest rate related to that debt now representing 1/6 of our federal budget, your retirement savings might not be as secure as you think. Don't leave your future to chance. Discover a wiser tax-free alternative today. Isn't it time you experience the Miser difference? Call Miser Wealth Partners today at 865-281-1616.
Boys, this is going to be a tough team to beat tonight. We have to stop their running game. You got to block them and stop them. Kind of like my Michelin Cross Climate 2 tires. I can stop in the rain, stop in the heat, stop in all kinds of weather. Just stop by Fisher Tire, and they'll fix you right up with the right tire for your car and budget. Fisher Tire is on Kingston Pike in Bearden, or west near the Pellissippi, and north on Broadway. Now get out there and stop them.
Banking should feel personal, and at Hearthside Bank, we make sure it does. With services designed for you, from everyday banking to complex loans, we're here when you need us. Visit our Farragut branch today and discover the difference of banking with a local team that is always within reach. Hearthside Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Whether you're cheering on the home team or building your dream home, David's Abbey Carpet and Floors has you covered. From engineered hardwood to luxury vinyl, elegant porcelain to natural stone, David's has the winning design for every room and a championship team ready to help you score the perfect floor. Locally owned and proud to serve our communities from locations in Farragut, Marable, and Pigeon Forge. Visit David's Abbey Carpet and Floors in-store or online today, where the Admirals shop for floors.
Here at the Mike Dyer Agency, we know insurance coverage options can be overwhelming. That's why we partner with Nationwide to help you find the best protection for you and your family's needs. Give us a call today at 865-966-2111 to learn more. Or visit our website at MikeDyerInsuranceAgency.com. And remember, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates, Columbus, Ohio.
Leaky pipes.
Oh no!
Toilets clogged.
Oh crap!
Don't freak out, just call us. Problem solved.
Okay.
No job too big, no job too small.
Oh great.
Repairs, installs, relax, we do it all.
Valley Plumbing. Any plumbing issue, anytime. Call your Valley Plumbing professionals today at 865-351-0643 or visit valleyplumbingtn.com. That's valleyplumbingtn.com.
Shop Farragut loves Farragut sports. From football to basketball to baseball and softball, we love supporting our hometown teams. We also love it when you shop Farragut and support our hometown businesses. You'll find everything you want when you shop Farragut. So support our local businesses and shop Farragut every day.
We got the big box of mom and pops, so many groovy restaurants. Shop Farragut.
Fantastic customer service, a knowledgeable team, expert craftsmen, and so many 5-star reviews. Hi, I'm Rick Terry with Rick Terry Jewelry Designs. My family and I have been serving West Knoxville and Farragut for well over 30 years. If you've never checked us out, please do. Better yet, come see us for yourself. On the corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road, look for the topiary of the Big Diamond Ring. Rick Terry Jewelry Designs, we want to be your jeweler. A proud sponsor of Farragut football.
Hi, this is John Blair from Blair House. This time of year is filled with birthdays and anniversaries that call for gifting that is both personal and unique. At Blair House, we offer a wide variety of jewelry, chandeliers, and other unique and hard-to-find gifts for when the gift must be perfect. Blair House, your time-tested connection to the treasures of the past. Blair House, 210 North Forest Park Boulevard in Bearden.
Follow them on Facebook and Instagram. Blair House Antiques, Knoxville.
Where do you go for shrimp straight from the Gulf, wild salmon, and the best clam chowder in the South? The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market. The Shrimp Dock has fish delivered from the Atlantic, Pacific, and Gulf multiple times per week. Whether it's fish on the grill for two or a shrimp boil tailgate party for family and friends, the Shrimp Dock is your home for fresh seafood and shellfish. 3 locations to serve you: Farragut, Bearden, and Alcoa. All locations open at 10 a.m. Monday through Saturday and at 11 a.m. on Sundays. Like us on Facebook for the Fish of the Week and other weekly specials. The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market.
If you're an LCUB Electric customer, it's time to upgrade. Experience true fiber to the home, the fastest internet available. Get affordable fixed pricing, free installation, no contracts, and local customer service. It's not too good to be true. LCUB is connecting new neighborhoods every month with gig speed fiber internet starting at $69.99 a month, Wi-Fi included. Check your availability now at lcub.com.
Hey, it's Matthew Bryan. Trust my local insurance team and me at Bryan Insurance Group for all your insurance needs. Personal or business insurance, our team will find the most affordable rates and coverage you need. Call us at 865-983-8114 or find us online at bryaninsurance.com.
Life doesn't run on bank hours. That's why Citizens Bank offers checking accounts with tools you can use and
That's everybody. Do you want to keep going?
I can take it. I can take it after this.
Online bill pay. Whether it's for your home or your business, you'll get options that work. And support from people based right here in Knoxville and Lenoir City. Explore your options at citizensbank24.com. Member FDIC.
Back here at Dobyns-Bennett's J. Fred Johnson Stadium in Kingsport, 21-21 in overtime, and we are in a weather delay. And I don't know if the officials are around to notice or not, but there have been two big flashes of lightning here in just the last couple of seconds, which would mean, if anyone's taking note, that the mandatory delay, the clock is reset to 30 minutes, and so we were already probably 10 minutes in, but if they didn't see the lightning, they probably just heard the rumble of thunder, and kind of hard to miss. And so we've got some thunderstorm activity here in the Kingsport area. Hopefully it will move out sooner than later. There's been some other games elsewhere around the state that have been delayed for a very long time. We were fortunate that we got through regulation. They did reset the clock on the scoreboard, so it's now ticking away at 29 minutes and 40 seconds until play could resume. And I don't really know, guys, when they do that, you know, it's 30 minutes, they say, till play resumes, but at what point do they get the teams back out on the field? Because you're not going to have, there was another flash, you're not going to have the teams, you know, emerge from the locker rooms after a good half hour or more of being inactive and not allow them to go through warm-ups. So is it 30 minutes before warm-ups or 30 minutes before the play starts?
I say warm-ups.
Because, you know, you think about it, you bring them back out onto the field. If it hadn't been 30 minutes, there might be some liability there if there was a lightning strike in the area.
Right.
I think that would depend on probably is that a black and white rule? Is there a gray area?
I don't know.
Because we technically didn't start playing before 30 minutes. We just sort of walked this way.
You guys made an interesting point as we were going to commercial break about the flash that was very noticeable, and it occurred right before Farragut's first down play in overtime, which resulted in the Admirals' first turnover of the night. Logan Wright was hit hard as he tried to scoot around left end, and the ball popped out. Farragut's first turnover of the night. We believe that it was Kedrick Harris for Dobyns-Bennett who made the recovery. But the Indians then are set up with their possession in overtime, the 10-yard line, and on the first play, they ran the quarterback 6 yards. So, I mean, obviously you're not going to be able to go back and take that play off the books, but it's just interesting that flash was very noticeable. The play was allowed to be run. Farragut commits the turnover. Then they're kind of like, maybe we can sneak this thing in here real quick, and it'll be over with before we have any more lightning in the area. The quarterback, who's been outstanding tonight running the football, Chappell, gains 6 yards off the right side, sets him up 2nd and goal at the 4. Then you've got more lightning, and they're like, no, we can't. We got to abide by the regulations and get these guys into their respective locker rooms. So, but Chappell has been a real problem with his legs. And we knew coming in, talked with Coach Jeff Courtney about it this morning, that really he's the guy running the football when they desperately need a big play and want to keep it on the ground, or just trust him. It's like, hey, how many times tonight have we seen him scramble for big plays? You know, I mean, they were designed pass plays, but Chappell was able to pick up the first down with his legs. So he picked up 6 in his 2nd goal at the 4, and then the teams leave the field.
Yeah, and we've had now 2 or 3 resets of the lightning delay. We're at 28 minutes and 12 seconds, so we've had a couple resets since the delay, but we've talked previously many times after games about if you have a quarterback, even not on design runs, where he sits back there and then goes, I'm going to go get 12, and he's done that multiple times tonight. A lot of design runs, a lot of not design runs. But the Admirals have got to keep 6 yards from their season being over. So whenever this starts back, at some point this evening or tomorrow morning, we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, you would think under normal circumstances, it's the closest thing to a slam dunk for Dobyns-Bennett at the 4-yard line. I mean, you can always just get the ball in the middle of the field and kick an extra point is what it amounts to. However, if it continues to rain,
I'm not sure they would ever march a kicker out. You know what I mean? I think they would. Feels like 4 down. You know, I don't know, but it feels like it may be.
I don't know if there was a chance. If there was a chance to win, if it's 4th down and 3 or more, and it depends on how hard it's raining. But I mean, I think the young man's pretty dependable on extra points, and that's what it is. And so, as long as the ball's not at a severe angle, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it depends where it's at.
But it's again, it is a wet field. It could be a wet ball. Might be raining at the time, and Farragut. There's some more lightning off to our, what would that be? I guess sort of southwest, I think.
And the Admirals can only dream of the situation you're, hypothesis. Yeah. We would love a 4th and 4 opportunity.
Well, I tell you, they've got themselves back in this ball game in the 4th quarter. They scored on the first play of the 4th quarter.
Yep.
It was a 4-yard touchdown run by Logan Wright, and that got, of course, everybody fired up that the Admirals had it back to a 1-score game, 11:53 to go, but it seemed to really give Logan a spark on Farragut's next possession. I mean, he toted the ball time after time and ended up scoring on a beautiful 14-yard touchdown run as the Admirals tied the game with 7:35 to go. And can't take, again, we're talking about what could happen if DB had to resort to a field goal. Farragut's extra points in the fourth quarters were not the usual gimmies that you expect for Ryan McHugh. Great job by Luca Conforti, the long snapper, especially great job by Noah Haig.
Yep.
He's got the tough part of all of that. And Noah Haig handling the ball, getting it down, and Ryan McHugh true on both of his extra points and forcing overtime. Also, the defense did its part. They needed Dobyns-Bennett was driving, and they got a takeaway as Luke Lundy fumbled the football, and it was recovered by Farragut's Connor Paris. And, takeaways have been few and far between this year for the Admirals. They come into the ball game with a turnover margin of -7. They only have 4 fumble recoveries all year, only 3 by the defense. One was Donovan Lloyd on special teams. And all 3 previous fumble recoveries were Stephen Doubleday. But Connor Paris gets the fumble recovery, and the Admirals unfortunately couldn't do anything with it. A 3-and-out series, but Julian Melendi with a 55-yard punt backed Dobyns-Bennett up to its 35. The Indians were again marching with the football late in this ball game, but Harrison Smith, Farragut's safety, outstanding sophomore campaign junior campaign for Harrison. We saw him last year play a significant role as a sophomore, and he has grown by leaps and bounds his junior year and got his first interception. And so Smith with the pick. One play after it looked like he might have one, he indeed did secure the interception.
And both of those were in the red zone, weren't they? They were both right around the same yardage mark.
Paris's fumble recovery was in the red zone. The pass was thrown to the edge of the red zone.
Right, they were very close to each other. That's
where
what I was
Smith
thinking.
got it. But it was not actually a red zone trip.
Right.
But Dobyns-Bennett was marching with the football.
Yep.
And so 2 big takeaways by the defense when they appeared to be on their heels in the fourth quarter. The offense scores 2 huge touchdowns. Logan Wright providing such a shot in the arm. You just hate that he's probably kicking himself right now in the locker room for that fumble, because my gosh, what a
physical run.
Yeah, what a tremendous show he put on.
What a second half he's had,
What's his yardage?
He's sitting at 75 on 11 carries and 10 carries after halftime for 74 yards. He only had 1 for 1 in the first half. So actually he had 9 carries for 74 yards in the second half. I've already put the overtime carry there. So, but a total of 11 for 75. I can tell you that Corbin Hobson's run the ball 4 times for 6 yards, including a touchdown. That was on the game opening drive, and boy did Farragut look strong right out of the gates. That was Corbin's 4th rushing touchdown of the season as the Admirals took the opening kickoff and drove 80 yards. Logan Wright, I mentioned his big second half, and in particular his big fourth quarter, but he ended regulation with 10 carries for 75 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Those are his 2nd and 3rd career touchdowns. The first coming last week at Cleveland, and then no gain on the fumble in overtime. So 11 carries, 75 yards for Logan Wright. Charlie Noble, 12 carries for 32 yards. Carter Collier, 6 for 31, and Carter gave him a couple of pretty good runs as well there in the second half.
Yeah, they parted the sea. I wanted to see him run, and he did there.
22 yards. That was the longest run of the season for Collier, just a sophomore. Logan Wright, just a sophomore. And so got reset to 30 minutes again with additional lightning in the area. So Farragut on the ground, 33 rushing attempts, 144 yards, and 3 touchdowns tonight. And then Corbin Hobson through the air. He was 6 of 14 at halftime, missed on his first 4 passes of the second half, but then completed the 16-yarder to Max Garfield. So Garfield with, Corbin 7 of 19 for 115 total. John Haskins, a couple of catches tonight, including a career-long 30-yarder, 2 catches, 40 yards total for Haskins, the Farragut senior. Max Garfield, another Admiral senior, 4 catches for 67 yards. Anderson Glover, 1 catch, good for 8 yards. And so the Admirals with 259 yards of total offense in this ball game. And then Dobyns-Bennett, they've gotten 44 yards on 10 rushing attempts from Emmett Starnes. Levi Chappell, the quarterback, again, is the guy who has done the damage. 17 carries through the end of regulation for 112, and then he had the 6-yard run on first down before Lightning sent the teams to their locker rooms. So 18 carries, 118 yards for the Dobyns-Bennett quarterback this evening, running the football. Kendrick Harris, a couple of carries, 2 yards. Luke Lundy, 14 carries, 57 yards. He was the young man that lost the fumble in the fourth quarter. 44 total rushing attempts in regulation for Dobyns-Bennett for 242 yards. And then through the air, Chapel 18 of 28 for 238 yards. A touchdown, that was the big 50-yarder to open the second half to tight end Tyree Thomas right down the seam. And an interception late, Harrison Smith with the pick for the Admirals. So again, 18 of 28, 238, a touchdown and an interception. And Tyree Thomas, the tight end or H-back, has been the guy tonight over the course of the night. In the first half, it was a little bit more Jalen Thomas, but over the course of the game, they've leaned more and more on the big fella, and Tyree Thomas has responded with 8 catches for 131 yards and the lone receiving touchdown. Zayden Hayes, 1 catch for 6 yards. Jackson Sensabaugh, 1 for 13. Jalen Thomas, 6 for 54, all in the first half. Luke Lundy, the running back, caught a screen and turned it into an 18-yard gain. And Admire Fikes, the big young receiver, sophomore receiver, 6'4", 1 catch for 14 yards. So 238 yards passing and 242 yards rushing. So 480 yards of offense in regulation for Dobyns-Bennett compared to 259 for the Admirals. Tyler, in a way, 480 to 259. It's like, how in the world is Farragut in this situation in overtime? Certainly the takeaways are big, but also, you know, the defense has gotten some fourth down stops. That, too, has been big.
It has been big, and you look at, I mean, there's been just the turnovers are huge.
Yep.
You look at it, they've done really well. You think they were having a drive, and then they've gotten pushed back by some penalty yards. And so, like, you look at it, and it honestly feels like the numbers should be that. If you're not looking at the scoreboard, you're just watching the action, it looks like it's about where it should be.
Yeah.
Just Dobyns-Bennett's had a good drive, or good drives going. Also look at it, Chapel was perfect the first half. And then, you know, you look at it, the offense sort of sputtered a little bit there late in the first half, come out after halftime and had a different adjustment and different attitude about themselves as we're being joined by more and more people in the press box seeking refuge, it looks like. As I found a frozen South Floridian downstairs with me and brought him back with me. Mr. Revay's joined me up here. He looked like he was I've known him for a long time now. We got to talk a lot outside in the cold weather, and I know anytime after October, after Halloween, it's too cold. Yeah. So I was like, you got to come with me, buddy. I know you. And
it's not good for the it's not good for the camera equipment out there in the rain either. I tell you, that's tough. But I tell you, he takes some fantastic shots week after week. Farragut is blessed to have him shooting their sports, and does a great job with that. And you'll oftentimes see his stuff. Contributes it to the Farragut Press and other outlets, and so I know the FarragutFootball.com website and all of that is, has Carlos's photos. Let's see, team stats. Let's how
many penalty yards are there from these teams? Because I feel like that's been a number that's been. I feel like it's a little I don't want to say lopsided, but I'd say it's one-sided. I feel.
Yeah, Dobyns-Bennett's definitely more heavily penalized as far as ones that have actually been stepped off, penalties that have, but also too, how we feel about what should have been called tonight that hasn't been called tonight. So, 6 penalties for 70 yards. In my perfectly unbiased opinion, that penalty yardage could easily be doubled with what we've seen from the offensive lineman tonight of Dobyns-Bennett.
We know that zebra season does not open until next week, Eric. You can't go hunting zebras right now.
2 for 13. 2 penalties, 13 yards is all I've got Farragut for tonight. And Dobyns-Bennett 6 for 70. But again, there were on at least one occasion, maybe two, where you had offsetting. Mm-hmm. And so those weren't stepped off against either team. But I've got Farragut with 15 Hearthside Bank first downs, Dobyns-Bennett with 24, Farragut 2 of 9 on third down, Dobyns-Bennett 7 of 11. Fourth downs, the Admirals 1 of 2. I don't know if that makes sense. Did Farragut go over? I'm not sure. I may have goofed that up. But I know Dobyns-Bennett's 0 of 2 because, again, you've got the 2 over on down series that, they're effectively turnovers, right? And so that's another one of those things that when you look at the stats and total yardage, when these numbers
drives that have been.
When these numbers are so disparate, how can you have that? And so 200 42 yards rushing in regulation for Dobyns-Bennett on 44 carries, and the quarterback 18 of 28 for 238. Meanwhile, Farragut through the air 7 of 19 for 115, 33 rushes for 144. And again, the 3 rushing touchdowns for the Admirals tonight. Logan Wright with 2 of them, Corbin Hobson with 1. Dobyns-Bennett has gotten the touchdown through the air, the 50-yarder early third quarter to Tyree Thomas. And Chappell, the quarterback, had the other 2 touchdowns for Dobyns-Bennett in the first half. So 21-21 our score here, and they've got 22 minutes and change showing on the clock. Tyler's waving the scoreboard sheet to me, so he's going to fill some time here with some scores of interest in this opening night, well, not opening night, but opening round of the 2025 TSSAA High School Football Playoffs.
All right, let's see. There's some action from last night mixed in with tonight. Of course, Blackman knocked off Gallatin in 24-9 final. Tonight, Maryville is victorious over Westridge, 41-7 to advance to the next round of the playoffs. In the second quarter, after a lengthy weather delay, Riverdale is up on Lebanon, 14-0. Bradley Central knocks off Jefferson County, 31-20. As the Bears traveled up I-75, then hit 40 East, and going to be returning home tonight with a victory for the Golden Bears. Oakland defeats Cookville last night 42-10. Science Hill knocked off Oak Ridge 35-31. For their win, Science Hill will get to travel to Green Hill as they knocked off Smyrna 42-14. Gibbs defeats Elizabethan right down the road 24-17 to eliminate the Cyclones from playoffs. Gatlinburg-Pittman ends the season of the Kingston Yellow Jackets 31-0. Greenville defeats Carter 56-10. Rockwood defeats Hampton 27-14. Happy Valley knocks off Tellico Plains 45-6. Oliver Springs goes on the road and beats North Green 34-18. Sevier County continues their march for a second straight 5A state championship as they knock off perennial powerhouse Knox West 34-9. South Green defeats Polk County 23-13. Halls eliminates Tennessee High 31-15. I've seen some great matchups between those two schools in previous years. I think this is the first one I can remember of Halls coming up to the Stone Castle, though. I've normally seen that matchup in Knox County. Sweetwater loses to Unicoi County 28-21. Alcoa starts their revenge tour as they're going to go on the road for a couple weeks now. They defeat Cherokee tonight 56-0. A nice bounce back for the Tornadoes. Anderson County was in a long weather delay, as Tony Cox informed me that they'd been under weather delay since about 9 o'clock this evening.
Wow.
They are up 37-13 in the fourth. Coalfield knocked off Cloudland last night 51-6. Eagleton Academy advances tonight 48-0 over Cumberland Gap. Swapping to the second page now. Central defeats David Crockett 49-10. McMinn Central defeats Pigeon Forge 21-0. Meigs County was off coasting 33-0 at half, ends up winning 45-8. Powell knocks off Morristown West 44-0. Some action from last night. Ray County loses to Lawrence County 38-20. Walker Valley defeated Tullahoma 27-20. Lincoln County moves on by defeating McMinn County 34-13. Loudon loses to Stone Memorial 44-21. Grace Christian Knoxville, the Knoxville Grace Christian, eliminates St. George's 49-0. CAK defeated Goodpasture last night. I think it was the first playoff win since 2021 or 2019 for the Warriors of CAK. Catholic is up on Christian Brothers 21-11 in the fourth quarter. Boyd Buchanan defeats Pope John Paul II 42-17. Some other scores going on out there because I'm trying to save Eric's voice for overtime. The Lady Vols defeat ETSU in women's basketball tonight 97-47. At the half, UCF leads Houston in some Friday night college action 24-17. Memphis trails Tulane 21-14 in the second quarter, and the Trojans of USC in a weird matchup with this new Big Ten playing Northwestern tied 14-all in the second quarter. It seems really weird to say USC playing Northwestern in the Big Ten.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Let's see here, see if there's anything else of interest out there.
It's even more nonsensical than Oklahoma, Texas, and Missouri being in the SEC. I mean, it's just
I really don't want to argue with you about it, but Texas and Oklahoma at least their culture fits. Missouri's just there. Like Texas, at least it's a football school. Oklahoma, they're a football school. Missouri is.
Yeah. I hear you.
I mean,
I hear you.
Now, I will say, if they keep talking about this expansion, I don't want to hear Florida State. I don't want to hear Miami. They're not Southeastern Conference teams either.
Yeah, they don't bring anything. I don't think they want them unless it's just a matter of numbers. You have to accumulate as many universities as you possibly can because you've already got basically those markets, and those schools don't have the. They don't have the base. They don't have the budgets that the traditional. I mean, maybe they've got the same budget as a Mississippi State does, but
they're not competing
not
in
the big
modern
dogs of
college
the SEC.
football nowadays. I don't feel like.
So it's funny, Tyler. You say Bradley goes to Jefferson County and wins. That's a 3 versus 2 matchup. Last night, Science Hill was the 3, went to Oak Ridge in the 2 matchup. It feels like in these regions, it's quite even, at least on any given night. But with Maryville, obviously, so far out in front of everybody else. But Farragut's here as a 4 seed playing the Region 1 champion, and here we are in overtime in a weather delay, 21-21. So the Admirals have had their chances and will continue to have a slim chance to pull this one out. But that's a 1 versus 4, and again, the 3s defeated the 2s.
And Dobyns-Bennett, while it's a tradition-rich program, and I told you earlier in pregame that if you put me in a time machine and let me go play in any stadium in any high school game that I ever played in again, this is where I'd want to be. That's when this place is rocking. This is the best environment you can find in this part of the area. And I mean, we've been to Maryville. I loved playing at Blankenship Field, all these places, but man, there's just something special about this place. The chop, the fan bases, the band. Yeah. I mean, when you look at a marching band and they were sitting over here in the bleachers at the baseball stadium, and they take up 3/4 of the bleachers.
Oh,
man.
Yeah.
The Dobyns-Bennett band is known. They go to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade perennially, and like they're doing all these things, and it's just like this is the type of environment.
Yeah, the game day environment.
But they've also given up some 4 versus 1 matchups in the past. I can think back, when Scott Meadows was at William Blount. I think he brought a team or two up here a couple times and was able to get away. I remember when I was in school, Carnes defeated them, not in the playoffs, but, Dobyns-Bennett was running away from their region at that time, and Carnes came up here and gave them fits and knocked them, from having a perfect season going into the playoffs. And so it's just like there's times where they are, just like every other team, is susceptible to the upset. And unfortunately, for them tonight, I don't want to say they're playing down to their competition. I just don't know, like, they're ridden by those mistakes, those 2 4th-down conversions that didn't go their way, the 2 turnovers. They got momentum back right there with the fumble recovery on the first drive of overtime. But, this is also, like we talked about it in pregame. If you're Farragut, you got to take your shots. You've got to go out there and you've got to throw body blows. You got to throw body blows, and then when you get tired of throwing body blows, you got to be ready to counter. And both teams have done a respectable job of, that's the best you got. I'm going to counter you right here and get something to go. Looks like the timer's running down to 14 minutes and 30 seconds, and I just scared everyone in the press box by pounding on the desk.
Well, and I'm looking at the rain and the lights across the way, and it's falling straight down. And it's raining steadily, but it's not just absolutely pouring like it was earlier. And of course, some of that effect was added to by the wind at the time when it first moved in. Man, it was whipping. And Farragut at that point in the 3rd quarter was going into the teeth of it. Got to the 4th quarter, and the wind was at least at Farragut's back. And so, maybe that was pretty big key in Farragut being able to just be a little bit more comfortable in what they potentially could run, and able to put together. Although really the only on the first touchdown, the only play that was in the 4th quarter was the touchdown itself. So the rest of that drive took place in the 3rd quarter.
2 yards out for Mr. Wright.
Yeah. So
could you say Mr. Wright's making all the right moves?
Well,
it's that in the evening, ladies and gentlemen.
He was, and like I say, I hate that the young man who's had such a breakout performance here tonight is probably kicking himself right now in the locker room for the overtime fumble. But let's step aside here, get another break for our sponsors. Hopefully, when we return, the clock will continue its march, will not have been reset. It's currently sitting at 13 minutes until play can be resumed, or more likely until the players can return to the field to warm up in order for play to resume. But it's 21-21. Dobyns-Bennett with the ball, second possession of the first overtime. And they've got it second and goal at the 4-yard line. So poised to pull out the win at home. And the Admirals needing a third takeaway in the worst way. So let's get a break for our sponsors. We're back with more. It's a Farragut Football Friday night, a soggy one currently, here on West 105, worldwide at WFIV.com.
Here at the Mike Dyer Agency, we know insurance coverage options can be overwhelming. That's why we partner with Nationwide to help you find the best protection for you and your family's needs. Give us a call today at 865-966-2111 to learn more, or visit our website at MikeDyerInsuranceAgency.com. And remember, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates, Columbus, Ohio.
Shop Farragut loves Farragut sports. From football to basketball to baseball and softball, we love supporting our hometown teams. We also love it when you shop Farragut and support our hometown businesses. You'll find everything you want when you shop Farragut. So support our local businesses and shop Farragut every day.
We got the big box, the mom and pops, so many groovy restaurants. Shop Farragut.
This is Derek Miser with Miser Wealth Partners. Are you still funding your 401k today? If so, you need to consider this. With our federal debt soaring past $35 trillion and the interest rate related to that debt now representing 1/6 of our federal budget, your retirement savings might not be as secure as you think. Don't leave your future to chance. Discover a wiser tax-free alternative today. Isn't it time you experience the Miser difference? Call Miser Wealth Partners today at 865-281-1616.
Looking for a mortgage that fits your needs? At Hearthside Bank, we offer a variety of mortgage solutions to help you get into your dream home. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or refinancing, our team is here to guide you every step of the way. With competitive rates, personalized service, and flexible terms, we have the right mortgage for you. Visit us today and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. Hearthside Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Whether you're cheering on the home team or building your dream home, David's Abbey Carpet and Floors has you covered. From engineered hardwood to luxury vinyl, elegant porcelain to natural stone, David's has the winning design for every room and the championship team ready to help you score the perfect floor. Locally owned and proud to serve our communities from locations in Farragut, Maryville, and Pigeon Forge. Visit David's Abbey Carpet and Floors in-store or online today, where the Admirals shop for floors.
Leaky pipes.
Oh no!
Toilets clogged.
Oh crap!
Don't freak out. Just call us. Problem solved.
Okay.
No job too big. No job too small.
Oh, great.
Repairs, installs, relax. We do it all.
Valley Plumbing. Any plumbing issue, anytime. Call your Valley Plumbing professionals today at 865-351-0643 or visit valleyplumbingtn.com. That's valleyplumbingtn.com.
Yeah, we don't do, we try to cover.
Boys, this is going to be a tough team to beat tonight. We have to stop their running game. You got to block them and stop them. Kind of like my Michelin Cross Climate 2 tires. I can stop in the rain, stop in the heat, stop in all kinds of weather. Just stop by Fisher Tire, and they'll fix you right up with the right tire for your car and budget. Fisher Tire is on Kingston Pike in Bearden, or west near the Pellissippi, and north on Broadway. Now get out there and stop them.
Fantastic customer service, a knowledgeable team, expert craftsmen, and so many 5-star reviews. Hi, I'm Rick Terry with Rick Terry Jewelry Designs. My family and I have been serving West Knoxville and Farragut for well over 30 years. If you've never checked us out, please do. Better yet, come see us for yourself. On the corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road, look for the topiary of the Big Diamond Ring. Rick Terry Jewelry Designs, we want to be your jeweler. A proud sponsor of Farragut football.
LCUB Fiber Internet is the ultimate neighborhood connection. Thousands of LCUB Electric customers already enjoy our lightning-fast, symmetrical gig-speed fiber internet with unlimited data.
How many more you got, Dusty?
Streaming and gaming, and enough bandwidth for all your family's devices. Starting
About
at just $69.99 a month. Wi-Fi
Just
is
yell at me
included.
when
Enjoy
the last
fixed
one's coming
pricing,
up, and I'll take it after that.
no contracts, and local customer service. Check availability at lcub.com and get connected now.
Hi, this is John Blair from Blair House. This time of year is filled with birthdays and anniversaries that call for gifting that is both personal and unique. At Blair House, we offer a wide variety of jewelry, chandeliers, and other unique
I could take
and
you back
hard-to-find
to your
gifts
car,
for when the gift
or you could try to
must
hitchhike
be perfect.
home tomorrow.
Blair House, your time-tested connection to the
Yeah.
treasures of the past. Blair House, 210 North Forest Park Boulevard in Bearden.
Follow them on Facebook and Instagram. Blair House Antiques, Knoxville.
Where do you go for shrimp straight from the Gulf, wild salmon, and the best clam chowder in the South? The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market. The Shrimp Dock has fish delivered from the Atlantic, Pacific, and Gulf multiple times per week. Whether it's fish on the grill for two or a shrimp boil tailgate party for family and friends, the Shrimp Dock is your home for fresh seafood and shellfish. 3 locations to serve you: Farragut, Bearden, and Alcoa. All locations open at 10 a.m. Monday through Saturday and at 11 a.m. on Sundays. Like us on Facebook for the Fish of the Week and other weekly specials. The Shrimp Dock, Knoxville's premier fresh seafood market.
Hey, it's Matthew Bryan. Trust my local insurance team and me at Bryan Insurance Group for all your insurance needs. Personal or business insurance, our team will find the most affordable rates and coverage you need. Call us at 865-983-8114 or find us online at bryaninsurance.com.
Huge sponsor. They got
Whether you're managing a household or running a business, Citizens Bank has a
Last one.
You Bank. Choose from personal and business options with digital tools like mobile deposit, bill pay, and merchant services. Plus, support from a local team in Knoxville and Lenoir City that understands your goals. Learn more at citizensbank24.com. Member FDIC.
WFIV 105.3 FM. Loudon, Farragut, Lenoir City.
You're listening to West 105.
Back here in Kingsport at J. Fred Johnson Stadium, where the rain continues to fall, but the clock has not been reset. It's down to almost 5.5 minutes until the teams could emerge from the locker room, warm up to resume play. Dobyns-Bennett has stopped Farragut on the first possession of overtime, and now the Indians have their possession on first down. The quarterback, Levi Chappell, who has hurt Farragut with his legs all night long, got around the right edge and gained 6 yards, setting him up second down and goal to go from the 4 when Lightning suspended play. And so Chappell again with 118 yards rushing on the night. He's thrown for 238. Dobyns-Bennett has outgained Farragut 480 yards to 259. But the Admirals have got a couple of takeaways tonight before committing their first turnover on the fumble by Logan Wright on the first play of overtime. But Wright had come up big with a couple of touchdown runs in the fourth quarter as the Admirals battled back from a 21-7 deficit to tie this game and send it to overtime. First overtime game for the Admirals since the opening round of the 2021 playoffs. Double overtime win at Science Hill, 57-56. The Admirals got it done that night. They're going to need a big defensive stop in order to pull this one out, as DB, again, is going to be set up second and goal from the 4-yard line. Again, I want to mention that it'll be February 7th at 5 o'clock at the Farragut High School Commons that the 14th annual Farragut High School Athletics Hall of Fame banquet will take place. This year's honorees include Coach Eddie Courtney. Of course, coached at Farragut from 1977 through 2023. Incredible career, and Coach Eddie Courtney will be recognized and honored, and hope to have a full house on hand for him and for all of the other inductees. Very worthy class as always. But Drew Burnett, who we see around quite a bit. You got Moses, the senior, I believe his son on this year's team, but Drew, a 1999 Farragut graduate, played football, basketball, and soccer. Harrison Eldridge, outstanding baseball player for the Admirals class of 2004, among this year's inductees, as is Katie Green from the class of 2005, a soccer and track standout. Anna Miller, class of 2004, was a fantastic swimmer at Farragut High School. Then you got Cole Strange, of course, in the NFL these days, class of 2016. Cole, I think anytime I reflect on Cole's high school career when he was still playing linebacker before he got so big that they had to move him to the defensive line. There was a game at William Blount where Cole, I think, made every single tackle that night, it felt like. It was sideline to sideline. He ran down everything. And phenomenal game, phenomenal career, and of course he's gone on to fantastic things in football. So Cole Strange, James Thomas, another former Admiral standout on the gridiron, class of 2002, and he was pretty darn strong at track as well. Bailey Williams, class of 2012, former Lady Admiral softball player, and Sarah Yeager, class of 1993, cross country and track were her sports that she excelled in. And then there's the service award inductees. It'll be Michelle Brosette and Richard Huff. And so congratulations to all of those people on their pending recognition and honor. But looking forward to that. It'll be, again, February the 7th, which is a Saturday, 5 o'clock in the Farragut High School Commons. So make plans to attend. It's always a special event, a well-done event by everyone involved. And Brown Bag typically has been the caterer. I guess they've been the caterer exclusively the years that it's been at Farragut. 2020, because school was out because of an outbreak of the flu, which probably at the time nobody knew it was probably an outbreak of COVID. They had to move it off campus, and it was, I've forgotten what the name of that facility is, down off Walker Springs Road. But they had to move it there that night, and somebody else, they had their own in-house catering that took care of events. But otherwise, I think Brown Bag's taking care of it every year at Farragut High School, and they do a great job. See Anthony Lindsay down on the football field for Farragut, as well as Coach Dodgen making his way across. Anthony told me the other day, I guess it was the Oak Ridge game, the final home game, Anthony told me he was retiring. I said, Anthony, I don't think this is a position you can retire from. Asked him how many years he'd been doing it, trainer for the Admirals, and I've forgotten what he told me now, but it was, I think, probably like 25 or so. And so it would not be the same if on Friday nights you didn't see Anthony Lindsay on the Farragut football sideline. So hopefully he was just pulling my leg where that's concerned. Some information here on... They got 25 seconds. Let's see.
The gate has been opened back to the stadium down here on our left-hand side, so looks like they're going to follow the letter of the law to a T and going to wait till the clock expires before allowing entrance back to the field for the players.
It's got some historical information here that I always have on hand, rarely use, but it's for situations just like this. I think it's interesting stuff, and it's certainly good filler. But tonight's the 22nd all-time meeting between Farragut and Dobyns-Bennett. The series dates back to 1956, although that was kind of a one-off game. Dobyns-Bennett has won 9 of the last 11 and leads the series with 15 wins to the Admirals' 6. There have been 16 regular season contests over the years. DB leads in those 12-4, and 5 previous playoff meetings, DB leading 3-2. Including last year's first-round home win for the Indians, 42-24. Dobyns-Bennett also won last year's season-opening matchup here in Kingsport, 27-20. So Farragut's last win in the series was the 2023 season opener at Farragut, a dramatic 24-17 final, the first of 2 consecutive weeks to begin that season when Landis Davila had big touchdown receptions at the end to pull out victories for Farragut. Prior to that win for Farragut in 2023, the programs had most recently met in 2020. They were region opponents from 2017 to 2020. And so that 2020 matchup at Bill Claybo Field, Dobyns-Bennett had a powerful two-headed rushing attack defeated Farragut 56-35, despite the fact that some guys who brought us up here in the elevator tonight were completely confused about that game. I just let them suffer the delusion there that Farragut won that game. They did not. They had games confused. They had the 2023 and 2020 games confused, or sort of amalgamized.
They were talking about 2012, Coach.
But I mean but they had the names wrong for that. They were actually talking about the 2020 game.
I know. I was saying there was all kinds of confusion.
There was plenty of confusion.
The Indians have made their way through the gate, and I see the cheerleaders down here to our right, standing outside of what was the old locker room, where the visitors dress now, awaiting the Admirals to come back on the field. And the game clock has 10 minutes on it, so it looks like we're going to have a 10-minute warm-up period, maybe.
All right. So they're stretching out. Dobyns-Bennett is down to our left. So they had the big two-headed rushing attack that night in 2020 and defeated Farragut 56-35. That was Coach Courtney's first game back from cancer surgery. And the 2019 matchup in Kingsport, DB rattled off 21 second quarter points to take control of the game, ultimately winning 38-13. You go back the year prior to that, Farragut rolled at home in 2018, handling Dobyns-Bennett 42-20. The Indians' 42-34 win in 2017 here at J. Fred Johnson snapped a 19-game Admiral winning streak. The first 4 meetings were regular season affairs. Again, go all the way back to 1956. DB won that 40-0. I'm not sure in 56 what Dobyns-Bennett was doing playing the Farragut Farmers at the time, because that was a small school in a tremendously rural community. But anyhow, 40-0, the first meeting goes Dobyns-Bennett's way in 56. In 79, they played in the season opener. DB won that one 12-0. And Dobyns-Bennett also won 28-9 in 1983. Farragut won at home 14-13 over Dobyns-Bennett in 1984. The series then saw 4 consecutive playoff meetings. Dobyns-Bennett winning 35-17 in the first round of the 94 playoffs. Farragut winning 23-13 the following year, 1995, in a first-round matchup. Then in 2000, the first game I ever called for Farragut football, it was Dobyns-Bennett winning in the first-round matchup here 41-14. And then they met again in the playoffs, a 4th consecutive meeting being in the postseason. That was in 2007, the second round, and Andre Sterling ran wild as Farragut won 28-6 at home. So the 5 playoff games coming into the night versus Dobyns-Bennett ranked the Indians as Farragut's 3rd most frequent postseason opponent, behind Ottawa and Maryville, who they've played 6 times. So at night's end, it'll be Dobyns-Bennett, Ottawa, and Maryville that Farragut has played the most over the years in the postseason. Interestingly enough, right now, the other team that Farragut has played 5 times over the years in the playoffs is Jefferson County. The Admirals have been DB's 4th most frequent playoff foe over the years, along with Jefferson County for them, too. They've played 9 postseason matchups with Oak Ridge, 8 with Bearden, and 6 with Maryville. So prior to the 2017 region matchup, Farragut and Dobyns-Bennett opened against one another for 6 consecutive years. From 2009 to 2014, the Admirals won the first of those meetings 26-8. The Indians won the next 5. 2 of those victories for the Tribe were decisive wins here in Kingsport. 2010, 28-7, Kingsport won. 2012, Dobyns-Bennett won here 42-14. The other 3 that Dobyns-Bennett won in that series of season openers were closely contested, but all wins for DB, including the more recent matchups in 2013. That was a 21-20 decision. 2014 was 31-27 advantage Indians. And then in season openers, Dobyns-Bennett, they've done that a lot over the years. Dobyns-Bennett has won 7 of the 9 season openers between the teams. So, all-time, Dobyns-Bennett 35-41 in the playoffs, a winning percentage of .461. They've advanced to the quarterfinals on 10 occasions. 3 times they've moved on to the semifinals, 1998, 2000, and 2002. Farragut is making its 31st appearance as far as the number of years that they have been involved in the playoffs. First playoff appearance came in 1978. The Admirals advanced to the semifinals that year. They also advanced to the semifinals in 1981, 1995, and, of course, 2016. Additionally, the Admirals have made the quarterfinals 13 times.
Here comes the Admirals back onto the field, led by head coach Jeff Courtney and Patty Doucette.
2016, of course, Farragut made its first state championship game appearance and came away with a Class 5A title, 45-35 over Independence, snapping the Eagles' 29-game winning streak. So all-time Farragut's playoff record is 37-29, a winning percentage of .561. The Admirals' postseason mark under Coach Ken Sparks was 2-1. Under Coach Dan Bland, 3-3. Under Coach Buddy Fisher, 6-5. Under Coach Eddie Courtney, 26-19. And under Coach Jeff Courtney, 0-1. So trying to even that up here. The second year in a row, Farragut and Dobyns-Bennett squaring off in an opening round matchup. DB winning last year 42-24. But the Admirals need a turnover in the worst way as both teams warming up for this game to resume. And it is still raining. Not terribly hard, but I couldn't call it a sprinkle, and it's blowing a little bit at the back of the teams that will be on offense. Dobyns-Bennett on offense, second down goal to go from the 4-yard line on the second possession of overtime, and that is in the end zone, or they're moving towards the end zone down to our right, and the wind is blowing left to right currently. Earlier, it was the opposite of that, but.
And at one point, the wind was blowing straight at us.
Yeah.
And then somehow we had a mini tornado on the desk, and it ripped my
off went
sheet.
Tyler's lineup sheet, and I don't know what else you might have lost.
I hope they didn't get my wallet or car keys. But that's a couple hours wait, Tyler problem, not Nell problem.
So
okay, here's the thought. Dobyns-Bennett had taken the momentum back when they had to call it off. What has this 30 minutes done for both teams? For a coach, Jeff Courtney, you could think you have a chance to sit down, calm your guys down, stop the bleeding, perform some triage, and be like, hey, this is what we've got. This is what we're going to go do. Dobyns-Bennett had that. They had it in their hands. And now that was taken away from them for over 30 minutes. I'm guessing it's probably been closer to an hour now of sitting around. It's 10:37 Eastern Standard Time. And so now you're thinking, okay, who does this benefit? Don't know. We're going to find out. Is it second and goal from the 4-yard line on the right hash?
Yeah. It's just a tough situation for the Admirals here. I mean, you got to rally to the ball and try to tear it loose. Get gang tackling on the ball carrier, and I think the other thing about it is make somebody besides Levi Chappell beat you.
I am perfectly content of making 43 or 8 run this ball in the end zone. I don't want 17. I don't want 1. I don't want number 10. I want 8 and 43 to have their hands in the ball. And that's no disrespect to them. They've been great football players, but they have not been near as effective as those other 3 Indians.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not going to put the ball in the air, I wouldn't think, down here. I mean, again, you've got essentially an extra point to win the game if you can't get it across the goal line. Not that these are ideal conditions for the extra point, but still, I'd be surprised if they put the ball in the air. But maybe the element of surprise on second down, that's what you do. Who knows? But Chappell, I would make somebody try. I mean, easier said than done, right? But try to make someone besides Chappell beat me, because all night long he has been the thorn in Farragut's side with 18 rushes for 118 yards, including the 6-yard rush on first down as he skirted right end and got down to the 4-yard line after Farragut fumbled away its possession in overtime. Blackman awaits the winner of this one. The Blaze played last night trying to stay ahead of the weather and defeated Gallatin 24-9. That was the number 3 seed out of Region 4, the Green Wave of Gallatin. And so Blackman is the number 2 seed out of Region 3. Their only loss this year is to Oakland, 32-0. That was mid-season. Since then, they've rattled off 5 straight wins, and they're 10-1 on the year. Farragut's only previous meeting with Blackman was 2011 in the first round, and the Blaze won 41-38. Itavius Mathers had himself a ball game for the Blaze, but Farragut behind second-string quarterback Brian Phillips, who was pressed into action when Cody Rule was injured, rallied the troops, and Farragut made that a much more uncomfortable and competitive game than probably most people would have thought, and certainly I think than Blackman was expecting. So hoping for an opportunity for a return visit to Murfreesboro and to the home of the Blaze, but Farragut's got some work to do if they're going to make that happen. Meanwhile, as we've said a couple of times tonight, if Dobyns-Bennett were to pull out the win here, they would be hosting Blackman next Friday.
And I realize what the state's trying to do and create some new exciting matchups, but man, you talk about Farragut, Dobyns-Bennett, Blackman, those three teams, the potential opponents for each other next weekend. Someone's got a road trip next week, and it's going to be a long one no matter which way you go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's about probably in the best of conditions 2 hours and 20 minutes to Blackman from Farragut. And so from Farragut, it's a little under 2 hours up here. So you figure the Blaze, if they're coming this way, they got 4 hours and 20 minutes on a bus.
I'm going to say it's probably going to be close to 6 hours because at some point you're going to stop, let those kids get off the bus.
Yeah, you
I know
break
that
it up.
when we played in high school and we would come to Dobyns-Bennett from Knoxville area, we would always stop at Smoky Stadium, get out, eat, stretch for a few minutes, and then continue the track. Out here is they're piping in the chop.
Well, it's time to get emotional, boys. We've had a whatever it's been, 45-hour delay.
We've already been emotional.
Well,
Eric and I were up here crying, sobbing.
Well, we've just got to turn. Let's not emotional. It's time to get.
It's time to get focused.
It's time to get really intense as it's 2nd and goal.
And I was asking Eric, who does this benefit more? Does this benefit the Indians where you had all the momentum and now you got time to sit back and think about it, or does it sort of give Coach Courtney and his staff a chance to cauterize the bleeding and stop the negative emotion from leaving right there and take a moment and, hey, we're fine?
It's just an overwhelmingly advantageous position for Dobyns-Bennett.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think, Farragut could certainly say, hey, this is what we got to do, and maybe not be quite as emotionally down as they would have been in the immediate aftermath of the turnover.
Right.
But they're going to go heavy to the right side. It looks like the running back is going to be Emmett Starnes. Chappell's going to keep it, though. He runs it up the middle and into the end zone. Starnes scores from 4 yards out. The guy you couldn't let beat you goes untouched into the end zone right up the middle. And on the first play after the weather delay, Dobyns-Bennett wins it in overtime. 28-21 as the Indians improve to 10-1 on the season. And Blackman will have that long bus ride we just detailed as Dobyns-Bennett survives after Farragut rallies with 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns to force overtime. It's the Indians winning it 28-21. Farragut's season comes to an end for a second straight year here in Kingsport. The Admirals finish 3-8. Got the win last week they had to have tonight's opportunity. Played their hearts out here, rallied in the second half, but just couldn't quite get over the hump. And so congratulations to the Tribe on the win and wish them the best of luck as they move forward in the 2025 postseason. Farragut gave us a ride here tonight. It was a fun game, a thrilling game, and Farragut as a 4 seed came in and competed their tails off, but Dobyns-Bennett gets the win. So let's get a break here for our sponsors. We'll return to wrap things up. On the other side, stay tuned. We'll be selecting our Blair House Antiques players of the game as part of our post-game show. We'll get a look at the final numbers, although we've basically looked at those already, but we'll rehash a few things and put a wrap on the season on the other side of this 3-minute break. Back with more as you listen to Farragut Football, presented by Precision Garage Door Service on West 105.
WFIV 105.3 FM, Loudon, Farragut, Lenore City. You're listening to West 105.
You never think about your garage door until there's a little...
Oh, no.
Or even the occasional...
Now that can be good.
That's why the pros at Precision Garage Door Service are available same day with fully stocked trucks to fix it fast. So we can turn into
oh my, wow.
Precision Garage Door Service, the name you can trust.
Fantastic customer service, a knowledgeable team, expert craftsmen, and so many 5-star reviews. Hi, I'm Rick Terry with Rick Terry Jewelry Designs. My family and I have been serving West Knoxville and Farragut for well over 30 years. If you've never checked us out, please do. Better yet, come see us for yourself. On the corner of Kingston Pike and Campbell Station Road, look for the topiary of the Big Diamond Ring. Rick Terry Jewelry Designs, we want to be your jeweler. A proud sponsor of Farragut football.
Banking should feel personal, and at Hearthside Bank, we make sure it does. With services designed for you, from everyday banking to complex loans, we're here when you need us. Visit our Farragut branch today and discover the difference of banking with a local team that is always within reach. Hearthside Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Leaky pipes.
Oh no!
Toilets clogged.
Oh crap!
Don't freak out, just call us, problem solved.
Okay.
No job too big, no job too small.
Oh great.
Repairs, installs, relax, we do it all.
Valley Plumbing. Any plumbing issue, anytime. Call your Valley Plumbing professionals today at 865-351-0643 or visit valleyplumbingtn.com. That's valleyplumbingtn.com.
If you're an LCUB Electric customer, it's time to upgrade. Experience true fiber to the home, the fastest internet available. Get affordable fixed pricing, free installation, no contracts, and local customer service. It's not too good to be true. LCUB is connecting new neighborhoods every month with gig speed fiber internet starting at $69.99 a month, Wi-Fi included. Check your availability now at lcub.com.
Hi, this is John Blair from Blair House. This time of year is filled with birthdays and anniversaries that call for gifting that is both personal and unique. At Blair House, we offer a wide variety of jewelry, chandeliers, and other unique and hard-to-find gifts for when the gift must be perfect. Blair House, your time-tested connection to the treasures of the past. Blair House, 210 North Forest Park Boulevard in Bearden.
Follow them on Facebook and Instagram. Blair House Antiques, Knoxville.
Eric Gerhardt, Brett Clendenin, Tyler Carr back with you here at J. Fred Johnson Stadium. Nick Blankenship behind the camera, and the video will be available after the game. I know people probably disappointed that they couldn't watch the video stream live. That's Dobyns-Bennett policy. And so, but the fee was paid to the TSSAA for the tape-delayed broadcast. And so if you'd like to watch tonight's game, and it's certainly one worth watching, that will be available to you afterwards. And just look in the usual places. The Admirals had the opening drive of the ball game, marched 80 yards, scored on 4th and goal on a 1-yard touchdown run by Corbin Hobson to take a 7-0 lead. That was 5.5 minutes into the ball game as Ryan McHugh's extra point again, making it 7-0. Corbin Hobson, his 4th rushing touchdown of the season. Dobyns-Bennett went over on downs. Owen Petoskey with a huge 4th down play on the quarterback Levi Chappell to get the stop, but Farragut couldn't capitalize on basically midfield starting position. And Julian Melindy, a 52-yard punt, the first of several really nice punts tonight from Melindy. Inside the 20, at one point he had, I think, 4, at least 3 in a row, maybe 4 total inside the 20. Yes, that's correct, 4 inside the 20. So Melindy did a great job punting when necessary tonight. But after the punt, Dobyns-Bennett got it cranked up and went 92 yards, an 8-yard touchdown run by the quarterback Levi Chappell, tied the game at 7 with 8:02 to go in the second quarter. Dobyns-Bennett's next possession after another punt by Melindy inside the 20. It was Dobyns-Bennett going 87 yards, capping it with a 2-yard run again by the quarterback Chappell. 14-7, Dobyns-Bennett leading with 1:16 to go in the half. That would be the halftime score, and then Dobyns-Bennett got the ball to start the third quarter and scored quickly. Only needed a minute 41 seconds. A 50-yard touchdown pass down the seam from Chappell to his big H-back Tyree Thomas. was the touchdown play. Thomas caught the ball at about the 18 and went untouched into the end zone. 21-7, Dobyns-Bennett up. Farragut would put together a drive on their second possession of the second half. Starting from the 49-yard line, Farragut goes 51 yards, and on the first play of the fourth quarter, a 4-yard touchdown run just did clip the pylon in the right front corner of the end zone. It was Logan Wright with his second touchdown in as many weeks, drawing Farragut to within 21-14. 11:53 to go in the game. Ryan McHugh's extra point making it 21-14. The defense then got a 3-and-out. All the momentum on the side of the Admirals. They take over at their 34. They march 66 yards, and Logan Wright, doing a lot of the work on that drive, scores on a 14-yard touchdown run. So Wright was a real spark plug for the Admirals. 7:35 to go after McHugh's made extra point. It was 21-21. Dobyns-Bennett then put together a drive, but Lundy fumbled the ball. Connor Paris was there for the recovery for the Admirals, and that was a red zone stop by the Farragut defense. Farragut was not able to move the ball after getting a big stop, and so a 3-and-out series, 55-yard punt by Melindy. Dobyns-Bennett takes over at its 35, strung together a couple of first downs, but then a drive ends close to the red zone on an interception by Farragut's Harrison Smith. So the Admirals at that point were +2 in takeover margin, and the game continued to be tied at 21 all. Farragut takes over at its 20, and ultimately time runs out. There was very little time left on the clock. So we go to overtime, and on the first play of overtime, Farragut with the first possession. Wright unfortunately coughed up the football as he tried to get around left end, and it was picked up, we believe, by Kedrick Harris of Dobyns-Bennett. And so the Indians got their possession of overtime started. On the first play, it was a 6-yard run by Chappelle, and Levi Chappelle, the quarterback for Dobyns-Bennett, who had been so effective all night, carries it down to the 4. Then lightning delays us for probably close to an hour. And when they return to action finally, Chappell on the first play on a read goes in right up the middle, untouched, 4-yard touchdown, his third of the night. And, of course, no extra points. So Dobyns-Bennett wins it 27-21, ending Farragut's season as the Admirals 3-8. Dobyns-Bennett 10-1 moves on to the second round, and they will host the Blackman Blaze here in Kingsport next Friday night. Farragut with the 1 turnover in overtime. Dobyns-Bennett with 2 turnovers in the second half. Farragut with 15. Hearthside Bank first downs. Dobyns-Bennett with 24. Farragut goes 2 of 9 on third down. Dobyns-Bennett 7 of 11. Farragut, I've got 1 of 2. I can't find where that missed fourth down is, so maybe it was 1 of 1 tonight on fourth down. Dobyns-Bennett, I know, was 0 of 2 on fourth down. Farragut 2 penalties for 13 yards. Dobyns-Bennett 6 for 70. And the Admirals tonight had 259 total yards, 144 on the ground on 33 rushing attempts. Corbin Hobson, 4 carries for 6 yards, including a touchdown. Logan Wright with 11 carries for 75 yards and 2 touchdowns. Charlie Noble, 12 carries for 32 yards. Carter Collier, 6 for 31. Again, 144 on the ground on 33 attempts, 3 touchdowns rushing for Farragut. And then Corbin Hobson goes 7 of 19 for 115 yards. He had 2 completions to John Haskins for 40 yards. Max Garfield caught 4 balls for 67. Anderson Glover 1 for 8. And the Admirals with 259 total, again, with 115 through the air, 144 on the ground. Dobyns-Bennett got 1 carry from Zayden Hayes. It was a big inside reverse that went for 27 yards. Emmett Starnes carried 10 times for 44 yards. The quarterback, Chappell, carried 19 times for 122 yards and 3 touchdowns. Kendrick Harris, 2 carries for 2 yards. Luke Lundy, 14 carries, 57 yards. 46 rushing attempts, 252 yards on the ground for Dobyns-Bennett. 3 touchdowns came on the ground. Chappell goes 18 of 28 through the air for 238 yards, a touchdown and an interception. The touchdown was the 50-yarder to open the second half to Tyree Thomas. 1 of 8 catches for Thomas tonight, totaling 131 yards. Zayden Hayes, 1 catch for 6. Jackson Sensabaugh, 1 for 13. Jalen Hayes, 6 for 54. Admire Fikes, 1 for 14. And Luke Lundy, 1 for 18. So 238 through the air, 252 on the ground, 490 yards of offense tonight for Dobyns-Bennett. Again, Farragut had 259. And the Indians win it in overtime, 27-21. Tyler had already gotten us the other scores. And again, with Farragut season over, we're not terribly concerned about that. Just to tell you that, again, Dobyns-Bennett will have the opportunity with tonight's win to host Blackman out of Murfreesboro, a 10-1 team, which defeated Gallatin last night 24-9 to advance. It'll be the Blackman Blaze making the long trip from Murfreesboro here to Kingsport as the Indians improved to 10-1. That's the same record that the Blackman Blaze have as well, although Blackman plays in a significantly tougher and larger region. So definitely the Blaze, despite being a 3 seed, I perceive as a pretty heavy favorite in that game. But, hey, Dobyns-Bennett will have a chance to line up and let the chips fall where they may, just as the Admirals did here tonight. There's a lot of people that would have looked at this 1 versus 4 matchup and the records of these teams and thought that Farragut didn't have a snowball's chance. But the Admirals were right there in overtime and had the momentum, but for, under wet conditions and all the ball popping free at the most inopportune of times.
You ask for an opportunity to be in the fight. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah.
And they took their shot, and they went out there and did it, and you look at the performance of what you saw out there tonight, and that shows us that that's what this team's capable of. And I think that we saw, glimpses of it last week with Cleveland. And then tonight you saw, Brett, we talked about it a little bit. Like at one point tonight we saw something that we hadn't seen a lot of this year, and that passion, that desire, that inspiration to go out there and want to go and play football. And the defense came out and they had the aura around them where they were playing great football.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, built off it from last week. You're down 2 touchdowns in the number 1 seed's house. The fourth quarter starts. You tie it up. Logan Wright, we saw, you hate it for him, obviously, with the fumble, but you love, what he brought and a lot of spark. He had 2 touchdowns quickly, tied it. Obviously, he had 2 turnovers, 1 in the red zone, 1 near the red zone, obviously. So you showed a lot of fight, one of your better games of the season. So definitely some stuff to build off of. Obviously, it hurts. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of the effort tonight.
Yeah, it was an exciting ball game. Again, for those that have any interest in the video, Nick does such a great job with that. Encourage you to go look for that after a little later on, as it will be made available. And Farragut, it's a game worth seeing. The Admirals gave us some thrills tonight, and certainly a highly entertaining, great high school football game here tonight. But Dobyns-Bennett wins it in overtime, 27-21. We got basketball coming up in less than 2 weeks. Last night, in fact, we were 2 weeks out. Farragut will open on Thursday, November 20th at home against Alcoa. And so anticipate that that'll be our first broadcast of the season. Want to be on hand for the excitement and optimism and everything that goes around a season opener. So looking forward to that as Farragut hosts Alcoa on November 20th. And we'll continue to follow the Admirals and Lady Admirals throughout. I think the plan is to cover all of the district games. It's a different district this year with McMinn County and Ray County and Oak Ridge and Lenoir City all being added, while West and Maryville and William Blount were subtracted. But we'll do the district games. Those are always home and away. And again, the opener against Alcoa, I think probably Jefferson County on the road. That's a game that a lot of people won't be able to make it to, so we always try to do one of those, being good distance out of town and kind of a difficult distance as far as having to pass through Knoxville to get to Jeff County. So a little more problematic than maybe a game that's down the I-75 corridor south. And then senior night, I think, probably is one we'd want to do as Farragut. I think Concord Christian maybe that night, senior night, but always like to be around and get the coaches' thoughts on the senior classes when they're recognized. They're late in the regular season, and then, of course, we'll have postseason too. And so looking forward to basketball, but it's always a tough transition. You hate to see one season end. And, it's been a frustrating season in a lot of ways for us with some of the broadcasts, some of the technical issues we've had for the team, and the losses that continued to mount. But, you needed wins in the region, and Farragut got those against Bearden, against Hardin Valley, against Cleveland, played arguably their best 3 quarters of football in the final regular season game last week. Yeah. And like you say, Brett, Tyler, there was some carryover tonight in the way that Farragut performed here on a stage where it hasn't always been this competitive, and it was very competitive tonight, despite the fact that statistically the Admirals, total yardage-wise, didn't look like they were really in this game, but they were very much in it.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. There's been much better records and much better teams come to this place and not perform as well. So
right.
they definitely showed well, and I don't know the DB expected a big game tonight as far as an overtime game. I don't think that was in the cards for what they were thinking, but they got all that they wanted.
They did, and some.
Yep.
So what we customarily do when the season comes to an end, when it comes to our Blair House Antiques players of the game, is just recognize the seniors, and we will follow that tradition here tonight. You've got a big group. Last year was not a real large class of seniors, but this is a big group, and they stayed together, and that's one of the things that's impressive too. Sometimes you have some attrition. Some guys fall off when the season isn't going well, and this year, obviously, the season was not going up to Farragut standards, but these guys hung together, and I think the fact that they were playing their best football at the end of the year is a testament to the leadership of the senior class, and certainly those guys that are the leadership council. When you think about Owen Petoskey and Max Garfield and Noah Haig and Fletcher Haddad, but the whole group, Jackson Plumley, in addition to those four young men I just mentioned, Garfield, Haddad, Petoskey, and Noah Haig, you got Jackson Plumley, John Haskins. Haskins, really came on as the season progressed and contributed at receiver with all of the injuries that Farragut had. Zane Qureshi-Smith, look forward to seeing Zane on the baseball field in the spring, but really enjoyed his 3 years on the gridiron. I hate that it was sort of abbreviated this year, dealing with a troublesome hamstring really from the first game until just recent weeks. But Zane Qureshi-Smith, an outstanding player over his 3 years playing varsity ball for Farragut. Moses Burnett, you got Connor Paris, tough as nails linebacker for the Admirals. Of course, Charlie Noble, Jared Atkins, Stephen Doubleday, also Ryan McHugh. McHugh, man, there has been a long line of outstanding kickers at Farragut High School, and Ryan McHugh's name is going to be up there included with the best of the best. Cooper Sandage, we saw Cooper get in and make a catch last week at Cleveland. David Lewin, Luca Hofer, Bryson Bassett, that all-senior offensive line, right, of Hofer and Bassett and Will Zooks at center, Aiden Perez at tackle, Connor Frinkowitz. And, things started gelling a little bit for Farragut when those five guys were able to get on the field with each other. I think the Bearden game was the first time that happened, and they put up a big rushing number that night. And so those guys are certainly going to be missed. And then you've got depth in the offensive line with some seniors like Ian McClay and MJ Keener and Michael Yulian. And I think that's got everybody mentioned. But there's 23 seniors on this team. And so I think they started the year with 25. And when you consider
losing two,
how little playing time some of those guys were going to get, and they knew that, and the season's going the way it is, when 23 of 25 are still out there, again, I think that really that speaks volumes. And guys, I don't know about you, and we could talk about a lot of these guys for another hour, and that's not going to happen, but there's one guy. It's funny, there's certain numbers that you see out there and you have flashbacks to players in the past. You almost always identify that number with a particular player, even though it's been worn by, a number of different guys. But let me tell you, from now on, when I see 99, I'm thinking Owen Petoskey.
Yeah, he's a guy who just has a motor, when this offensive guard or whoever has to go against him, you're in for a long night because this guy's never going to stop working, no matter the score, no matter the situation. Corey Walker was a guy I loved to cover.
75,
a big Corey Walker, and I loved covering him, and I loved covering Owen Petoskey. This guy, you just wish you had 30 of them. That's the only bad news about him. I mean, literally, you wish you had 30 of them that you could put all across the field. But he was a blast and just had a motor. It's just the way you want to be.
And if we weren't doing the whole senior class, it would be hard to go any direction besides Petoskey tonight as your defensive player of the game, your Blair House Antiques defensive player of the game.
110%. Yeah.
I mean, the guy was just incredible tonight, and we knew it. And we were talking off the air about it's going to be interesting, having seen on film how blatantly Dobyns-Bennett holds along the offensive front.
Yeah.
How many times would they get called for holding? Because that was going to be forced by Petoskey's motor tonight, and his moves and his motor.
Right.
And it was not as much as Farragut would have liked, but yet Owen oftentimes with a guy hanging on him was discarding him and still making the play in the backfield.
If I'm not mistaken, he's responsible for at least half of those fourth down turnovers.
Oh, yeah.
If not both of them, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And just the intensity that he brought night in, night out, win, lose, draw, blowout, running clock, didn't matter to him. He just goes out there, and you mentioned Corey Walker and how fun it was to sort of see what he did both on offense and defensive line. Owen went out there and did it every night on the defensive line. And when you look at it, I mean, it ain't very often that you get to say that your defensive end is going to be your defensive best player. And yet, because, he lines up halfway across the field, he still can go run and make that play. He's going to be involved in the decision of that play, and just tipping my hat to him and what all he's done.
So Owen and his 22 classmates, class of 2026, 23 seniors, saw it through. They will be our collective Blair House Antiques players of the game tonight. And, hope always springs eternal. You look forward to next year. You'll play this same schedule of opponents, only you'll have 6 home games.
6 home games
next year, as opposed to only 4.
And still have to play at Carson Newman.
Yeah, get to go to Carson Newman again. That was a 2-year deal playing Sevier County at Carson Newman. So looking forward to that.
Only 3 true road games.
Yeah,
right, or is it?
We'll call that a road game. It's a neutral site game. But
or is it 5 and then that neutral site?
Yeah, might be.
So we'll go to Powell. Upperman travels to Farragut. We go to Bradley Central. Maryville comes to us. Bearden comes to us.
Yep.
Hardin Valley on the road. Cookville at Farragut.
You got 6 home. You got 6 home because
and there's some nice ones too. You've got Upperman, Maryville, Bearden.
No, it's 5. I'm sorry.
Cookville and 5. Cleveland. I mean, but you have 5 nice home games.
Oh yeah.
Plus, I mean, the neutral site game with Sevier County is probably going to be on a Saturday again, so you're going to have a nice setting there.
Yeah, it'll be a great opportunity. That's fun to go to Carson Newman and play a team the caliber of Sevier County to open the season. And you got five home games.
Yeah.
And look forward to it. Like I say, there's a lot of Farragut athletics between now and then. Basketball on the horizon, and then we'll have spring sports again with baseball and softball coverage here on West 105. So if you're not aware of that, be sure to check out the other sports too that we broadcast, WFIV.com and 105.3 WFIV. Appreciate all of our sponsors. We've got Mike Dyer, Nationwide Insurance Agency, Hearthside Bank, the Shrimp Dock, David's Abbey Carpet and Floors, Citizens Bank, both, the Citizens Bank, both the Lenore City location as well as the one between Level Road and Pellissippi Parkway on the north side of Kingston Pike, Fisher Tire Company, of course, Blair House Antiques in the old Bearden area east of Hamburg. They're our players of the game sponsor, have been for a while now. Our presenting sponsor this year, very pleased to have them on board in that capacity. Also our halftime sponsor, Precision Garage Door Service. They're there next to Christmas Lumber Company off Kingston Pike, just east of Level Road. But also Rick Terry Jewelry Designs. Of course, they were our kickoff sponsor. Valley Plumbing's been with us for a while. Miser Wealth Partners, LCUB Internet, Bryan Insurance Group, and Shop Farragut. And I think that's got it all. But we had a great lineup of sponsors this year and appreciate their support and hope that it's something that will continue again into the other seasons. Guys, it's been fun. I wish we could have extended it at least another week. Would have been a lot of fun to make the trip to Murfreesboro, but Dobyns-Bennett gets it done in overtime. The number 1 seed survives and advances with the 27-21 victory. Again, wish them the best of luck, and appreciate Assistant Athletic Director Jimmy Burleson here at Dobyns-Bennett for his assistance, and all of the other folks that perhaps I didn't mention as we went along this year, coaches and sports information folks at these other schools who were kind enough to respond when I reached out asking for rosters or projected starters. It's always just a huge help to not have to scramble to locate something like that online that may or may not be accurate. So belated appreciation to perhaps some of those folks this year. But again, Jimmy Burleson, appreciate his help here this week at Dobyns-Bennett. For any final thoughts, guys?
Well, yeah, it was, like you said, a lot of ups and downs, but I think when you look at the last couple weeks, you're definitely ending on a positive trend. Obviously, tonight was most fun I've had this year for sure. A lot of fight, a lot of young players, as we've talked throughout the season, that will be back. So there will be opportunities for sure for young guys to step up. So looking forward to August already, and it's been a pleasure with the four of us. Obviously, it's been fantastic to have Nick. He's been, we miss Brandon, of course, as always. I know he listens. But it's great to have Nick, and excited to have the band back together next August.
A lot of time between now and then, but there's going to be a lot of things to fill it up.
Yeah, indeed, and a lot of years doing this together, and I appreciate you guys. On a night like tonight, makes it easy to just kind of sit back and banter to fill a little bit of time when we got a weather delay like we did. But you guys, pleasure to work with. I appreciate so much your commitment to it, and just being here year after year. I love continuity, and we have been blessed with it for a lot of years.
Right.
And so,
Eric, I want to say this to you because I know you won't say it about yourself. Just as important as 14 years now between mine is a sort of a split term, and now for you,
same amount of years. Same amount of years. Yeah.
Eric, you
got to have a leader.
You got to have a leader and a voice. And Eric, that is you, and the professionalism and everything that you bring along with it, and everything that you represent for the community. I've told you this before. You do a wonderful job, and it's our pleasure to be here with you as well.
Yeah, we get a little wild. You're obviously the mature.
That's scary.
That's a real scary thought if I'm the mature one.
Well, you know, it's funny you said the banter. It's like people got to hear what it's like when the signal goes off for us a lot of times.
That's
tonight.
a good point too. But we also had that with no sponsors, right? So we had a game with no sponsors where and I told Eric post game, I was like, I was kind of enjoyable. I know we have to have sponsors to live, but there was some excitement, about that. Where it was like, well, not 3 minutes. We're filling 3 minutes over and over, right? But it's not just the him as the leader. It's all and he does a fantastic job, and it isn't a brag session, but it's also the hard work, right? He puts in the stats and goes above and beyond. And we've been complimented before, and it's mostly because of the hard work and preparation Eric puts in, and the kids appreciate it at the end of the day, which is really what we're doing it for.
Yeah, it is, and I always think about, man, how cool would it have been when I was in school to have had games, streamed and not, on the radio would have been fantastic. But beyond that, to have the stream and how enjoyable that would have been for family members to be able to follow. We're just really lucky to be able to do it, and I hope, and I think most of the kids, if not the kids, their families definitely realize, what a neat thing it is to be able to follow along. And whether grandparents are in Pennsylvania or Arizona or Washington State, basketball, I get to talk to people because I'm so accessible in the gym. And, you get around Christmas time or whatever, and you're always hearing folks say, hey, we listen to you, in Florida. We listen to you here or there, And I wish my grandparents,
got to do that.
Yeah.
Well, when you think about it, there were probably games, obviously, we both had in high school where you got to, go back and watch the broadcast. But we, of course, would watch the film. But to be able to have it synced up to the game and to hear a broadcast every week, that's something in high school, obviously, I didn't get every week that I'm sure is an absolute added bonus.
It is, and just the exposure that these kids get nowadays, it's awesome, and hopefully it's leading to bigger and better things. And, for these 23 young men to realize, I hope that they realize the fun and the journey they got to take, because one of these days they're going to be almost 40 sitting in a press box somewhere watching a football game going, if I could go back in 2025 and do it all over again, I would have.
And you're never going to forget about the memories. Even when you get in your late 30s and get really sad. Hopefully you get to call games, but if you don't, you really enjoy it.
Yeah, it is definitely fun on our end, and hope it provides a service for the families. and the players and their families. So it's been fun, guys. Again, like you said, Brett, so glad to have Nick along. I look forward to working with him in basketball season as well. But Nick Blankenship, again, check out his A-List Video Solutions. I'll give you more information on that. Of course, during basketball season, there's built-in opportunities to give him plugs there. But anything you need from family situation, if you want film of weddings or funerals, family gatherings, if you need to document a conference or a presentation, A-List Video Solutions can help with that, with its start to finish services. But Nick does a great job for us, and he's got this A-List Video Solutions that I know you're going to get an outstanding product from that as well. And his number, if you're interested, is 865-679-2276. 865-679-2276. More plugs in basketball season to come. But appreciate Nick, and as we've said already, appreciate you guys. Appreciate Tony Cox. He helped out this year with some of the video and just always with the technical stuff. If we run into issues, Tony's great. And then I can't say enough about Dusty back at the studio. I mean, this isn't, as Brett likes to joke and say, Tyler and he and I are not hanging out in the off season, but I continue to hang out with Dusty because he's he's at the board in the studio come basketball season as well, and nobody does it better. And like I say, I love that continuity that we have here. I love the continuity in knowing who's back at the studio too, and how capable he is, and that attention to detail and kind of obsession with the quality of the product as well. That's fantastic. And so appreciate Dusty, Nick, you guys, and our listeners, of course, as well as our sponsors that I've already run down. So I think that's got it all covered. The Admirals finish out the year here with an overtime loss against the Region 1 champion Indians of Dobyns-Bennett. 27-21 is the final as Farragut season comes to an end, and we wish the Indians the best of luck next week in the second round as they host Blackman. For the aforementioned gentlemen, I'm Eric Gerhardt saying thanks so much for listening, not only tonight but all season long. Again, basketball coming up Thursday, November 20th, as the Admirals host Alcoa in the season opener. Until then, thanks so much for listening. We wish you a safe and enjoyable weekend.
Farragut High School football. The presenting sponsor, Precision Garage Door Service. The game brought to you by the Mike Dyer Agency, Fisher Tire, David's Abbey Carpet, Rick Terry Jewelers, the Blair House, Citizens Bank, Knoxville and Lenore City, Valley Plumbing, LCUV Internet, by Shop Farragut, Miser Wealth Partners, the Shrimp Dock, Bryan Insurance Group, and by Hearthside Bank Farragut. You're listening to West 105, the voice of the Farragut Admirals.
WFIV 105.3 FM, Loudon.